question then, Wade. Why are you making excuses for our races?
Not making excuses.
It sounds like you are. Look, if they don't bring their A game on a beautiful-looking day like this, look at this. There is not a cloud. I'm not kidding you. Not a cloud in the sky at this beautiful track. So do not tell me if you're sitting at home eating your Weet-Bix or whatever you are that you can't say, look, at some point in time we should wander down to the track in the afternoon and watch the whole shenanigans unfold as they go into all the rounds.
It hasn't quite gotten to that time of the year as we get close to the Winter Nationals where it gets that real chill in the air at night time. Yeah. The night times out here at the moment are pretty spectacular, so no reason that you shouldn't be out here joining us.
Hold the phone, he says that now.
Yeah. The jumper's in the car.
I'll let you do the trophy presentation while I sit in the car with the heater on.
Xavier, though, he doesn't mind this morning. He's at his brekkie. He's firing, ready to go. A 169 light, finishes off in the old school metal fabrication. C Junior with an 1190, A with a 5.
Nice work there from that C Junior of Xavier. So Neil Paul, Paige King, Plexcon A and B services, B Junior. So we got lots to talk about. We've got a whole ton of stuff that's going on even at the track here. We've got a new viewing platform. I think we should put us down there in winter with a little cabana and a, like a couple of rattan chairs.
Like we're running a podcast.
Yes, come on in, have a chat. And there's quite a few races here that would definitely be up for the chat. We can get Webby in, or we can get Billy Fletcher. He'll be up for a good chat.
Brian Alvizio would be down there. He'll be lined up, ready to go.
Mate, it'd be great. They just sit there with a cocktail with an umbrella. But anyway, Neil Paul cuts the red, but Paige King, that's a ripper. 0.06 for Paige, straight off the bat. Well done. You want that 006 at the end of the day too. Yeah,
good way to start your day. Build some confidence in your first qualifying session, exactly what Paige has done. And of course, our qualifying is done off reaction time. So 006 puts you straight to the top.
So an 8.66 for Paige and an 8.01 for Neil R. Chase Carslake, Carl Schultz. He goes the right behind the wheel and behind a mic. SCG Racing Parts on board. And the Go Park Yourself, of course, out of the Go Park Yourself crew of the Carslakes and the AE Juniors. That's a couple of really tough competitors on the line there, Wade. I'm not saying the others aren't, but these two lads, look, getting a little bit of a shove there. Look, maybe Carl's going, no, I don't want to do that. Carl's halfway through round, like on his Donkey Kong. Look at that, 009, mind you, and a 0.25 for Carslake. Both of those competitors on the money straight up, if you need to watch them. 7.71 at 84 for Carl and 8.21 at 76 for Chase. But really, it comes down to Carslake with a 0.25 and Schultz with a 0.09. You're in the game.
That's it. That's what they'll be looking at for the first qualifier, is that reaction time. Once we get into the second and third qualifiers, they'll start looking at ETs and dial-ins and that before round one. So Mia Ward and Isabella Hunter.
That's the thing is with junior dragster weight, it's really a good balance of male and female races, isn't it? There's no, if you were to say in some categories you might, it's a bit of a bloke fest, but and the blokes always win, but it's no. When it comes to junior dragster and to so many categories in drag racing, nope, the ladies will just dominate. And here's a couple of tough competitors with Isabella and Mia. Might be a little bit sticky out there today. Look, there you can actually see Mia just shaking that junior dragster steering wheel, just trying to get it to rock in to full stage. Cuts a 150 light, but a 0.26 for Isabella. Isabella, that's a good light. That is a tidy light. Goes through for an 8.53 at 74 does Hunter, and 12.00 at 57 for the C Junior of Mia Ward. So Kyle Day and Cody Robertson. We need to talk about the wing, Wade. no wing, pro wing.
Mate, there's a lot to talk about on the
Double parachutes.
Kyle Day looking car, isn't it? It's got the canopy, it's got the front and rear wing.
Oh, 2 chutes. He was just holding that up on the bump, and look, he's in. Trying to hold all 80 horsepower back. So a 0.85 for Kyle. Let's hope he pulls those double chutes. And a 194 for Cody. And he'll go through for a 12.39.
Cody goes, I don't need all that aero.
No, I don't need.
I just want to be as slippery as possible to cut the CJD through the 8th mile.
None of this fancy stuff. I don't need fancy.
No bells and whistles, thank you.
So Nevaeh McDougall in the Oswheels A Junior, Dakota Bray in the Double A Junior with the Smith Transport on the side of the vehicle. Look at these two. If that's not a good example of how to put a great livery on a junior dragster of those two. Look, they both pop, whether it's during the day, at night, both of them. Just really look good, don't they, Wade?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Nevaeh's got that many sponsors to fit on a junior dragster that probably fill out a modified looking body as well. So
don't talk to her about that. I'm sure that's going to be at some point in time. And I'm sure the modified racers are saying, no, look, calm down. Can we have it to ourselves today? There is quite a few. It's a big field.
Yeah, the field's tough enough already, and then you throw
right.
Mark Allen in the mix. So red there for Nevaeh 005, a 0.57 green for Dakota over in the Rocket Lane. Both pretty evenly matched over the 8th mile for the A Junior and the Double A Junior. 7.97 at 82 miles per hour for Nevaeh and Dakota, and 8.21 at 79 miles per hour. So well done to both ladies for getting their first qualifying session run and done. Big field of juniors keeps moving forward. It'll be Jacob Schultz in the second of the Schultz SCG Racing Parts juniors down there on the line. Jacob will get to complete his first full season in the A Junior.
Have a look at Jacob. Look, giving that thing a shimmy and a shake. Just trying to get that into breathe and full. Says a lot, doesn't it? That it's. I'll be really interested to see when a couple of the. Well, maybe Super Sedan is up after this, so we're going to find out about some stickiness very shortly. But look, a 0.25 red for Lexi, a 1.18 clean for Jacob. Lexi will go through for a 7.93 at 82 and an 8.000 at 81 for Jacob. So Nixon King and Carlos Harvey, the Iwasa battery of Harvey, and of course the Mick King Transport A Junior of Nixon. I do believe Rod's actually racing the Celica today. So we've got a bit of 2J action. We've got a bit of 3-rotor action as well with Archie Kieski. So I did see in Supercop, I do believe, Scotty Hoffman. Feels a little bit like Jamboree, doesn't it? Like
Sam Kiprios as well.
Saw Sam in there. That's excellent to see. The little 3RZ 4-cylinder. See how that little beast goes. Interesting, isn't it? So look, a 0.50 for Carlos, a 0.34 for Nixon. That is tidy on both sides. 8.01 for Nixon and an 8.02 for Carlos.
So just a quick call. Super Sedan, you guys should be in the lanes ready to go. Super Street and Modified. So Super Sedan, Super Street and Modified to the staging lanes. So you've got all that sport compact goodness to look forward to across a number of categories today, Terry, and then you throw in something like Qdrc Outlaws as well.
Oh, and there's, have you seen... When you see some of those front engine Outlaws and that sitting down in the pits, you go, oh, it's just tasty. This looks very tasty today. So if you are sitting at home and you're thinking I might just sit here and watch Overtaking Lane, I would probably hustle and get down here in the afternoon, probably around 3 o'clock, to see the start of round 1.
But how good is the value too, Terry? I mean, even if you come in at lunchtime, you're going to get 8 or 9 hours of racing.
Yeah.
And it's only, I think, $25, or don't quote me on that at the gate. They might get angry if it's a little bit more, but it's under $30 anyway.
I can't remember.
So times are tough. We know the economic outlook is grim, but I mean, why not for the value of money that you get in the racing quality you'll get today? Value for money.
I do know one thing. Mower fuel must be cheap. It looks beautiful here. So Ryder Marsden goes through with a red and a 409 for Mason King. But yeah, the lawn here looks absolutely stunning. So Ryder goes through for 12.21 at 54 and Mason King a 13.79 at 48 in that C Junior Dragster. Yeah, the track looks absolutely resplendent today, doesn't it, Wade?
Yeah, 100%.
Really,
you're not wrong.
The privets are trimmed, the lawn is mown. It just looks good. It looks so good. So kudos to Brett, who usually is the man who's responsible for that. So Nixon, Canuli and Ryden King. So the C versus the double A. There's a good example, ladies and gents, as you will see. Nixon in the double A Junior Dragster. Head off up against, and that's the spread of our categories fully in Junior Dragsters from the double A to the C. Different ages, obviously different speeds allowable. So look, a 0.21 for Nixon, a 3.93 for Ryden. Nixon will take that little junior through for a 7.72 at 84.99. We'll give him 85 mile an hour. And then Ryden a 13.79 at 45.
You're generous rounding up this morning. You're generous rounding up this morning.
Well, hang on, 84.99.
Make a man of
I'm
me.
not that mean, am I really? Come on, give him it. God, Nixon, I want to know that Wade didn't want to give you that point. So what have we lost? Somebody lost something. Oh, an arm restraint. Oh, somebody has lost a arm restraint. It's an RPM race gear 1, and it's up here in the box. So Mark, it was outside the concealed weapons, which is right on the return road. So if you've lost an arm restraint, there you go. Tyler Belloc, Kenna Glasson, Kenna with a 0.58 red, but Tyler a 0.93 in the TBRE performance. Goes through for a 7.73 at 85 and a 7.99 with a 6 at 81 for Kenna. Yeah, so a risk, mate.
So if you're in the staging lanes and you realise, just buzz the tower and we'll try our best cornhole over into the staging lanes.
Mate, I've got a convertible. It doesn't go that fast, but I'd have to be wearing one of them, I think, when you're racing depending on some categories. But that might bring the end to our
one of the very important pieces of safety gear that our racers wear.
It looks well worn. So if you've lost an arm restraint, it's here.
So you'd say it's an open wheel car. Wouldn't be a sedan.
Well, it's not real street. We can narrow it down straight away. So I do believe we should be going pretty well into super sedan. So it's super sedan, super street and modified. I think they all should be in the lanes there, Wade. I think you did call them earlier. Oh no, it looks like we might have Xavier Holtz coming through in the Mad Dog Motorsports. Oh, I love the silver flames. How good does that look? Look at that. Black with silver. Oh, he's gone in deep.
He's gone in deep stuff. He's not happy with himself.
No, he's still
put the hand up.
Still cut a 204 though. I wouldn't be unhappy with that. And we'll punch it through for a 10.51 at 65 in the B Junior for Xavier Holtz. Don't get angry at yourself, mate. The car looks good.
I think he only had one more pass to complete his licensing.
Oh, really?
Well. So he was licensing last Friday at the Test and Tune.
Oh, that's right, because you were at the Test and Tune. And everybody went through till about 2 o'clock in the morning. Is that correct?
Not quite that, mate.
That's not correct?
Well, when you have a good field of cars, then you want to keep the customers happy.
That's what I was told.
Next time
I threw you in there, didn't I?
That's right.
I'm not commentating with Terry ever
That's right.
again.
Next time I'm at the Test and Tune, then I'll make sure we are open till 2 o'clock.
Mate,
Terry said.
Yeah, we've actually done that back in the day at a Winter National. I think it was 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, and I was sitting up on the hill sitting up on the grandstand.
You would have been with the gals.
Yeah, that's it.
Mate, I just remember thinking Kerry and probably Chris and I, and we were exhausted. We'd, let alone the races, still having to race. You got us blokes have been commentating for 4 days.
Yeah.
Like, Mate.
I think there was even an Easter meeting we were here till about 2 o'clock over on the hill.
Yeah, it'd be something like that too, yeah. Well, it looks like we have another junior. Might be just testing or licensing, I would assume. Yeah, all of a sudden we'll go, this is a Supercom car and a wheel stand. What the? We haven't got any details of 50, 70. Cuts a nice.
Oh, that is a pretty decent light, isn't it?
010 light, that's a ripper. That was a brutal light.
Don't want to tell the rest of the field who I am just yet, but I'm going to cut that in.
A 1240 at 52.55 mile an hour. Did have a Royal Lubricants on the side though. So that's generally the Controlled Insanity crew usually. As we wait for our next crew. So it should be we should be moving into Super Sedan.
I think that would have been good enough for second or third qualifier in the junior list.
So 17 vehicles in Super Sedan, Wade.
Always a tough category, isn't it, Terry? You look at a lot of the lists today and you go, look, there's seriously probably at least half the field in most of the categories that you go could make a final or could possibly win it.
And it's not like they're just they're guys that have been here racing for quite some time as well. Not saying that they're old, we're saying that they're just experienced. And it's really good because it's like, a lot of them will be here doing as much practice and getting as many tests in as they possibly can. And yeah, look, I think we understand how good some of our races are when it comes to the Winter Nationals. And even though it might be here at their home track, it doesn't matter. A lot of our races will still go into state and still do exceptionally well. So the little southeast Queensland track that can and does. They've got some great vision there from overtaking lane. A lot of gesturing there from our official. So Brendan Shaw and Damien Morris. Mate, he's the guy that is always first to the party as our Damo in the Morris Painting HQ. Brendan Shaw. So modified to the lanes immediately, please. Modified to the lanes immediately, please.
Yeah, it does plenty of laps in the Monaro. He had a bit of a dabble in the Kenda series as well at the 8th mile. Always consistent. Brendan Shaw, it's he comes in as the defending track champion, so he's becomes the 100 all the time.
There is the 2 white Holdens head off. The 0.29 light for Damien, the 0.11 light for Brendan. Both of them on the money, straight up. How good is that? 9.36 for Shaw, 9.94 for Morris. Bang, just like that. Need to cut a good light early? That's exactly what we're going to get. Here is for all our Blue Oval fans. We've got the mighty Sean Doblin in the Total Cover Earthworks BF Cobra. Hamish Strachan in the Complete Property VK. Look at that, the white and the black. Look at that, it's pretty impressive. That's a great photo. I bet you the vision is good sitting at home. We've got a great view of these two. They got out nice too at 0.35 for Hamish. A red light, a 007 for Sean. It'll all be about the time that he runs, which will be an 8.52 at 159, and Hamish a 9.72 at 137. They all get louder, don't they? Oh, that'd be Rudy White, just cutting sick on those poor tyres. And the Pine Mountain Performance VS.
I'd say maybe a new set of Hoosiers, and let's just warm them up a little bit. But he probably has those antics in every pass.
I think he does. He's into full stage, but they're going to hold him up here. So it must be maybe the track's not clear down the end. They're just getting a shout out. Yep, got a thumbs up there from Pete. Going back it out. So I don't know what the chat is down there, but that seemed more drama than maths going on there. It was a lot of... I was waiting for someone to throw a glass of wine at someone. But anyway, And you can see Brad there with his in there with the camera, just getting the action like he works for Channel 7 or something. Let's get in the drama.
Doesn't want to miss the drama.
Yeah, I want the.
Has he got a boom mic down there that we can get in on the conversation?
Brad's going, what's the narrative? What's the narrative? What's going on? In case you don't know, Brad's one of our cameramen down there for overtaking lane. And he's down there doing the job and doing, as always, an exceptional job. But there it is, Judy Pukas in the Coyote Racing Supercharged Valiant. Oh, hang on. No, Jude, you've gone too far. How angry does that Valiant look though, with all that action out of the bonnet? Never used to carry the, never used to have a big supercharged engine on it, but I'm so glad that it does now because it looks good. It's got those Hustler mags, got the big stripe at the back.
There's plenty going on. It's only the first qualifying session, Terry. What a drama for the first qualifying session.
Valiant wasn't happy, but
yeah, we didn't get any times come up there, so not sure if after all of that,
it was almost like we were on a television show and they've gone to the ad.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we wanted to see what happened. No, we'll go straight to the ad.
We'll be right back. Did you get a rerun in the first qualifying session?
Mate, I don't know. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Wong, Hydraulics and Tilt Tray Service, proudly bringing you the Qdrc round 2. And we go, hang on, stop the ad now. We got the drama. Anyway, we move on. It's only one qualifier one way. How the hell does that happen?
There's a lot of chatter going on, so we'll you can see Pete, one of our trusty officials down there, just holding Wayne Hyde up over in the Celica.
In the mighty Celica. And to be honest, look, I call a lot of different Japanese and all Asian Day shows and stuff like that over the years, and being a Japanese car owner myself, and that model Celica, you don't see too many of them, let alone any that go as fast as that beast there.
Do you reckon they would have sold more of them with a parachute and a set of wheelie bars on the back?
Mate, if you put a 427 in a Celica, I would probably have bought one. But even then, you got young Connor Webb in the SFM Concrete pumping VL. Look at that. That's a great shot with the Commodore on the Celica there.
He's a bit of a rookie last season, wasn't he, Connor? So first gets that out of the road.
Oh, he's a good kid, but he's just don't want to learn the bad habits of his dad. But he gets out well with a 0.27 and a 0.31 for Wayne. Wayne goes 9.84 on the Celica, and Connor goes 8.93 in that cool-looking VL. So well done, competitors.
Speaking of cool looking, how cool is it to be Michael Shaper in the 57 Chev? Sported a couple of different colours over the years, but seems to have settled on the red at the moment.
How good is it? If he changes it back to blue, we're going to get a GoFundMe to change it back. So don't change it. So Rob Price in the Pine Mountain Performance Tirana hatchback. What a classic drag car that is, the Tirana hatchback. I mean, you could have kept them all on the road and they'd be worth $100,000. But how about you just keep it as a cool-looking drag car? That way everybody can enjoy it every meeting. So thank you, Rob. Thank you, Pricey. Oh, whole lot of wheel spin there for Mick with a red light. But a 0.18 for Rob, that's a great light. And he'll rattle it through for 9.42 at 143. And Mick will go through for 9.64 at 158 with a whole lot of wheel spin off the line. You can see the track marks off the line here from where we are sitting up in the tower. Whole lot of chatter marks there. The car just offloaded, didn't it?
Yeah, well, we said Super Sedan will test the track, won't it? We'll see where the track's at.
Well, here's a guy who knows how to hit the track really hard, which will be Phil Yulton. So we'll see what the BL race engine does in that lane after Mick just lit it up. So Michael goes through. Look at that. Well done. In the 3.10 for Mick and a 0.21 for Phil. Phil says, no problem at all, Terry. No problem at all. Goes through for 9.80 at 134. And for Mick, a 9.74 at 135 in the Wholesale House Falcon. Got off the line, both of those cars, sweetly, didn't they?
Yeah, both controlled wheel stands, weren't they? Didn't get the wheels too far off the ground, but still in a controlled manner. So it wouldn't.
Controlled wheel stand.
Controlled wheel stand wouldn't hurt the ET, would it? It was
There's always two stories to that. A lot of people don't reckon. They reckon they like to keep it down. But look, I don't know. I don't think the ET's much difference at all, Wade. To be honest, historically, watching guys like Gilton, it always goes all right. But Jaden Plant in the mighty Ute, and Mitchell Bauer in the Ford. So modified, you need to be in the lanes. If you are not in the lanes, we're going to have a qualifier without you. But you've been given the call up 3 times. Modified to the lanes.
Mate,
seems mean.
They're still placing their coffee order, I reckon.
Oh. So look at this. Mitchell Bauer in the Ford. Jaden Plant in the Dakota. It's a great way to go racing here in Super Sedan. You grab a car that's got a bit of history, and you put something that's reliable. So look, a 011 for Jaden. Good light, a 023 for Mitch. Oh, something just a sticker or something, might be the scrutineering sticker maybe, just flew off. And goes through Mitch for a 934 at 144, and Jaden a 975 at 138. With a really, really nice 011 light. Yeah,
Jaden knows how to cut a good light, doesn't he? He's probably one of the sharpest on the tree in the Super Sedan field.
And he'll tell you. He'll tell you that too.
Equal number 1 qualifier at the moment with Brendan Shaw. And, both cutting a 011. Brendan will go to the top because he ran earlier in the session. Rob Price currently number 3 with a 018. But you look at the reaction times across the field. Back to Hamish Strachan 9th, a 035 light, and you're 9th.
Nine cars all with a 0 in the front, and we've still got another 5, I think, in Super Sedan. Well, we've got 5 accordingly, but whether we will see them all. Now we talk about this little car, of course, with Ashley Morell in it. This car is in memory of George Wagner, and of course we're going to chat about this during the day. We sadly lost George a couple of years back now. But this car has got all different engine combinations, and I think they said they were running today. They're using the D motor for this one, which will be a 327, 470 horsepower with the small aluminium heads with an 185cc inlet runner on that one. It is one of the oldest drag cars still in competition. It is the oldest drag car here, of course. It's an original gasser from the 70s. Now, I remember seeing this thing back at Surfers Paradise in the late 70s. So it's got some seriously cool race history, Wade. And, look, Qdrc Outlaws to the lanes, please. That's the call for the loudness. The Qdrc Outlaws and modified. You are still required in the lanes. Oh, look, was that Steve Swinsko? Most certainly is, in the Plymouth Arrow. How cool is that little Lancer? Well, that's a Plymouth Arrow, but really, we had him as a Mitsubishi Lancer here, and he's out of the hood at Anala. 4077 represent. 394. The Arrow will go through for a 977 at 113. So strangely, be racing one of his older cars with Jaden's car, so it'll be like, you want to see those two in a race. Yeah, because that could be some serious shade thrown if it goes whichever way.
Drag racers wouldn't do that, Terry. They
no,
wouldn't throw any shade.
My God, no. So Kirsten Colston in the Lockyer Car Wash Falcon. What colour Ford did you just buy? Please tell me it was blue like that. So a 006 for Colson. That's a great light. And we'll push that forward through for a 10.15 at 134 mile an hour. Nice top end there. That gives an indication.
So that looked to be our final pairing in Super Sedan, Terry, and number 1 qualifier. With a 006. Well done.
Yeah, that's what you do. You bring your A game last.
No one can beat you when you're the last one.
Don't you reckon? It's like... That's just like it looks like being the mean person at the party who brings the heavy beers at the end of the night. Like, what we said it was only going to be mid-strength. No. So well done, Kirsten. So that means we should be, as I said, Qdrc Outlaws. You are required in the lanes. We want to hear some tough, loud superchargers, turbochargers, whatever you got, bring it. And modified. If you are not in the lanes, You need to be, because what would the modified racers be doing at the pits, Wade, that, it's taking their time to come round? What are they doing?
They're making coffees.
I thought they'd be sitting down with a theodolite and an abacus, working out exactly what needs to happen first round.
Well, maybe a few of them would be.
Yeah. So here we go. We are going into Super Street. Nicole Goldie and Sam Yulton. So Sam Yulton, Nicole Goldie, the Total Cutter Earthworks XE, the mighty BL Race Engine Commodore. Both of them get out pretty good. A 0.79 for Sam, a 0.81 for Nicole. Look at that. That's a couple of tough competitors straight off in Super Street. 11.43 for Yulton and 11.64 for Goldie. There you go.
Yeah, nice work. That's if you're cutting lights like that, going to be close racing.
So Travis Greaves. And we got competitor 448, but I would think that does look like
Is that Christine
Thompson? Ashley? No,
Ashley?
Not too sure.
I've got a list here. I should just...
I don't know why it's...
I didn't print in colour for nothing.
It's not come up on our list. Oh, red light there for Travis Sadley in the Tuna Racing XD, but the Ford wasn't the Turbo Ute wasn't happy. Maybe that's your cue not to buy a Turbo Qdrc Turbo, Wade. But anyway, 10.78 for Greaves at 125, and sadly the little yellow Ford just not having a lot of fun.
So did have Christine Thompson under triple 448.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, it's 448. That's why it's come up at 448. So
it's generally
wrong number.
Generally, it's got the big, strong top end charge of that turbo, doesn't it?
She has 130 odd mile an hour top end. It cracks on at about 3/4 track, and just the boost just gives it a whole lot more fun. So Sean Taskus and William Keogh, the Capri, the XE, the Fords, just waiting for Tomo's car to clear. We are in Super Street. Modified, you should be in the lanes. Qdrc Outlaws. So you should be in the lanes.
You'd expect a pretty competitive light here from Sean in the first qualifying session.
That's an understatement. 0.09 for Taskus. A red light for Will, but that's okay. First qualifier. And we'll have a look at what Sean will run at 11.11 at 120, and Will 11.82 at 111.
The big bright yellow, the canary yellow Tirana of Jay Allen from Upper Caboolture over on the in the Rocket Lane. You can't miss that out on track this morning.
No, it's like a metal flake yellow. It's not just a normal basic yellow. It just absolutely pops. And there it is up against an age-appropriate car with Ray Ross in the mighty Kevin Kent Racing Charger. Now, that would have been, back in my day when I was younger, a Tirana and a Charger, they were everywhere. GT Fords, Tiranas, Terry's rubbish. I'm just going to wheel stand this thing to a 0.81. Jay a 0.74 light. Says, I'm just going to get on with this business. He can carry on. We're not going to get Ray's ET there. I'm not too sure what happened. He was at 8.29 at the 1,000, but 11.15 at 124 for Jay Allen in that beautiful looking Tirana. Yep, so it looks like there's a beam down because we've got Tim Barron and Jason Carpenter just about to come to the line. These guys regulars to the Street Series as well, of course.
Yeah, they would be. So didn't see Jason out here last weekend.
I think he's been really pushing hard to get the engine and everything done and everything. So
yep.
Good to see it out here though. Good to see the 32 back out here.
Does he do any of the? I know they've got the YouTube channel, Too Easy Racing.
Yeah.
Do they do any of the footage from in the shed when they're doing any of the engine work? Or
He has over the years,
Yep.
yes. He'll always have pictures up and whatever, but I don't know. Did you let your competitors know what you're doing?
Oh, that's fair.
You
Give the fans what they want, Terry.
Mate, it's not a cooking show. You can go, well, you can go, look, no, don't add cardamom or whatever it is. Or, hey, that's how it goes. So Carpenter and Barron will just have to sit there in their tough little red vehicles. And we talk about it. Look at the Tirana of Tim's in the SWC Automotive Tirana. That car, as you can see on the line there now, which is how many of them do you see out there in the wild? You really don't anymore, do you?
No, not in that model. The LJ is probably the more popular of the Tiranas, isn't it, that you see out of the wild?
Well, they actually had the Sunbird, and you even had that model Tirana came out with a like a 1900 or a 2-litre 4-cylinder as well. And I had a bloke I used to work with who actually bought one, and I just went, why? He goes, oh, good fuel economy. I said, mate, you bought a Tirana with a 4-cylinder. Seriously. He goes, why are you giving me such a hard time about that? And I'm thinking, yeah, anyway. I would rather have, one with a straight 6 or a V8 in there. Let's be serious. I don't know. Having a I think it was a Starfire engine. I think they were. They had some ridiculous, trying to talk up something that was never meant to be talked up.
So like these days, it's a 4-cylinder twin turbo. Oh yeah, but I got the 6-cylinder.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I had the option. So I had the option of getting a new Ranger with the twin turbo 4, and I opted out. I thought, no, I'm going for the 5-cylinder. Turbo diesel.
5-cylinder.
Oh, the turbo diesel, D-Max. Yeah. I just don't want something that's. I want something that I know that if I'm at Moreton Island, I know I can get out of a hole.
Doesn't matter how many cylinders it's got. If it's a diesel, it's still costing you $5 a litre for fuel and a kidney at the petrol station.
Wait, I got to tell you, a company card. It doesn't matter. When it's a company card, you just still keep paying it, and it just magically just keeps paying it. So that's the thing about being a rep for a living. At least I get a vehicle thrown in, because as of course it's part of the job. But we're just waiting for Jason Carpenter and Tim Barron, so we're waiting to see what's happening. The light didn't on Ray's qualifier. So these guys have gone back, so it's obviously all clear, because you can hear Jason doing he's back in the water box doing a skid.
He won't pass up the opportunity to have a second crack at a skid in the water box.
He's probably pleased hearing that new engine do what it does. So the pickup and the Tirana, the little red weapons. Oh, nice 006 from Tim Barron and 051 from Jason. Let's see how quick this the Chevy pickup can go. 10.74 at 123 and an 11.70 at 118 for Tim Barron. 10.74, that's about right. Want to keep it around that way, because you can't go quicker than 10.50 obviously at the street meet.
Yep.
Unless of course you're running a later model car, and then you can go as quick as 900 if you tick all the correct boxes. So Darren Piddington and Alan Bell. See, obviously, Alan in the second, the little sprinter of George Wegner. Gets out with a 008 for Alan, a 012 red for Darren Piddington. That's a rarity for Darren. So Outlaws and Super Comp. Super Comp, you are required in the lanes as well, please.
10.73 at 122 miles an hour for Alan in the Corolla, and Darren finishes off in 11.32 at 120 miles per hour with the red light there in their first qualifying session. But the 008 from Alan, there's a bit of spice on the tree, Terry, from some of these Super Street competitors.
That there is.
Whatever they've had for breakfast worked.
So John Widgery and Wayne Nipperis. Wayne gets out with the custom-built kitchen Camaro, nice, with a 044. John in the Dodge. There's a little bit of a lazy morning, but that's okay. Wayne will put the car through for a 10.79 at 126. And John an 11.28 at 119. That's a whole lot of car to push through the air.
Is it what? John Riley and Barry Lode out down on the start line. And I might sound surprised because last Friday at the test and tune, well, the car was facing the start line and it sheared the wheel nuts off the rear left corner.
Oh,
so
really?
Yep, it's gotten further than it did last weekend, which is good to see. 005 for John Riley, though. Sharpen the utes.
Yeah, John knows what he's doing. 11.88 at 110 for John and 11.37 at 118 for Barry. Well, that's good that the car got down there nice and solid.
Yeah, 100%.
Here we go. You hungry?
Always.
Bob Conley in the Big Bobby's Chicken Ute up against Mark Rosso in the Camaro. Mark, of course, as I said, used to race back at the Surfers days. Been racing for a long time. Campaigning the Camaro for quite a few years. Car, a good looking car too. But Big Bobby's Chickens gets out with a 004 red. That's a bit of spice. A 0.68 for Mark Rosso. It was a bit of a zinger run. Maybe, I don't know. And a 10.64 at 125 for Bob. 11.48 for Mark Rosso at 115 mile an hour. As scared once again, Qdrc Super Comp to the lanes. Super Comp to the lanes, please, as well.
So you can see John Riley on top of that 005 and 006 for Tim Marin and Alan Bell rounding out your top three in qualifying at 008. Next pairing, though, the Rocket Lane will be Daryl Angel from the north side of Brisbane, Deception Bay. The vinyl roof Chevelle. Carl Grading, local here to Ipswich, in the Speedflow lane in the Big Falcon. Gets up and boogies a 117 off the tree, 268 light there for Darryl. So they work their way through the full quarter mile pass, an 11.50 at 119 miles for Darryl, and Carl Grading finishes off a 10.77 at 123 miles per hour.
Doesn't seem to be much wind kicking around a little bit, but it's keeping the smoke like kind of, or is it just my eyes? It looks a little bit hazy.
Yeah, a little bit.
Is that right? Does it seem a little bit hazy?
Just adding to the ambience.
Yeah. Craig Miller and Steve Cowan. The HJ versus the LJ.
The Ute of Steve Cowan just looks so. Every time it comes on track, it just pops. Staring.
It does look good. 174 light for Steve and a 436 for Craig in the little Tirana. But have a look at that utility. It's just, yeah. See you later. A nice 10.09 at 131 for Steve, and for Craig a 16.04 at 84 mile an hour. And Troy Hutton and Tom Ryan. So the TH tile and waterproof car, of course, of Troy Hutton, and the black stealthy ute of Tommy Ryan. Learning the trade is our Tommy. Going well too.
Very well. 0.82 on the tree. A 0.47 for Troy Hutton. Previous track champion, of course, for Troy. So he knows how to turn the wind lights on.
You want to meet him in qualifying, not in racing, unless it's the final. You know what I mean? Like Troy will go, yeah, I'll get young Tommy in the final, and that'll be fine.
So an 11.49 for Tom and 11.05 for Troy Hutton.
That looks like that will bring an end to our Super Street, and we'll be moving into the professors of the racing, the modified. Modified, a solid field. 17 vehicles. So Ty Glasson and Ash Carslake. The Walker's Turf Supply Altered of Carslake. The Knife Earth Moving. A modified dragster of Glasson. And modified, always interesting, Wade. We always discuss the fact that it can go from a front-wheel drive to a rear wheel. You can even have funny cars. You can have, front engine drag. All sorts of
hot rods,
all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Good variety of vehicles that we'll see come through.
Just kind of need to have that can-do attitude being modified. So straight after modified, we'll be going to Outlaws and then Super Comp. And a red light there for Ty, but Ash says the car's gone off the boil as well. So, but Ash will go through for an 8033 at 163 in that front engine altered. Of course, look good. Used every bit of that 565 cubes to his advantage. And Ty Glass on a 1248. The car went off the boil at about half track, but that's okay. It was running a 586 at half track. They're not too sure what went wrong, but I'm sure it'll be okay.
Yeah, the good thing, I suppose, today, Terry, if you have something go wrong, is that there's a fair distance between each round.
Yeah.
So you've got time to go back, have a good look at it, and hopefully we'll see them back out later on.
So here we go. We've got Liesl Gowes and Lucas Holtz. So the Mad Dog Motorsport altered of the Lucas and the SCG Racing Parts Dragster of young Liesl Gowes. I see Liesl's brother down there. I thought he was racing today.
I thought he was racing too, so...
He doesn't look like he's in race mode. He looks like he's in backup man.
Like I said, he probably would have been finishing his coffee.
Is it a BAM, a backup... a bum, isn't it? Is that what it is? If it's not a bug, it's a bum. It's a backup man.
I don't think I ever saw Liesl do backup duties for Stefan, so...
Oh, come on. She was like too busy signing autographs back at the SCG marquee. You know what's a good thing about that is that, you know, Liesl will listen to that at some point and go, I heard what you said, Terry. But it is Gowes and Holtz. As I said, once again, a good example of the type of vehicles you get in modified. Two very, very tough campaigners.
Lucas,
seriously, isn't it? Two tough characters here.
Lucas will be extra busy today, of course, with the hands of the junior as well, but always goes through his process.
Oh, 003 for Holtz, a 056 for Gowes. Through for 921 at 145, and the rear engine dragster an 859 at 152. Have a look at this bloke. When was the last time we called Mark Allen? You and I. So Outlaws, Super Comp and Sportsman now to the lanes, please. Outlaws, Super Comp and Sportsman, you need to be in the lanes. We've called you several times, you need to be there. So have a look, when was the last time we called Mark Allen?
It would have been the Winter Nationals.
Last year.
But he posted it for us, so we didn't have to go looking very far. But he hasn't run a Qdrc since 2021.
Whoa. Phil Bellett doesn't care. He says, mate, I've been racing since the 70s. I don't care about Mark Allen and his concealed weapon. I'm just going to try and dust him on the tree. Mark will be a little bit nervous, I'd say.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's got 88 FM in the headset, in the earphones.
He'll be listening back anyway, no matter what. He'll be dissecting the commentary going, I heard what you two idiots said.
It's qualifying. It doesn't matter yet.
Yeah, no.
Every race matters.
Treat every run as a race. And he's right, though. He is absolutely correct. So, Mark, no. Puts his hand in the air, but Phil goes 005 red. So that was a bit of an interesting launch there for Mark. Just seemed to...
This is the first time the car's been on track since the Winter Nationals, and he did have the same issue in round one of the Winter Nationals, so I'm hoping it's...
But Phil runs a 772 at 170 mile an hour. Shed for the last nearly year, saying I'm still here. So Ian Phillip and Ashley Orson, the Nitro Garage Dragster. A big skid there from Ash. And the American direct parts car all the way from beautiful Curraleigh, not too far away. Wouldn't be too far. Look, from Curraleigh, Corona Downs, all those sort of areas, you're probably only, I don't know, maybe 20-minute trip. Not too bad to, and you could even scoot home during rounds if you needed to grab something you'd forgotten. No, you know what I mean. You can, like a lot of racers who might be coming from Toowoomba or coming from interstate or even just from down the coast somewhere. You'd be thinking, well, if I've forgotten something, or you know, if you've forgotten your wristband, which is sitting in the commentary box there,
your arm restraint,
the RPM race gear arm restraint. They said, look, I've got a convertible. I'm more than happy to wear it at the next officials day. Look like a total idiot.
I don't need to wear it, but I'll wear it just for the sake of wearing it.
Yeah, well, I got it for nothing. There's someone wandering around without a...
Maybe it's like the captain's armband in soccer, you know, like it just carries a bit of weight.
We just put it on. They've got a fatter wrist than me. Just to let you know that. So Ian Phillip and Ashley Dawson. Ashley looks like he's got the, he might have the...
Yeah, it doesn't look like we'll see Ian had issues in reversing after the burnout procedure, so we won't get to see Ian run that beautiful looking dragster down the quarter mile, but Ashley...
Yeah, rolled through the beams too there. It did. So just started to creep through the beams and away it went. An 877 is nice at 132, so you got off the pedal as well. So, oh, look at that. So, Chris Sturton, all the way from beautiful Wongawallan. What do you say? Look, you almost feel like you should run into an American nostalgia voice, you know. Here's Chris Sturton in the 355 front engine dragster down here at Surfers Paradise Raceway. Bad?
Well, that was good. That was pretty good, actually.
He's gone for the aspirated motor, not the supercharged.
One of the varieties of cars that you'll see here in modified at Willowbank Raceway.
It does look tight.
From Wongawallan in Queensland.
Yeah, imagine the Americans would be trying to get their tongue around the Wongawallan. How good is that? So we need Outlaws, Super Comp and Sportsman. You need to be in the lanes. We've called you several times. I know it's a nice looking Saturday morning, but you need to get your act into gear and get to the lanes, please. Let's have a look at this mighty front engine dragster go of Chris's. Gets out with a 435. Don't worry about the light. Let's just see what it runs, because it looks good heading down the track. Pulls the chute early. Still rattles off at 896. Look good. I was not disappointed in any way, shape or form seeing that little front engine dragster head down the track.
Excellent. You probably won't be disappointed seeing this roadster of Kerry Muller's come forward as well.
Big skid.
Just hitting the limiter on the skid was nice. So I call for modified bike as well, Terry. I don't know if you got them in the last call, but modified bike
Just popped up.
have just popped up. That's your first call for modified bike around to the staging lanes.
24 in modified bikes. We've got 12 pairings.
Yeah, big field for our mod bike ranks. They had a big field last weekend in the street.
Yes.
The street meet for the bikes.
Mate,
a lot of the competitors double up in doing both events.
And over the years, Wade, we have seen that with the bike. It'll fade in and fade out. And really, the bike category here at Willowbank at the moment, at the street meet and at the Qdrc, is very, very well supported. And they should be proud of themselves for doing that, because it's not easy. Because everyone thinks that it can't be that hard to maintain a bike, but mate, I can tell you it's just as hard as anything else, and it still costs you a lot of money. And really good to see these guys well supported. But anyway, Kerry Muller, the Roadster, the mighty 452 cubes on board. That thing always looks tough, looks angry. I love the blue cage. 259 for Kerry. Hear that motor sing. 820 at 162 miles an hour. That is good.
A lot of car to get up to that speed, isn't it?
So here's another look at this little machine here. Takes time. So Jai Windram, away from Salisbury and Brisbane, and the Mad Dog Motorsport Altered.
there?
No,
Here's the
0.24 light too, just went bang. I'm out of here. No, enough of this rubbish.
It takes time, but here for a good time.
Goes 10.25 at 128. So well done there for Jai. That's a tough little machine too, that little altered. I'd like to have a little bit more information about that. I mean, if Doggy wants to text me a little bit about it, I'll call it out during the day. So Glenn, if you're here in the house. Nice work there. So as I said, Outlaws, you should be in the lanes. Super Comp, you should be in the lanes. Top Sportsman and Modified Bike. If you're not in the lanes, you should be well and truly on your way.
If you haven't had a qualifier yet.
And that will, once we finish these next 4 qualifiers, we go into a little bit of testing and a licensing. Not too, and that's always interesting to see what little tasty tidbits turn up for that. You never know. You're going to tell me, though. Let's ruin the surprise now.
We've got the 3 protesting cars. So Rod Harvey, Archie Qdrc in the Mazfix team.
Yep. So we've got
Stuart Pryor here as well in Uncontrolled Insanity. So a little bit of a tickle of nitro.
So we've got a tickle of nitro and a couple of big turbo cars.
So we won't give you the full nitro, but just a little tickle.
So we've got a 6-second rotor, a 5-second 2J, and a nitro car that runs into the 5s.
Yeah, sportsman licensing, there's a good mix as well. So there's a couple of Outlaw cars, a couple of modifieds. Carl Pacey, you can see his name on the list.
On the bike?
In the sportsman.
Who knows?
So, yeah, that's it.
You don't know. Sounds like it's Michael Howard, Kelly Kidd louder. Well, Kelly Kidd's car's not super loud because it does have 2 turbos on that V8. Whereas Michael Howard says, I'm in an altered, it is supercharged, I have a big wing, I have a massive... Just look at it, just... Yeah, where is Brad on the camera? How is he? He should be in there, just right up inside those butterflies of that thing of Howard's. Yeah, you reckon? Like, just get right up into it. How good does it look?
So it is the tale of 2 tapes of Outlaws, isn't it, for the Qdrc? Very thanks to Mr. Wong Hydraulics and Tilt Tray Services jumping on board as the major sponsor this season. So we do appreciate them for doing so.
Without a doubt. Yeah, really good to have them on board.
So the 2 different types of power adders. As mentioned, the supercharged and the turbo.
And it's interesting, if you get a chance to, if you're a bit of a drag racing nut, go and have a chat. I'm sure Kelly would mind. Go and have a chat with Kelly about going from an aspirated big block to a turbocharged twin turbo car, and how different the car pulls and how it feels in a modified vehicle.
How it makes its power. Yep.
Whereas we know that with Michael's car, it is just, it's angry and it. Kelly, the car absolutely shook off the line. But Michael goes through for a 711 at 187. But look, you can, I know you might be able to see it. You can see Brad will be looking down the track here. Have a look at the chatter marks off the line. You just might be able to get them. If our fantastic cameraman can just grab, you have a look at the if you can catch them in the light. It just was absolutely offloaded on those tyres. The boost came up, and away she went. You see Kelly's driving off in it. And it will be just a shudder and a shake. I hope she's okay, because that was...
Not surprised she pulled over, because that was pretty aggressive, wasn't it, on the line?
You'd be saying to Kelly with a pencil, look left, look right. She'd be going, no, I can't stop. Keep looking left and looking right. Because that thing really just shook off the line. So, as I said, modified bike, top sportsman, super comp. You should be in the lanes. Wow, and just the looking off the track, off the line there, really was. And when you think about the length of that car, because we can see it from where we're sitting, the length of the car and the amount of shake that car has actually had off the line. Before it almost cleared itself, well, Kelly's just got off it.
Yep.
It's pretty wild. Yeah, that's actually our meeting
Would
director
have
gave a
felt
very.
every
It was
bit of
like
it.
was like putting your head in a
Yeah.
paint shaker. That
Yeah.
was because that was just full tilt. The car.
Well, it had-
Normally it will offload, but it was offloading and shaking side to side as well. So it wasn't even just offloading the tyres, and you thought, well, this thing is like really just aggressively off the line. So I'm hoping. Look, she drove off in it. So with a bit of luck, Wade, we get to see that mighty... Because we know
Yeah,
that
100%.
if it's having that much trouble getting the power down, because it has so much power, who knows what it'll run.
Well, last time we saw the car on track, it did suffer from tyre shake on the line. But once it got hooked up, we do know that it can run
It's very quick.
well into the sixes. So
Yeah. Says, I'm here. I'm here in my 23 altered. 496 cubes on board, up against the mighty Styromax rear-engine dragster of John. So this will be a good pairing.
Yes.
The Garbutt Property Management altered of Cameron, and of course, as I said, Styromax the World with Josh Fletcher.
So Josh, track champion from last season. So big congratulations to him. Our first opportunity that we get to see our track champions defending their crown in the Qdrc for the 2026 season. Gary Cameron, he finished second behind Josh. Really started to find some consistency in the red altered. The altered times. What do you read on a Sunday morning, Terry, while you're having your coffee and Anzac Dicky? The altered times.
Sometimes that's right. When you read, you find that petrol is 21 cents per litre. 0.3 for Fletcher, a 134 for Cameron. That is good. That was a race and a half. Goes through a 683 at 190 for Gary, a 735 at 178 for Josh. Those two, that was a race. Let's not kid yourself. That was a good race. That was not even... We're in qualifying, and these boys are going, yeah, let's bring it.
Yeah,
let's have a crack.
You roll around in the staging lanes and qualifying, and you go, this is the first pairing we've got for 2026.
Yeah.
Righto. There's a bit on the line here.
Oh, I love that. I'll tell you what, how's our little crowd over there underneath the big screen? How are we, folks? Look, how good was that race with Cameron and Fletcher? That was great. So, top sportsman, modified bike, and testing. Now, top sportsman, you should be in the lanes. We've called you about 7,000 times. Modified bike, we know how well behaved the modified bike riders are, so they should be around in the lanes. And the testing, for the first time, we're calling up the test vehicles. Wade alluded to some of the participants in the test. So look, you can look, Outlaws. Look, it's just you can hear it. Adam Solomon and Kante. Look at this. Have a listen. It's just angry. Welcome to the morning, and how about some There's one thing for sure with Adam. You know Adam. Look, he has never changed his mode of operation with a burnout. He's just not, as long as... I love it. Whereas Tate just goes nice and short in the funny car. Both cars packing a 511 cubic inch V8.
It's like the showman and the business like on one side, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. We've got the full-bodied funny car, which you just lift it up and whatever, and then you got the Cusso, which is all... it's got a Sunshine Glamping Co. Might be a new sponsor for those guys. See, it's got a little picture on the side with the Sunshine Camping Co. I'm sure that Brad will catch that when he comes back, when he closes the door. Sunshine, look at it, there it is, Sunshine Glamping Co. Mate, you know why they've sponsored them? Because it's intense. That'll do, folks. I'm going home after my intense joke. I'm leaving the building.
I think it's time Craig bought some of those lollies up, I reckon. It's getting out of hand up
Well,
here.
what's going to happen is Lou's here in the box with us. He doesn't realise once we finish first round, we're just going to leave him on his own. going to go straight to the bar or the new viewing platform. I don't know.
Anyway, Khan and Adam will have to listen back on the overtaking lane stream to hear that quality work from Kerrydale. So the funny car, the custom line. Adam and Khan, first qualifier, Qdrc Outlaws. It's a red light for Adam. Khan, a 0.33 in the funny car, so pretty sharp on the tree, but shoots her out early just before 1,000 foot. Adam will finish off a 6.76, trotting 9 miles per hour, and for Khan, shoots out early, as I said, a 7.07, washed off a lot of speed at only 137 miles per hour, Terry.
Yeah, not too bad. Not too shabby at all. Good to see those two supercharged cars side by side heading down for our first qualifier. And as I said, first qualifier, second race of the year with our Mr. Wong's hydraulics and tilt tray service here at Qdrc number 2. So once again, Supercomp, top sportsman modified bike and the test vehicles. Not too sure what the temp is out there, Wade, but it does feel kind of... were you just touching the glass to see what it's like?
Feels about room temperature.
Thank you. You know what? This is why we're not commentators. This is why we're commentators and not scientists. because really, people go, look at that. There's the cameraman of the year. Look, he's a good guy. Look, he says
getting in early.
Those two. Look, we're the funniest pairing you'll ever hear here at Willowbank. You know what, we were going to be calling the Winter Nationals, but we probably won't now after my little stint there. They'll say...
Put your hoodie on, Terry, and start walking.
The hoodie. The hoodie joke never gets old. Well, if anybody wants to hear the hoodie joke at some point in time, they can just have to bail us up and we can tell them. But Bart Bedrosian, Shane Atkinson, you want to see a couple of beautiful looking vehicles? Have a look at these two. All anger up in your face. Look at that beautiful looking LJ Tirana of Shane Atkinson's. And Bart Bedrosian, look at that. The Bart's Automotive 23 T-Bucket altered. Mate, imagine what they would have thought back then if you were doing that to it.
Mate, it's a pretty mean piece of machinery. I was down in the pits earlier this morning and they pulled it out of a tiding. And standing alongside it, you go, that is just impressive, isn't it?
How many spoilers and how many foils does it have? It's got a downforce one out the back off the back of the body. It's got a high wing. When you look at the front, it has the nose scoop really specifically angled down with a couple of side ones on as well. So it's really, with these altereds, as we know, they're very, because they're so open-bodied, they don't have like a slipstream, kind of like the Tirana does of chains. Yeah. This thing has just got to try and... We've got to
rely on what you put on it.
Yeah. And you need that power down because you're still accelerating over that line. Oh, Shane! 007. Bart got off the pedal, but Shane says, look, 007 light, 762, 182 mile an hour for Atkinson. The Tirana. Looked good, didn't it? But not too sure what happened with the altered.
Yeah, Shane probably lost a little bit of ET, just got out of the groove, didn't it? And he did good to get back into it, finish off the run. So nice work, Shane Atkinson. There goes to number 1 qualifier with that 007, a 0.13 for Josh Fletcher, and a 0.33, your top 3 in Qdrc Outlaws for qualifying.
What sort of a category is Outlaws without Bill Fletcher?
Yes. We saw Bill down there on the start line, didn't we?
How does it feel? Feels a little bit strange, doesn't it? But that's the way it goes. So as we wait for our... theoretically, we should be going into Supercomp. And Supercomp, as you know, a Group 2 racing. Oh, no. We're going into some testing, and this is where it gets fun. When you have a Fiat Topolino, when you have a Topolino that rocks up with a blown engine in it, it's always cause for alarm.
Ben Jones.
Have a look at it, though. Look, that is...
Ben Jones is the name I've got here. It was Sportsman Licensing. Did see that he was in the photo album, though, for the testing last night, so might have completed his licensing or might be completing it in this pass and can participate in the Qdrc Outlaws field.
The Chemical Clown. Look at that beautiful paintwork on that thing.
Pennywise on the side.
We'll know how it is with the test, with the licensing, is how this run's going to go down.
Yeah.
This is how we'll know. Will it be a launch? Will it be a half run? Will it be a full run?
Definitely got your hands full licensing in a supercharged vehicle, don't you, Terry? It's not like you're...
And they changed, obviously, the modern day Topolinos, the way they dropped them. Let me say modern day, when they dropped them a lot down on the body,
yep.
So they obviously can stay closer to the ground rather than the old days where they used to be upright. Cuts a 217.
Past half track.
Yep, pulls the chute. Rattles off a 461 at the 8th at 156 mile an hour. That'll give you something to think about. That'll give you something big to think about. 156 mile an hour at half track. So that car is well and truly on its way to a 200 mile an hour run. How good was that? I could watch that car all day run.
That's excellent, isn't it? Strong, fast, and straight.
Not disappointing in any way, shape, or form. I'm sure everyone sitting at home would have enjoyed that. I know our beautiful little crowd over there on the hill there will be loving that. Yep, got a big thumbs up from the crew. So as I said, big welcome to everybody who's watching on the overtaking lane, wherever you are in Australia, across the world, wherever you are. As I said, good day today, beautiful looking day, great field. So if you are sitting at home and you're thinking about coming out at some point in time, we are due to have round one at probably around 10 to 3. So we'll start with Outlaws as well. So we start with something loud and angry. So if you're out this way or in Brisbane somewhere and you think, you know what, we should actually go. It's a big field, lots of good racing, pretty cheap to attend. So get your bum in the car and get out here at about around 3 o'clock or just before, and we'll make sure we keep you entertained. Not us commentators, I mean the racers. Not. We are definitely not. So this is it. So Rob Maddox in the EMSA category in the 477 Garage Performance VH. Josh Luter in the LVS Light Vehicle Solutions Cavalier. As I said, each of these cars in these Group 2 racing, they run off a different category that the car or the vehicle needs to nominate in, whether it be an automatic, a sedan, it's all sorts of weight breaks, engine sizes, but they will all run off what is the record for that category. I'm pretty sure that that's what we might be running off today, Wade.
Yeah, so the Qdrc record is at 940 for Rob Maddox.
Yep. Which is
so the index is at 990.
Okay.
So it's 0.5 of a second over the national record.
Oh, big wheel stand there for Schluter. Just heads it out there. As I said, these guys will be running off these records. So have a look at Schluter. Goes 8:29. Does that? Oh, just absolutely blazes through that. And Rob Maddox, a 9:42 off that 9:44. So both of those races decide to go in early and just be aggressive to their to those Qdrc records.
That's it. Blow it out of the park nice and early. Show what you've got, and then you can dial it back from there, I guess, if you need
Actually,
to.
that's right. I suppose if you do get the feel of the fact that this is what the vehicle is doing straight up, you're right. You can work back from that.
Well, it's the real scientist class, isn't it, Terry? They've got the lab coats out there working how they can dissect the most out of their car and engine combination on those records.
Someone should have lab coats as their team official suits, and that'll be good.
Steve Sloan, he has no problem running under the national record. So the Qdrc index that he's running on is a 900. The Gemini, it'll get up a boogie, don't worry about that. Charles Gallier in the Altered. bit slow off the tree. It was a little bit lazy, but that's all right. We'll see what the Altered can do.
Gemini, look. Oh, Steve, come on. He pulled the chute early. He said, you know what? I've got a whole deck of cards here, and I'm not pulling out the Joker or the Royals at any time soon. So the commentators can just sit back in their box and behave themselves. But Charlie Galea at 9.42 in that be all.
So there's a few dot points here that, the Qdrc indexes are set 0.5 of a second from the Qdrc records. Qdrc records to be based off the current IHRA and track standards. Where a track record is more than 2/10 faster than the IHRA national standard, the difference between the two will be divided. So it starts getting a little bit more complicated.
Yeah.
The more dot points you go down.
Why can't milk just taste like milk? But we understand it. That's the problem. It's like we understand what's going on up here, and it's very difficult at different times to explain the rollout on how it goes. But we will endeavour to do our best, Wade, at some point in time. When we get into racing, it makes it kind of easier because it's like how quick do you need to go to get to that, and who is going to use their push point to go further, and who is not. Who is going to try and hold a little bit back as they get into racing and say, well, no, I'm holding on because I don't want to fire all my guns at once.
Well, that's the thing. If you go under the index, you're only hurting yourself the next round. So you don't want to go under it if you don't have to. So if you're coming up against someone that you know can't go under the index, why would you
waste it?
Why would you want to go quicker than you have to?
And you'll know because they know how the pairings and how the seeding goes.
Yeah,
so they will know that who they're up against, and they will be going, well, hang on, this guy's got a 400ths up his sleeve, whereas I might only have a 300, so I'm going to have to be on my game. That's if he decides to pull the
correct. But
if he decides to have a red hot crack at it.
But if you know your competitor or if you're a smart racer and you don't show what the potential is, then the racer you're versing doesn't know where your limit is. So that's why sometimes you'll just see them shut it off a little bit early,
and then cars don't always do what they're supposed to either.
Right,
it's not like it's all very well to say, look, this guy might be a national or a Qdrc record holder in that category, but that doesn't mean that he's going to do it every time. That means the car might turn around and say, well, actually, it's a beautiful Saturday morning. I'm just going to not play the game this time because I'd like to sit on the trailer for a little bit longer. I don't know.
So there's always plenty going on. There's plenty of stories always happening in Super Comp racing. And you don't know what changes someone's made between rounds as well.
Yeah.
Or between events, sorry. So, I mean, what we see now with some of these cars, come the Winter Nationals or come our next Qdrc event, they might have made a few minor changes, which means they can go quicker or they can get towards that index. So it's always exciting.
And the thing is with a vehicle that is running like that, any changes you make, will it undo your good work? You don't know whether one change, two changes. You can't just go well, let's have a crack at that. He's already done it. You know what I mean? So
that's right.
So the Joe Blow Speed Shop car of Joe Shembry, all the way from beautiful Logan Village. The FC says nope.
Speaking of cars that don't want to do what they should do.
Nope. So Joe just heading off to, I don't know, Joe's Diner, doing the thing, just heading off in the mighty FC.
Hattonvale.
Off to the Hattonvale Springs. Good looking car. I want to see that thing. Hit down the track nicely. But if you are not out there in of course in Supercomp, you should be there. You should be racing right now. Top Sportsman, modified bike, and our test vehicles. And then I'm going to vacate the chair for a little bit, Wade, so we can get young Lou. We are going to.
He was flattered by that.
He was thinking. I didn't bring my glasses, Lou. Sorry. I just call everybody who's younger than me young. But as I said, big welcome to everybody who is watching across the country, across the world on Overtaking Lane. It is a good thing that the Hamiltons do for us. It is a beautiful thing that they do with the Overtaking Lane. Always good to. I love the fact that the racers really use it as they get to actually go back. Rather than having just one of their crew members video something, they go back, they can have a really good look at the quality vision that these guys give us, and they go back and they have a look, and you can see what the car has done, what the bike has done, how successful they were, how unsuccessful they were.
Probably watch it on mute too.
Of course they watch it on mute.
I watch it on mute and then re-commentate it. I don't.
Mate, I'd like to see that. That'd be funny, because you could do it in a chipmunk voice or something. Or I don't know. But as I said, we are in Super Comp. And Super Comp today, of course, we have... How many we got? We've got 8 entrants in here in Super Comp. So not a big field, but I can tell you right now, judging on those indexes, and we know some of these guys are national record holders, the quality is just insane. It really is. It's like that quality that is in Supercomp is extremely good.
Are we going into top sportsman by the looks of that? So we must have only had the 3 cars.
Well, that's probably at the moment.
The first round.
Maybe, well, there's another thing, another reason why maybe they some of these races go, no, I don't need to be running that many in Supercomp. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair. Yep.
Just thinking, no, I don't need to run this run. I'll run the next one. Maybe they did testing yesterday. You were at Test and Tune last night? No?
No, I wasn't.
I thought you lived here. Anyway, Kayleen Gooley.
Sometimes I feel like I do.
and Carl Davies.
With the schedule we've got leading up to the Winter Nationals, it is pretty jam-packed.
Have a look at Kayleen. Cuts are red, but the Tirana got out there nicely. Yeah. Even Carl Davies. So junior bike to the lanes, looking 8.22 for Kayleen Gooley at 159, and an 8.22 as well at 169 for Carl Davies in the Monza. Nice work there, side by side, in the same time.
Give him a pro tree, I say.
Yeah, all right. Good work. So, as I said, junior drag bike to the lanes, please. That'll be for your second qualifier.
So next we're coming forward in our first qualifier for top sportsman. It's got a lot of revs on board, and that is because it's Colin Lloyd in the Pontiac.
Yeah, the mighty Headsense Pontiac. Neil Maxwell in the other Pontiac, running a traditional 667 cubic inch V8.
Traditional. Straight out of the factory.
Mate, the Pontiac's just... What are you going to put in there? I'll be thinking a 667.
It'll be quick. It'll get out of the hole quickly. Don't you worry about that, Colin Lloyd. Not going to talk over that beautiful burnout. Pontiac, once it gets off the line, can cut a good number.
Both red light, a 002 red for Maxwell. As this is only qualified, but these guys are just absolutely throwing it at it.
They want to get that number on the track, don't they, Terry?
So a 742 for Maxwell at 186. Sadly, Colin got out quick, but a 916 at 110 was not representative. James Moore is the RX-7. Cleveland exhaust. 15 big turbo. Nice later model RX-7. So the FD one shoot for James. I think this is remembering maybe a 7-second find out. Oh.
Through the front left wheel up, doesn't it? Shifts through the gears.
Yep, and just wasn't happy at the 330 and says, no, I'm out of there. And we won't get a representative run out of James in the mighty little rotary there, sadly. You actually do have two rotor commentators in the box today with Lou and myself. So every time one of the rotors come out, you probably don't want to have us two on the commentary box together. Yeah. In the commentary, they'll go, well...
It'll happen at some point today.
Listen, these two banging on about the bloody 13B, 20B, Doritos going on. Wow,
I'm just the cylinder between the two triangles.
And not even just a cylinder guy, you're a Ford guy. Like, you're the blue oval man. I hope you bought an XR8.
We see plenty of the Barra blocks in Jamboree World. Don't you worry about that. They hold their own.
Yeah, it was for a long time there. It was LS the World, then it changed to Barra the World, didn't it? Really?
Yep.
It's
They
like
saw the light.
Yeah, we don't need no V8. We just need straight 6 cylinders. We can put them all in a row like a little bunch of soldiers, and we're just going to run this thing out of here. Put a turbo that's the size of a small nation on it. And anyway, Mitchell Woodford, Ricky McDougall, we are into modified bike. The mighty Hayabusa. The custom motorcycle addiction Hayabusa of Woodford. And McDougall on the SVO Transport Suzuki. Sadly, Mitchell's crept forward, but it still was a 0.42 light. A 124 for Ricky. Let's see what Ricky can ride that through to. An 8.68 at 151. And Mitchell, sadly, an 11.07 at 150. Still got the good top end, so we know what the bike is capable of anyway. And this is the thing, isn't it, Wade? It's all different manner of bikes, straight up, long bikes, everything. So Johnny Lewis and Chris Shepper. Chris on the mixed towing service BMW. That BMW does cook, but as does the Kawasaki of Lewis and the Falcon concreting bike.
Chris probably feels like he's going pretty quick on the BMW, then looks over and sees Johnny getting smaller and smaller in the distance. Both cut red lights, a 002 for Johnny, 164 red for Chris. So he finishes off a 8.04 at 166 miles per hour on the Kawasaki. Thanks for coming, Johnny. He's a long way out of here already. And a 9.99 with a 7 at 153 miles per hour into the nines for Chris. Well done.
Thing is, on a bike, it's like there's no hiding, is there? It's all manual shift. It's all aggression. So Jason Clarkin, Phil White, the Marty's Moto Kawasaki, and the Hayabusa of full bore motorcycles, of course, of Jason Clarkin. This guy knows how to ride. Gets out with a 0.96, a 0.45 for White. You see Phil in front. Jason, see how close he goes to that low nines. A 9.26 at 158 and a 9.25 for Phil at 152.
Pretty evenly matched.
Some nice top end there from Jason with a 158 mile an hour top end on the Busa. Looks like Mr. Lucky Gordon. And also it'll be Jason Francis on the custom motorcycle addiction Suzuki. Mark Gordon, of course, on the Lucky Moto Susie. I do like the Jason's style of bike, that colour, the blue and the green. It's really looks good.
It's like he's proud to represent the Suzuki brand, isn't he? He's got a blazing on the side of the bike. Still a couple more reds there from both competitors. So finish off a 9.32 at 152 miles per hour for Jason, and Mark also on the Suzuki for Lucky Moto goes a 9.39 with a 6 at 142 miles per hour.
So junior drag bike to the lanes, please. Junior drag bike. So Brett McEnroe, Luke Thompson, Luke on the BMW, the Gold Coast Carpentry Suzuki of Brett McEnroe. So the B modified bike up against the other B modified bike. It's always interesting when you see these different motorbikes, from the BMWs to everything, to the monsters, everything. Just so many bikes just rocking up here. Look, a red light there from Luke, but he still rattles off a 9.38 at 158, and Brett McEnroe a 9.65 at 147 mile an hour in the top end. That looks like Mr. Cole Crane down there. Am I correct?
You would be correct.
Yeah, Cole Crane, and on the Suzuki, Scotty Much on the Pro Cycle Dyno Suzuki.
Got the different riding style on the older Suzuki, doesn't it? Yeah. With the you're not crouched down trying to get as aerodynamic as possible. You're sort of in the more upright cruising position. Still gets himself over the fuel tank though. 0.39 light for Scott. It was a decent red for Cole, but we'll see what the ET is across the finish line. And Scotty Much will finish off a 9.08, 149 miles per hour. And Colin on the older Suzuki, 11.03 at 123 miles per hour.
So Mitchell Jones up against Jason White. So the Kawasaki up against the Suzuki.
Brad, our cameraman down there, he's usually got the best beard on the start line, but I tell you what, he could have some competition every time Mitch comes riding around.
And you will see it flick to the left once he gets into acceleration. We flick over his back, so it looks good. Both red lights, though, from both competitors, so everyone's getting a little bit keen. So a 10.34 for Jason, and for Mitch, an 11.14 at 131 mile an hour. So Rebecca Marsden and Alan Annis Jr. The Honda of Rebecca, and of course the Suzuki of Alan, away from beautiful Tambourine Mountain. Both of those bikes looking very, very business-like, aren't they, Wade, on the line?
Yeah, 100%. The big swing arm on the back. Get the power down towards the track.
Both red though. But let's have a look at the time. Alan out there, he will put the bike through for a 8.81 at 150, and Rebecca a 10.03 at 140 mile an hour.
Chris Collin having a bit of a dabble with the
mod bikes,
with the dial in with the mod bikes today.
I'll be interested to see what he runs on it.
Yeah.
What would you run? Probably. Will he run it around 8, or will he run it maybe high 7?
7.9 or something? Is it usually around
maybe,
there?
or an 800? It depends on what he's what tune he puts in the bike, I suppose. But Alex Dick with Chris Collins. I'll tell you what, 012 there for Chris. Pro Tree. I don't need no Pro Tree. I don't need no stinking Pro Tree.
Pretty close.
There you go. 778 at 170 mile an hour, and a 932 at 147 for Alex. But the Rascal Race engine bike of Chris Collin, 778 at 170 with a 012.
Should put him at the
Chris
top.
Collin.
Should put him at the top, and it does.
And it does, just behind. Yeah, and that's the Clearfell leader there from Chris. Nice work.
Look at the number of red lights we've seen, though. 10 races.
Yeah. Half the field have red lit. Over
8 races, sorry.
Well, it's nearly, isn't it? That's,
10. 10.
Over half the field of red lit. What does that say? Everyone's nervous of racing in modified bike today. Well, they should be nervous because here's Tammy Goldthorpe. You see Den just behind her there, just pushing her up in there. We've got competitor 5697. So I'm not too sure we haven't got a name there.
No, that's Brian Alvizio, mate.
No,
He's bought the old bike out. He's bought the old Joker bike out.
What a pairing these two are, though. That's a tough. This will be about the light. It'll be able to be a bit of a. Brian a red, 0.25 for Tam. Bike wasn't happy there for Brian. But Tammy will go through for an 8.98 with a 3 at 154 mile an hour. And sadly, that run, the bike didn't sound the best there for Brian. But look, we know what he's like. He'll be back in the pits. He'll have that kit sorted. Bobby Nicole Schluter and the LVS Light Vehicle Solution Kawasaki. So Bobby working her way up through the junior fields onto a bike that, well, is a lot quicker in a sense. They're just waiting. They obviously must be making sure that Brian's bike is cleared. So sadly we don't get to see, we can see our official down there, Pete Farnell, but we'd sadly don't get to see his bike ride today. That would have been, that's always exciting. Always exciting.
What's not to love about a 6-second no bar bike?
200 and something odd mile an hour. 200
a lot.
Yeah, 200 and something plus forward of 200 mile an hour. So let's see what.
I'm sure one day Bobby will get there. And we'll see her.
Obviously, the bike ran out of fuel.
Yeah.
It took that long. So anyway,
she's into the 8s anyway. Let's see what she got. First time for a while that we've seen her out on the bike. Shift through the gears.
Oh. Gets off, tails it through. It's not a 580 at half track, but a 1009 at 88 mile an hour. It's 122 mile an hour at half track, so that'll give you an indication of the bike's potential. So good work. I don't think there's any more modified bikes to come. Wade, can you see any from your vantage point there?
No, I'm just looking up on the big screen here with the wonderful overtaking lane footage, and it does not look like a bike rolling forward.
Well, we theoretically should be moving into some testing. So junior drag bike, you should be in the lanes. Junior drag bike, if you'd like to make your way round to the lanes. So we might have some, as I said, some test vehicles. And have we got any details of these test vehicles, Wayne?
So to be Ashley Pinkstone in Dad's dragster.
That it is. All the way, the drive down from up north.
As that turns 18 and has to put an L plate back on the car.
I don't think she cares. I think she's just, I think Ashley'd be loving the fact that she's wearing that beautiful long nose on that modified car, and she'd be pretty happy with it. I think. She said, "Look, she'd be going like I might be in the field today, but I'm going to be there at the Winter Nationals." Would you pick an easier category?
That's it. It's the start of the journey, isn't it? Yeah.
Would you pick an easier category? I mean, modified. So let's have a little look what she can run. Did she do some testing last night? Did they make it in time?
Last night they did a couple of passes, I think.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah. So cut a red light was only 0.41 red, shuts off at half track, which is a 6.57 at 112 miles per hour.
Imagine going from a junior dragster, that tiny little motor, to all of a sudden to a big V8 like that with a car that is twice the length of it.
Power!
Yeah, I think it'd be a lot of fun. It would be most enjoyable. She's probably thinking, this is the best Saturday morning I've had in a long time.
You know, the worst thing is in your licensing, though, you've got a car that can go to quarter mile, but the first couple of passes, you're still got to race to the 8th mile.
Yes, it's like, So we are well and truly into our testing session. So junior drag bike, if you need to make it to the lanes now, please. Junior drag bike. I can see the Mazfix car and the Yuasa battery car parked up as well to come to do some testing. So we're going to have a little bit of Jamboree flavour right here at the track. Don't forget, change dates for Jamboree this year. Do not miss it though. If you're not here at Jamboree to see the quality that is coming. Or from someone, your guardian.
You better have a good
excuse. You better have a good excuse for not being there at Jamboree. The 2-day carnival.
They've updated the dates down there on the signage. Looks good. 3 days this year instead of just the 2.
That's a whole lot of.
If you want a
lot of action.
If you want to commit to the full week, there's still 3 days of testing. So.
So junior dragster and real street to the lanes as well now. We've called the junior drag bikes up, but junior dragster, real street. Can you please come round for your round 2 of qualifying, please?
Sally Watts in the supercharged dragster.
You know what?
So completing licensing as well.
How good is that to see another supercharged dragster out there?
So they had it on track last night. They've got a couple of full passes to do, and then that should be licensing complete.
Will they be able to jump into the competitive? Will they be able to jump into the category? Same as Ashley. Will they be able to?
Possibly.
Are they in the list?
It's an interesting one because I suppose as well, if you're nominated in you've nominated for testing, so I suppose although you're licensing, you might want to do a few more passes to feel comfortable. So we'll see how Sally goes.
I'm not rushing.
009 red. Car looks nice and straight. Strong to 1,000 foot. Runs it out the back door. Goes a 711 with a 7. 190 miles per hour.
I'd be pretty happy with that if I was her. Very good. Well done. That is excellent. Nice, straight. Did the business easy.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Very good.
Ticks all the boxes. Does everything it should do. Sure, driver will be happy, crew will be happy, the IHRA stewards will be happy. It should tick all the boxes.
Will the IHRA stewards be happy? That's what I want to know. Will they really be happy?
They won't be happy if someone comes around without an arm restraint, which we've still got it here for anyone that might be missing one.
Maybe Carl Schultz took it off while he was playing Donkey Kong. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. Competitor 8118. What have we got? What tantalising treat have we got? It looks long and it looks like a lot of
Very stealthy in the grey, isn't it?
It has got an AM.
118. Tiana Ellis.
Oh yes, we know Tiana very well. So Tiana entering the... once again, what is it with these races deciding that they need to go modified racing? Surely there's got to be a category that's a little bit easier.
Is it like looking at the Super Comp records going, what category will I run in? And then you look at the nomination list going, what category should I race in?
I can guarantee racing to a record or holding on to a record in Super Comp would cost you a lot more than just going modified racing, because you'd not only have to be good at racing in modified, you have to be continually advancing in Super Comp. You won't be able to sit back, because there'll be some person coming from Sydney with a whole second in the back end of that record, and they're going, yeah, I'm going to go and clean these Queenslanders up. And you know how that works. But let's see how Tiana goes. Good to see her out here on the track. Not too sure if she did any testing last night either. Car looks stealthy.
It does, doesn't it?
Got the little bat wing on the back. Looks good. This will all be about the run. Had to get off at half track. So a 487 at 141 mile an hour for half track for Tiana. Well done. That's good. Good to see.
141 miles per hour. Nice work.
Car will obviously be capable of probably 180 mile an hour, maybe.
And they'll probably pick up a little bit of ET once they start launching off the trans brake and leaving with that little bit more power up on the.
Is this Carl Basic?
2830.
You were talking about a testing whether Carl was...
Yes, it is Carl.
It is. Yep. So is Carl. I just can't see it from where I am, but I'm just assuming it's a bike. And well, now we can see it on the overtaking lane. Of course, it's the white Suzuki of Carl Pacey. To see Carl wrestling that bike. Look at it. It's... Can you see what category? Oh, that looks like almost a pro bike.
I don't have the... Let me look at the Winter Nationals list.
Yes, Wade. Why don't you just have a look at the Winter Nationals list on your phone, like your trendsetter? He dropped that like a stone. Like, look at that in terms of mic drop.
Miracle of technology. Pro bike. Pro stock motorcycle. Carl Pacey is nominated in pro stock motorcycle.
There you go. So because it looks like a pro bike and it looks all the goods. If anybody's ever not seen what a pro bike or even a pro stock car, how they run, every bit of that engine will be screaming. And about change gears about 78 times. Nice work. I tell you what, it was a 544 at the 8th at 128 mile an hour. Now we know what the pro stock bikes, they're all running the similar combination, because that's what Pro Stock bike is all about. Same as Pro Stock in the vehicles as well. So that is really good.
Yeah, so we got seven Pro Stock motorcycles already entered for the winners. Over 360 already nominated. So if you're listening and you're a racer and you haven't got your nomination in yet,
you probably should
get it in. Be a part of it. Be a part of the biggest drag racing event outside of North America right here at Willowbank.
Oh, there you go. How would you like a little bit of 2J power? Rod Harvey in the mighty Toyota Yuasa batteries. Car is still sitting in the sitting well worldwide in its category for a 2J in this thing. So we get to see a little bit of a tantalising treat to see Rod in the mighty 2J Toyota 6-cylinder. You can see the crew out there. You can see, of course, Ben Bray. You can see Nat. Just those wheelie bars. These things are like more or less, they're on a tightrope. It's almost like a pro stock car. Everything's got to be exact, and everything has to be perfectly right to get this thing to run well.
And when the stars align, Terry, that's when you'll see them run the full pass, get a number on the board.
And watching this thing run a 5, like a solid 5, is an exciting thing to watch. So if you've not seen this thing before, and you've not seen a Toyota in full flight with a 2J, this Yuasa car of Rod's is just about to give you a little bit of an insight into it here at testing at the Qdrc. Whoa.
Bit of a shake and a shimmy.
A little bit of a puff, and a 494 at 106 mile an hour, obviously off the, but a 994 to the 60.
That's tantalising.
994 to the 60. That is tantalising, is an understatement, isn't it?
Might write that down.
We're used to seeing those ones, not a 994.
What do we got? Where are we? Protesting a 994.
And then we have the sound cracked open with the sound of a 20B turbo. So Archie Kieski, son out the front, being the backup guy. BUG or is it BUM? I don't know, backup man, I don't know, whatever you call it. Young Felix.
Plenty of world records to his name, does Archie. And Australian records as well. First 7-second rotor in the country back in the early 2000s.
Let's not underestimate the young bloke out the front there. He's got a tough-looking early model RX-7 as well, which is quick.
Yep.
And, good to see that thing in a couple of different categories that he races around here and there. No doubt we'll be having it at Jamboree as well. But all eyes on this Mazfix. As I said, I've known Archie since the 80s. So that'll give you an idea that we're both not in our 20s. But let's see what he can do, because we love it. Whoa! Got it loose. Had a little look at the centre line, and being the solid drag racer he is, he says, no. I'll just get out of that. A 1.21 to the 60 out of the mighty 20B. But had a little look at that centre line. That one bit of white concrete we have that goes down the centre of the strip.
Normally you stay away from that, don't you?
Well, I think it's white on purpose to just tell you to keep away from it. Don't. And keep away from those timing blocks.
How cool. I do love on Archie's car on the roof, it's got the Australian flag, but the Southern Cross is little rotors.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It warms my little rotor heart when you see that. So we must have maybe another 1 or 2 test vehicles, I do believe, Wade. And once we get them out of the road, as I said, junior dragster, junior bike, you should be in the lanes. Junior dragster, if you're not in the lanes, you should be around there. And of course, the mischievous bunch of real street races, you need to be round in the lanes as well, so we can get you out there for your qualifier 2 at the number 2 round of Qdrc, proudly brought to you by Mr. Wong Hydraulics and Tilt Tray Service. Big thank you to Mr. Wong for sponsoring us this year. It is fantastic to have you guys and girls on board. I hope they've got a corporate box here today, and they're up in the corporate box with their feet up, just enjoying this phenomenal looking day of racing, and a phenomenal looking day in the weather is just stunning out there. And even better, as I said, if you're sitting at home, get out of here just before 3, you get to see the Outlaws run, and you can have a great afternoon sitting in this beautiful track here at Willowbank Raceway and just enjoy yourself. So don't just sit at home and watch it. Just if you're within driving distance, come on out.
Big shout out to our bracket sponsors as well, Terry. So got a list here of those. Of course, Knife Earth Moving with Margie's Modified, DNF Diesel Services for Super Sedan, Prime Sign Speed Elect for Super Street, Pool Equipment Brisbane for Real Street, and Superfloor Junior Dragster. So some of our categories are still looking for sponsors. So if you're interested, contact the office, and I'm sure they've got a package to suit your needs for jumping on board as a sponsor here at the track.
Wade, are you ready for some information?
100%.
You know the races will send me info. We talked about Chris Collin. I talked about running an 8.0, and he said, no 8 times here, Terry. He said, that 778 is a PB.
Oh, wow.
And 100th off the ACB national record. Thank you, Chris Collin. That is information that we adore. But I'm going to jump off the microphone, and I'm going to let Lou Rossi jump on and call a little bit of junior drag bike. I will be back shortly, and we welcome Lou to the mic.
Terry with the mic drop before he jumps off with that information, so nice work. But our junior drag bikes out on the track, Nevada McDougall, Vance Pirano, a couple of reds on the tree. But we'll see what their ET is. Of course, this is their second qualifying session. Nevada, number 1 qualifier after the first round, is 0.65. So she was sharp this morning. She was a little bit eager to get going this time by. Finishes off at 9.24 at 75 miles per hour. And Van's a 9.16, slightly quicker at 73 miles per hour. But Lou, mate, is it a pleasure to have you back for 2026 after joining the team last year?
Wade, well, it's a pleasure to be here. And thanks, Terry. Is going over to have his well-deserved coffee. Yeah, it's been great. Been busy this year, getting a car ready, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's great to be back. What a beautiful day it is.
Hey, get yourself comfortable in that chair. It's
yeah.
Terry left it nice and warm for you, I'm sure. But,
he did.
Our junior drag bike competitors coming through their second qualifying session, as we mentioned. Scarlett Mansfield French, pair of Kawasaki's on the line. Scarlett in the bright pink leathers down there. Jonathan Fulton over in the rocket lane. The grey, black and green leathers. So the ninja Kawasaki's to do battle over the 8th mile.
Scarlett with a 0.74. Jonathan with a 1.95. And getting there. Ooh.
No, they're running just to the 8th mile.
Oh, the 8th.
Yep.
Perfect.
Look further up the screen.
Yeah. I'm looking down the bottom, mate. I'm like, it's been a while. Scarlett with a 9.0 and Jonathan with a 9.6.
Like our races, we mentioned earlier today that they've had a while to wait as well for their first round of Qdrc action for 2026. Unfortunately, the weather got the better of us, as it did a lot of last year too for these events. But today, nothing we have to worry about. Next pairing, Jaden and Kai Badcock for Pro Cycle Dyno. The brothers doing battle. You'll see them aggressively change through the gears on both bikes. Jaden drops the lead, the quicker of the two bikes, the double A.
Yeah, with the 0.36. Jaden goes with an 8.32 and Kai with an 8.89. Both at 80 mile an hour.
Yeah, so they're basically running quicker than we do down the highway. Well, legally anyway. Whatever you do after hours is up to you guys. legally, 80 miles per hour quicker than what we run on the highway. And they're only juniors. I think our junior bikes start around 10 years of age. And we'll see their racing cousins in the junior dragsters out a little bit later on for their second qualifier. But of course, Real Street coming to us now.
Can we get Super Sedan to the lanes? Super Sedans, get to the lanes, please.
So number one qualifier after the first session was Tony Rogers with a 0.27 light, and then both Nelsons, Paul and Jamie, a 0.35. Up against each other they were on the track. But our first pairing will be Craig Hollis and Skylar Wagensfeld.
Gotta like those Skyhawks. Black Hawks, sorry. So we've got Skylar with a 2.2 and Craig with a 1.73. And Craig gets the win at 12.5 and Skylar at 13.7.
It's always fascinating, those bigger cars like the Jeeps that you look at their fuel economy and you're probably going, down the highway, 100 miles, 100 kilometres an hour, they're pretty good on fuel, but then you pull it down Willowbank and you watch the fuel economy just tick forwards.
Do it in style.
Yeah, that's right. Style, comfort. You've probably got the air-conditioned seats turned on. You're probably not listening to 88 FM because we'll just talk rubbish all day, but...
We've got Stacey and Brett.
Yeah, Stacey cut a pretty good light in her first qualifying session, so we'll see if she can back that up and slightly improve.
See the blue circle over in the far lane there, Wade?
Barra of the world, mate. Barra of the world. There's a lot of the Falcons. She's gone too quick at a red light. She's tested where the limit is. 198 there for Brett Warren in the MFP Australia Falcon. But it was a class, Real Street, one of the newer categories in the IHRA ranks, but it was created for the later model sort of Mustangs and Camaros. We haven't seen too many of them make an appearance in the category, but that's what it was sort of created for, those later model cars that have the safety specs that they can run those speeds safely.
With all the airbags and
that's
everything
right.
safe.
Yeah. And you can apply for a Real Street license. But of course, as you see, a lot of Commodores and Falcons can run that quick, and they've found themselves a home. So Alex Kidd.
0.23 from Alex.
Mate, don't be surprised if he wins a few races today. He's coming off some winning form in the Street Series last weekend in that car.
Rolls over with a 13.6 for Alex and Ian with an 11.7.
So he picked up about a tenth there, did Alex, from his pass this morning.
Speaking of Mustangs.
Yeah, there's the later model Mustang.
There it is.
But there's a lot of cars that are run in that sort of 10 second, 11 second range that are street cars that you can drive them Monday to Friday to and from work, and then if you want to chase a championship or a gold Christmas tree to national event, then you can come out and participate and flex your trophy in the real estate office on Monday or whatever your occupation is.
Paul goes through with a 12.7 and Mike with a 12.7. Look at that. Nice tight race.
Yeah, evenly matched there between the Calais and the late model Mustang.
I think it's a good introduction too, because it gets people started in drag racing. They work out the tree, they work out all that, and then maybe transition on to another vehicle later. Yeah,
100%. And I mean, and if you want to compete in, say, the Street Series, then hey, you can do that like Alex did last weekend, and here he is this weekend in the Real Street bracket.
Yeah.
So Tony Rogers, one of those that's been competing in the bracket since its early inception. Shane Grattan, current track champion, our first track champion in Real Street over in the BF Falcon. So he'll be excited to finally get his championship defence underway.
Comes through with a 0.6 60 foot, not bad.
And you've got to think, it's a 0.61 on the tree. He's doing that without any fancy electronics or they're just hitting the throttle,
right.
and off they go.
We've got Jack Nielsen and Peter Hoy. Commodore. 0.5 reaction time for Peter. Peter goes over with a 12.14 and Jack with a 13.2. 115 mile an hour there for Peter. Not bad.
Yeah, that's pretty nice. A 13.28 in the VE. We were talking this morning about the Hyundai.
Ah, yeah.
The sedans, whether it's the N model.
N line.
Yeah, the N line, the sports model for Hyundai.
And Paul Nelson with the Falcon. Barra of the world.
That's it. The Hyundai, though, I mean, it's pretty... Goes to show you a different variety of vehicle that you can race. If you're sitting in the grandstand and going, oh, I've got one of those, you can be a part of it.
Yeah.
They're pretty sharp on the tree, both competitors too, Michael and Paul.
60 foot's close, 330. Wow, good race there. Paul goes through with a 11.4 and Michael with a 13.3.
The Ford just stretches its legs on the top end of the track. But for a Korean manufactured car, a 13.3.
Yeah.
Well done to them.
That's well good.
Not sure how much drag racing they do in Korea.
Dean and Stephen. Dean. Oh. Steve breaks out. Steve with a 0.9 reaction time. Steve gets over with 11.5 at 125 mile an hour. Steve busted that light.
He did, yeah.
Still comes through with 11.7.
Well, the mischievous aesthetic smoke that is Dale Samuelson down there. Before he even comes out of the view front of the control tower, you probably know it's going to be Dale, and it is.
What a way to go down the quarter mile with leather.
The Caprice.
Yeah. Do it in luxury. Good work, Dale.
It's still got the beaded seat covers.
Yeah. Dale with a 0.6 for his reaction time, and poor Jamie busted out there. Dale goes over with a 12.3 at 113. Jamie with a 12.9, 108.
But it's a good way that you drive to the track.
Yep.
You don't have to do much. You just.
Yeah, that's right, Dale. I just called you Dale.
That's right.
Wade.
We've got a Dale as a meeting director and a Dale as a last name.
I have a Dale at work, and I'm thinking I'm still at work.
I've been called worse things. Nathan Minter will round out our second qualifying session for Real Street.
Look at that reaction time. 0.02. Very good there by Nathan, and goes over with a 12.5 at 113.
Well done, Mr. Minter.
What's our quickest so far?
That would be the light of the day so far. Yeah, 002. So Nathan Minter, 002.
Fantastic. Oh well, we've got a.
So nice work to round out the Super Street, or Real Street, sorry. Super Street's coming up shortly.
You said the date changes for the Jamboree now in August, isn't it? The early starts.
Yeah, they brought it forward a couple of weeks. So there was, it was well documented in social media land and automotive websites that there was a date clash down the road with another event. Who unfortunately, I don't think really wanted to make too many changes.
3-day event too.
So for the Jamboree, it's been brought forward to the 7th, 8th and 9th of August. The updated calendar is on the Willowbank Raceway website. So you can have a look at all the events here for 2026.
Yep.
So it'll nudge the 5th round of Qdrc to back a week, basically, so to the 15th. and then there won't be anything on the weekend that Jamboree was originally scheduled for. So, big couple of months coming up. A lot of test and tunes, a lot of our themed events through June and July. The Nostalgic Drags coming up in mid-June. But of course, the big one, the Golf Western Isles Winter Nationals, is only 6 or 7 weeks away. First weekend in June, and the winter warm-ups the last weekend in May. So the countdown well and truly on. Plenty of test and tunes and events through May leading up to the big one for Willowbank Raceway.
Got our junior drags. We've got Mia and Xavier.
So look, the number one qualifier was Paige King with a 006, 009 for Carl Schultz. And Lincoln Glasson with a 010, who I think was licensing. But he goes, guess what, doesn't matter. I'm going to cut a really good light and show the rest of the field how it's done.
Mia with a 173 on the reaction time there. Normally these guys are really good with their reaction, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
They are fantastic on the tree.
And that shows that our top 10 in Junior Dragster was a 084. So they're pretty sharp on the tree today.
They are.
And again, they might be the youngest racers here, but when it comes to on-track performance...
Yes, we've got Isabella and Tyler. Isabella proudly sponsored by Nanny and Poppy.
Good sponsor to have in the
Great
field.
Sponsor there. And Tyler sponsored by TBRE Performance.
See Tyler over there. Can't see Isabella coming forward, so it might be a solo run for Tyler.
Tyler with a 072 for his reaction time. And it does it as a 776 at 84 mile an hour. And yeah, Isabella. Racing junior dragster. Oh, Neela breaks the red. Cody does a 053 reaction time. And Cody with a 12.1, 4.7 at 53 mile an hour. And Neela with an 8.0 at 80 mile an hour with a red. Got Jasmine Kidd and Jacob Schultz. Both in the A junior dragsters. Jacob with a 0.71, and Jasmine broke out with a red. Jasmine goes through with a 7.92 at 81. And Jasmine with an 8.1 at 78 mile an hour. We've got Chase in the Go Park Yourself Junior A, and Paige with the B Junior A and B services. Chase breaks out. Page with a 0.90. Chase goes over with an 8.20 at 76. And Page with an 8.64 at 75 mile an hour. Got Ryden and Kyle. Kyle in the RLC engine reconditionings, and Ryden in Mick King Transport. Kyle with a 0.18. Kyle goes over with a 7.71 at 83 mile an hour. And Ryden with a 4.0 reaction time and goes through at a 13.71 at 46 mile an hour. Just got a few officials on the track up the end there. it looks, guys. Track's clear. Back up. All right, we've got Carl Schutz and Nixon King. Carl with a 006 and Nixon just breaking out. Carl goes through with a 765 at 85 mile an hour and Nixon with a 7999999.
All the nines.
All the nines.
Well, you don't become a track champion if you're slow on the light. So 006, he did a 010 earlier. Whatever Carl had for breakfast, I want some. Maybe you didn't have breakfast, I don't know. He's been practicing on the practice tree.
All right, we've got Mason. And
I think it's Tamika Carstake over
yes,
there.
it is. With Park Yourself. Go park yourself. I do like that slogan.
Yeah, it is cool, isn't it?
Yeah. Good. Can't see, Joe. What have we got there?
Look at the glare, the 896 at 72 miles an hour for
Perfect.
Tamika and a 1347 for Mason
Thank you.
in the Mick King Transport entry.
That's better. Just my screen here, Wade.
Oh, perfect, I can do that. Happy days. Awesome. Hey, Jane, you know we've qualified. Is the reaction time now for us?
Got Ryder and Neve.
Thank you.
Ryder with the stealth-looking junior drag. Oh, both broke out there. Neve with a 7912 at 83. And Ryder with a 12. Look at those, Wade. They're right close to the money, aren't they?
Yeah, they are for where they're running in the in the juniors.
Yeah.
In their respective brackets, of course, you've got the double A's, the A juniors, the B juniors, and the C juniors. So lots of prefixes to keep track of. Just depending on their age, depends on how quick we allow them to run, of course, so they can get used to the vehicles they're operating. So both for Dakota and Kenna coming forward, they're running the double A junior. So they're basically going to be the older of the kids out there racing. So you can start in the juniors as a C junior at 8 years of age and run as quick as the 1200. Then progress to a B, the A, and the double A as Kenna and Dakota have here.
Wow. Dakota with a 055 and Kenna with a 060. And Dakota with an 8185 at 79 and Kenna with a 78 at 83. Nice and close.
Yes, I think Dakota ran an 8:21 in the earlier qualifying session, so slight improvement on ET there, but definite improvement in the reaction times as well. For Kenna going red in the first qualifying session, and then a green this time by with a 060 green. So nice work.
Lexi and Nixon. Lexi with a A and Nixon with a double A.
Yeah, Lexi got the Harley Quinn on the side of the car. Finished second in the track championship last year. So we'll carry through a lot of confidence with that this season. Nixon, he was
Lexi with a 1.4 reaction time, and Nixon just busted out. Nixon goes over the 770 at 85 mile an hour, and Lexi with a 7.9 at 81. Can we get modified and super street to the lanes? Modified and super street, thank you. Carlos and Mia. Carlos with Yuwasa batteries. And Mia, Mackay's Furniture Transport.
So Mackay up in central Queensland. See, genuinely know Carlos has been, well, they're from over in New Zealand, but they spend a lot of time here. At what point, sort of like Russell Crowe, do we just claim them as Australians? But always good to have the Harveys in down racing here at Willowbank. So Carlos locked and loaded, ready to go in full stage, waiting patiently for Mia.
There she is. Both locked. 081, and that's for Carlos. Mia with a 258. Carlos goes over with an 801 at 81 mile an hour, and Mia with an 1183 at 57.
There we go, Lincoln Glasson. We didn't get details for Lincoln in his first run, but we've got details in the second. Spoke about how good his reaction time was with 010. He's going straight into deep stage. So that's all a learning curve.
Here we go. 094.
Tell you what, that's still pretty sharp on the tree.
Yep. Lincoln comes through with a 12.27 at 52 mile an hour.
Mate, instead of doing the homework, have the practice tree out, I say.
Yeah. It's always good when you got a 0 in front of that.
Yeah, 100%. It's like, oh yeah, so I'm doing my licensing. I've done 3 passes and my worst light's a 0.94. It's like, excuse me?
At that age, they've got the best reaction
Yeah,
time to them.
yeah, that is true.
To anything. You watch them play games? Wow.
So young Xavier Holt's coming forward now, Mad Dog Motorsport. See Lucas out the front of the car there, riding him in. Was going through licensing last weekend at our test and tune. So might be going through that final couple of runs to tick off all the boxes.
Zero 0.55. Good reaction there.
The juniors that are licensing, they're setting a cracking pace on the tree.
11.01 at 63 mile an hour. I suppose we'll see them in 10 years' time running these top fuels.
Yeah. Well, that's where it all starts, isn't it? Right here in junior drags to the youngest competitors in our sport, and the junior drag bike, of course, for the 2 wheels. A lot of our racers here today that are in the sportsman categories started their careers in junior dragster. And then it's exciting to see where they go from there. What brackets they pop up in.
Can we get modified and super street to the lanes, please? Modified and super street.
So don't forget, we do have, we mentioned earlier, our up-and-coming Winter Nationals presented by Gulf Western Oils here, the 4th to the 7th of June. And there is, of course, a multiple range of different ticket options. Some of those range from your 4-day ticket in general admission, but we do have some corporate options as well. Lou, so we've got the RCE Corporate Club there.
See that? 1, 2, 3 day options now available. We've got our undercover seating as well. And VIP parking, Wade.
Yeah, all included in that cost. So it's a good way to experience your Winter Nationals. If you're a die-hard drag racing fan and you're looking to get one of the best seats in the house, you don't have to fight for your spot up on the grassy hill or in the grandstand. You get to be over in the RC Performance Corporate Club over there. And we do have next to the tower here, you might see the big platform that's been erected next to us on the start line. It is our burnout bar and balcony. So it will be undercover. There'll be a nice gazebo going up there. So you've got a shaded area next to us here in the control tower. Right on the start line, you'll be able to see everything from junior dragster and our sportsman categories through to pro stock and nitro funny car and top fuel blast their way down the quarter mile. So if you're looking to have that start line, burnout bar and balcony is the place to be. You $50 per person per day.
It's not too bad. So
$50 per person per day. If I wasn't up here in the tower, Lou, that is probably where I'd want to be. So can have a few adult ales and an elevated viewing platform there on the start line. So whether you want to do it for 1 day or 3, it'll be open Friday, Saturday and Sunday. And what's expected to be a packed crowd, why not have one of those corporate options?
Closed circuit TV, and you get your prime position viewing.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. What's not to love about the RCE Corporate Club and the newly announced Burnout Bar and Balcony? You can purchase those tickets through the website. And you can purchase all your general admission tickets through the website as well. So it is cheaper to purchase online. So make sure if you're coming out to the Gulf Western Oil Winter Nationals, get those tickets nice and early so you can save yourself a little bit of coin. There is, of course, on-site camping too for the general public. So you can purchase camping on the website, which is a good way of if you live and breathe drag racing, it's a good way to experience it. Why not camp out here like a lot of our races do? Don't have to worry about leaving the venue. And with the cost of fuel at the moment, instead of transporting yourself to and from home, bring the caravan out, park up for the weekend, and enjoy the festivities that the Gulf Western Oil Winter Nationals has to offer. But before we get to that weekend, qualifying session number 2 of Super Sedan, Lou.
Super Sedan, we've got Michael Hunt and Damien Morris.
.027 light for Damien Harris. Unfortunately for Hunt, it looks like it's off before half track, but no problems for Damien Morris. Backs up at 994 from earlier on today with a 995 at 134 miles per hour. And for Michael Hunt, a 1458. And as we said, off it early, rolls through at 69 miles per hour across the finish line.
Right. We've got Judy and Jaden. Jaden Plant and Judy Packus. The Mopar.
I'm not sure, I didn't see what happened. Did you just roll forward?
Yeah, just roll forward.
Yeah, okay.
Slammed it back into reverse there.
It's not street outlaws.
No.
We're not giving you the rear tyre or the bump or
That's
the
right.
hit. It's bracket racing.
All right. Select. All right. Back into forward gears. Let's go.
So Jaden waiting patiently over there. Judy comes straight into full stage. Jaden edges it in. Qualifying session 2.
Oh, Jaden with a double 5. Judy with a 6.41. Jaden goes over with a 9.80 at 138. And Judy with a 10.56 at 117.
And that's one thing with Jaden as well. Like it is qualifying, but when you come up against him in racing, you know you've got to cut a good light. You've got to cut that double O or low light because he's always sharp on the tree. I think we've got
Ashley Murrell and Stephen Swinko.
So the Mighty Mouse today running in honour of Georgie Wagner.
Stephen with a 9.5 at 141. And Ashley with a 10.5 at 126.
So plenty of info on the car there. The big shout out to the crew, Jason, Chris, Gary, Wade and Lachlan for the Mighty Mouse, of course, in racing in memory of George Wagner. So I always love to see the car out on track, particularly when it's got special reasoning behind it, just as it does this weekend. The big blue racing stripes. Pair of blue ovals down on the start line. Fair lane in the far lane of Mitch Bauer or Sean Doblin in the Utes. The Cobra, Total Cover Earthworks on board. Yeah, the Doblins, of course, bleed the blue oval. All their vehicles will have ovens, and uncharacteristically, on the head of the throttle, wasn't happy for Sean. No such problems for Mitch. A 0.14 light, a 9.34 at 146 miles per hour. But for Sean, he'll crawl to the finish line of 13.95 at 77 miles per hour. Was good on the tree, a 0.52, but after that, it was all unhappy.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll get that sorted out. Got Wayne and Phil Yutton and Wayne Hewitt. Wayne from Ripley, not too far away.
I got Ripley and Phil there from Jim Boomer. I call it a country town, but it's sort of the world's caught up with that part of the world, hasn't it? It all sort of just flows into one.
Yep.
But still a lovely part of the world out there at Jim Boomer.
Phil with a 0.14 and Wayne with a 0.35. Good reaction times for both of those.
Yeah, 100%.
Wayne goes over with a 9.72 at 127. Phil with a 9.81 at 134.
Now we saw a lot of drama in the first run for Rudy White, so he went straight into full stage, and then he was asked by the officials to hold up. And he came out of stage, and then he went back into stage and finally got his run. So this time on, we'll watch him go through his process. No such issues to this point. And Connor Webb alongside in the SFM Concrete Pumping VL. Ready to do the biz? Connor's car on the launch got out of the groove a little bit, but hasn't stopped him from completing the full quarter-mile pass. Rudy White, though, how's that? First 000 for the weekend. First 000 for Qdrc in 2026. Well done to Rudy.
Oh, there's the benchmark there, Wayne.
Yeah, that's it. So one of the new rules for the 2026 season is that the qualifying order can be changed throughout the 3 qualifying sessions. So it's not just the first qualifier that we take your reaction time. It's your best qualifying or your best reaction time in 3 qualifying runs. So that will put him to the top of the qualifying tree in Super Sedan. Brendan Shaw 019 and Kirsten Colston at 217. Blue, you got their ETs.
9.3 for Brendan at 142, and Kirsten is a glare again. 10.1 at 134. Michael Shaper and Hamish Strachan. I can, yeah. Nice 57 Chevrolet.
It is, isn't it? It just always
Lovely
looks
colour, right?
looks good gleaming down there in the sunshine.
We've got the one for Michael and a 024 for Hamish. Michael goes over with an 844 at 160. Hamish with a 97 at 138.
So in previous Qdrc seasons, the reaction time was done off the first qualifying session only. That's now been opened up to all 3 qualifying sessions. So if you cut a 011 in your first qualifying session, you better that in your second qualifying session, then we take the best of your reaction times across all 3 sessions. So it's something that we've got to keep an eye on as we head through these qualifying sessions for all of our brackets. So heading into Prime Sign Speed Elect Super Street, and tell you what, the races brought their reaction times today. You get into 14th place, and you still your reaction time starts with a 0. So that's how sharp it is. So John Riley at 005 is number 1. Tim Barron is second with a 006, and then it is Alan Bell number 3 with a 008.
Yeah, there's single digits between all of them.
Yeah, tight at the top.
Barry goes with a 016 and Nicole with a 145. Barry goes over with an 11.39 at 119 mile an hour. Nicole with a 11.7 at 116.
Nice work. Good to see the Cordy doing nice and straight things here that it wasn't doing last weekend, and it's going nice and fast, which is good for everyone.
Got Darren Peddington and Tim Barron. Nice Capri there, and Tirana. Tim jumps out with a 084 and Darren with a 086. Quite even there on that reaction there. Darren goes over with an 11.28 at 121 and Tim with 11.67 at 118.
Yeah, nice work. Pretty evenly matched off the line there to get them going. That qualifying session, Troy Hutton and Sean Taskis. Sean 477 Garage on board in the Capri. Troy Hutton from Ormo on the northern Gold Coast. TH Tiling and Waterproofing, the HK Ute there. Both tough customers, both know how to turn on wind lights. Troy with a red to get proceedings underway. A 0.75 for Sean Taskis, who finished off 11.03 at 120 miles per hour for Troy. 10.85 at 122 miles per hour in the Ute. Ray Ross, that big aggressive dry hop there as he moves into closer towards stage after the big smoky burnouts. Christine Thompson over there in the Ford. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the Ford lay down a full pass in Q1. Hopefully this time we'll get to hear the Spoolie boys sing. It does, Lou. It does sing. Once it gets going, the top end chart is impressive for the Falcon.
Wow, Will's up there. 0.73 for Ray. 0.38 for Christine. Ray goes over with a 10.26.
Nothing wrong with the light for Christine. 0.38 was still sharp on the tree, but unfortunately the car just does not want to play the game. So we'll just have to wait for Christine. She comes across the quarter mile at 42.5 42.55. Just for those playing at home that want to know the time. I'm sure she won't really need to see that time slip. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure what they run the 400 metres in at the athletics, but would have been pretty close. So if they can get the issue sorted in that car for the third qualifying session.
Got John Riley and Jason Carpenter. Two utes of different eras and dynasties?
Yeah, one you'd probably throw a couple of hay bales on the back of still and run around the farm. The other one you definitely probably wouldn't.
No.
I'll let you guys work out which one's which. Carpenter, though, it'll get up and it'll put a quick number on the board, that's for sure. John Riley, he's got the best seat in the house, going fast and watching the car go fast, of Jason Carpenter. 10.75 at 123 miles per hour. So for Jason, speed was pretty much bang on. It went 123 in the first qualifier as well. For John, an 11.90 at 110 miles per hour.
Jay Allen in our nice yellow Tirana there, and Samantha Yulton. Samantha goes through with an 11.41 at 120 mile an hour, and Jay with a 11.1 at 119.
So a pair of reds on the start line. So no change in the top four of qualifying so far. John Riley, Tim Barron, Alan Bell still your top three. We're yet to see Alan Bell in this session in the Toyota Corolla.
Goes through with a 10.79 at 125. John with a 11.27 at 119.
Here is Alan Bell, as was mentioned in the Corolla. Still in the same livery that the Georgie Wagner raced it. The little sprinter. William Kerr over in the XE4164. Alan goes with a 10.75 at 122, and William with a 10.99 at 120. Big Bobby's Chickens. It just makes you hungry, doesn't it?
It does. I was just thinking the same.
Bit of drooling up here in the commentary box all of a sudden.
Yeah. I thought a chicken burger at the time I read that.
Bob Conley down from North Queensland and the
Wayne jumps out 0.04 and Bob with a 104.
Yeah, so with that, Wayne will go to the top of the qualifying list.
Wayne a 10.81 at 126 and Bob with a 10.62 at 124.
Nice work. Qdrc Outlaws, Qdrc Super Comp and Top Sportsman. Outlaw, Super Comp, Top Sportsman, it's your time to shine and come around to the lanes for qualifying session number 2. But right now, it's time to shine Steve Cowan and Craig Miller.
Stephen gets out with a 181 reaction. 11.13 at 129 for Steve. And 14.4 at 93 for Craig.
So Carl grading, watch the little, there's a little purge of nitrous come out from the top of the bonnet. There it is.
With a 287. No, Darryl goes through with a 11.44 and Carl with a 10.7. Carl with a 10.7 at 128.
Yeah, nice work for Carl there in the XY. Hey, cool. The Tom Ryan Mark Rosso down there. I feel like we need to cue AC/DC Back in Black or something as they as they come forward. Mark's been doing a bit of travelling with the NDRC events around the country down in the Bend, and is heading down to Sydney in a couple of weeks for the Nitro Champs. So we wish Mark all the best for the national event. But here he is today, part of the Qdrc. The Camaro cuts a red, 008 red, 11.55 at 115 miles per hour. Tom Ryan a 0.55 green at 11.47, 119 miles per hour for Tom. In the Holden unit over there in the rocket lane.
Yeah, we've still got Lucas with a 0, still number 1 there.
Yes, that'll be moving into Margie's modified next to Knife Earth moving. Definitely think you'll see that qualifying list get shaken up in this session. A few red lights that I'm sure will turn green. Modified are usually pretty sharp on the beams, that's for sure. It's definitely not Super Street. You're definitely not going to find any of these vehicles pulling alongside you down the M1 or on Brisbane Road.
Just a reminder, Qdrc Outlaws, Qdrc Super Comp and Top Sportsman to the lanes, please.
Almost polar opposites there. A 227 red for Ash, a 238 green for Ty Glasson, who finishes off an 845 at 150 miles per hour. Ash Cuslake an 802 at 162 miles per hour. So some good consistency in the low eights for Ash, which will hold him in good stead come racing a little bit later this afternoon. So modified, their first round of racing is around 4:30 today. So big program for Qdrc, round number 2, thanks to Mr. Wong Hydraulics and Tilt Tray Services, our naming right sponsor for 2026. Next pairing coming forward in Marty's Modified, Ashley Dawson, the Nitro Garage in the rear engine dragster, and Liesl Gowers over in the Rocket Lane for SCG Racing Parts. So for Liesl, last year was her first full season out of junior dragster and racing in modified, and the rookie in the field took home the track championship last year. So they're all chasing down Liesl in 2026. So it was her first track championship across her career, whether it be in the junior or the modified. Was a national champion in junior dragster, as a track championship to the resume. You can see on the side of the Ash Dawson have a chat, mental health support group on the other side. Of course, an important message in this day and age. 024 for Liz Gale, 078 for Ash Dawson. 787 at 170 miles per hour, and for Liesland 860 at 152, with an 862 earlier this morning.
As we were saying before, with the junior drags, as they lead up to this class.
Yeah, a lot of them do find themselves in modified, making the jump up. You got that. Of course, Ash Pinkstone, who was racing juniors licensing today in a modified dragster. So another one that's joining the ranks once they complete licensing.
Phil Bullitt and Ian Phillip.
Didn't get to see Ian complete his pass in Q1, so went through the burnout process, and car didn't want to come back in reverse, so they had it shut off. No such issues this time, though. He's back in pre-stage waiting on Phil Bellett to come forward in the TBRE Performance Dragster.
With a 019. Phil goes over with a 772 at 170 mile an hour, and Ian with an 853 at 156. Chris Sturton in the Rocket Lane.
So I know this morning when me and Terry were commentating through Chris's run that we were doing it in an American accent.
Yes,
So
I did hear that.
Yeah, I want to hear your best American accent. You got one in store for us, Lou? Put you on the spot, mate. Just give yourself a moment to get into character.
Well, we've got Chris Sturton in the Rocket Lane. How's about that, Wayne?
That's excellent, mate.
Is that
Well done.
really? Got a Texas sort of a
Southern,
southern, yeah,
southern swing.
yeah, southern swing with Chris. .049 and Chris with a 369. And Chris goes over with an 860 at 147, and Lucas 925 at 144.
Good to see Mark got the car back out there. Had issues on the launch of the first qualifying session, and it was similar issues to what they had at the Winter Nationals nearly 12 months ago. So we'll hopefully they've got that sorted. We'll see how he goes once he comes into stage. Winter warm-ups last year, they hadn't had the car out for a couple of years, and hit the ground running. Had 3 identical ETs in the first 3 passes that the car was on track.
Yeah, 049 for Mark. And roll goes over with a 786 at 169. It's not bad numbers there, Wade.
Yeah, I know we'll be pretty happy to see a 0-footed on the line. He's probably going, yeah, I should have done better. Always a numbers man is Mark, but good to see the car go from A to B nice and strong.
I'd be very happy with those numbers, Wade. We've got Jai in the Rocket Lane with Maddox Motorsports. Front engine dragster there.
Yeah, real short wheelbase. It's got the square wheelie bars on the back.
Jai goes over with a 10.31 at 116. Terry Muller and Brett Farnell.
Oh, we didn't see Brett in the first qualifier. Did you see Brett in the first qualifier? No, we didn't. There we go. We got Brett. Maybe he was busy on. Maybe he's busy on the mower this morning and only needs 2 qualifiers. So we'll see how he goes in his first one anyway. That'll give us a field of 12. Muggy's modified. Kerry Muller in the Roadster now. Kerry went 2:59 green this morning. We'll definitely be looking at improving on that in this session. So to be in the top 3, you've got to cut a 0.24 or better. And we'll start talking about the top 3 in the qualifying list, because if you do have a class that has an odd number of competitors and you get a bye in each round, you want to be one of those top 3 to get a bye in a round of racing. Test the light goes red. Brett Farnell was a 155 green, and the front engine dragster will finish an 823 with a 4 at 159 miles per hour. The Roadster an 828 at 161 miles per hour.
Here earlier when Terry was giving some information on those wings. I've been taking lots of note about that now with the dragsters. There was one with the 3 wings, and thanks, Terry.
Yeah, it's like world.
It's just to navigate.
Yeah, world time attack. Eat your heart out.
Yeah.
And we're talking about wings on the car, not wings in the food court. At the food truck, or the Big Bobby's chicken, the Big Bobby's chicken wings.
Oh, wait, I forgot about food until you just brought that up again.
So we're halfway through our second qualifying sessions for our brackets. Still got Qdrc, Outlaws not too far away, Supercomp, Top Sportsman and Mod Bike. We'll then have another round of the testing and licensing, and start off with our third and final qualifier for all of our brackets after that. So still plenty of racing to come, as we said. If you're watching online on the Overtaking Lane stream, beautiful pictures coming to you from a beautiful day here at Willowbank Raceway. Wherever you're watching from, hope you're enjoying the coverage. Sitting in front of the 90-inch Samsung TV. Hopefully the Esky's full.
See the shades getting a bit away from the guys there under the big TV.
You'll see them start moving in a minute.
Yeah. Give us a big wave. Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
Look at the young fella there. He's got his bucket hat on. He's got his safety. There we go. He knows where he's waving to.
Our next junior dragster
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah, possibly. Get the checkbook out, Mum and Dad.
We got Josh Fletcher and Michael Howard. Michael Howard in the Rocket Lane. All big supercharger.
Yeah, second crack at grabbing reverse for Michael Howard. So the Styro Max Dragster of Josh Fletcher. The one that they're all chasing the Qdrc Outlaws ranks. It's one thing in Outlaws to be fast, it's another to be consistent. In sportsman racing, if you can do both, well done to you. see the red light on the tree from Josh Fletcher, but it is a 0-1-3 red, 1-1-6 green for Michael Howard, runs them out the back door, both sides of the racetrack. A 7-2-0 for the ultimate of Michael Howard. 7:29 at 179 miles for Josh Fletcher. And they both made Outlaw Racing look pretty easy there, Lou.
Yeah.
Easy to say from up here in the commentary box, but they would have had their hands full, I'm sure, even in a straight line.
Good Kelly kid. Can we get modified bikes to the lanes, please? Modified bikes.
So from a couple of big superchargers to the pipework of the turbos. And Kelly Kidd. And if you saw the first run this morning, and from up here, Lou, just this dragster with Kelly in the driving seat, the tyre shake that it got was so aggressive.
I did see the chatter marks.
Yeah.
When I came. Yeah.
Yeah, as and Terry said it pretty well. It wasn't just the chatter marks up and down. It was side to side shake as well. It just.
I think Terry mentioned it was like a paint tin shaker.
Yeah. Our meeting director come in and had his 2 cents, but it was not pleasant. So it's good to see Kelly back out there. I'm sure she's taken a few Panadols. She probably would have needed them. But she's back out there. If the car gets hooked up, if it gets through that shake, then it generally runs a pretty quick number. So we'll see what Kelly can do. She's got off the throttle. She's driven, she hasn't driven through it, but she's got through it. And we'll see what the number is. 199 miles per hour, a 703 with a 6.
Wow.
And it can run some quick numbers, but she got off it. She would have lost a little bit of ET because it can run in the 6s, but they've given themselves a baseline, Lou.
Yeah, that was great. A little bit of shake on the line there, but
Yep.
nothing, obviously, like before. You can see the marks.
So nice work for Kelly and crew there. 029 the light, which was green. So nice work.
Hopefully we should have Super Comp Top Sportsman and modified bikes in the lanes.
So I can see our next pairing of Outlaws getting ready there in the back of the lanes. So nice work. Big shout out to everyone in the grandstand today. How are we, folks? We well? Give us a wave in the grandstand. You can see the umbrellas are running hot. The caps. Make sure you stay hydrated and keep the sunscreen well lubricated.
Adam Solomon running the rocket lane. Looks like a solo. Yep. There it is.
How good is that?
There it is from our 511 cubic inch custom line. Always pleases, doesn't it?
It's like, yeah, you guys can have your burnouts to 60 foot. I'm just going to keep going to half track if you don't mind. And when you're on a solo, why not? I mean, even when he's not on a solo.
Why not?
You make extra work for whoever's backing you up, but that's all right. It's not us, so. Good to have Adam out here, the Sunshine Glamping Co. on the side of the car, Handle Engineering as well. Used to run in Super Sedan and a Ford, now running in Outlaws in this pristine custom line. So we don't see Adam at every event, but the events we do see him at, it is always good to see the car out there. Generally picks the Winter Nationals as his event for the year, and then select events around that. So made a few changes since the last time we saw it on track.
Goes deep with a 681 at 206 mile an hour. How about that
Yeah,
one?
it just had a puff of smoke as it got towards the finish line. So I'm sure the track crew down there will probably be keen to have a quick look at that, but hopefully nothing untoward. As I said, the speed in the ET definitely there, which was good to see. Tail was straight. Was happy for 90% of the run. So I can just see some of our finish line team heading down there as well. So hopefully nothing untoward in the braking area.
That's what they said.
So Wayne, you let me know when you want to breathe in.
Yeah, everyone. Anyone lost a set of green and black? Looks like prescription glasses. We've got them up here, so if you have lost them, come and grab them. They actually work great for me, so I'll probably use them while the new owner, the owner comes and collects them. So they're green and black prescription.
So
Gary Cameron Aaron and Shane Atkinson. Gary with a 0.76 in the rocket lane at 6.86 at 190. And Shane with a 7.37 at 188.
Yeah, nice work there. The delay didn't hamper their reaction times too much. They were still ready to go. So we just had a quick clean up down in the deep end for the previous pass of Adam Solomon there.
Wow, look at this, Wade. I can actually see the last number now. 6182. Again, anyone's lost a set of prescription glasses, green and black, they're right here on my dial.
And if you can read the numbers on our screen, then we know they're yours.
Yep.
All right, so another buyer coming forward in our Qdrc Outlaws. Back underway in qualifying session number 2 for round 2 of the Mr. Wong Hydraulics and Tilt Tray Services Queensland Drag Racing Championship here at Willowbank Raceway. Tate showing us the big angry burnouts that are possible in a funny car. For Custom Air making the trip from the Bluff in Queensland. So he's written 600 on the side of the window there in the trusty paint pen. So sometimes that's always a good indication on what the potential of the car possibly may be. Could mean anything though, we don't know, but generally that's a guess.
Yeah.
For qualifying. And if he can run that quick, it would be one of the quickest brackets.
With a 355 and a 635 at 197 mile an hour.
Yeah, it was offered early, so it was 184 mile an hour to half track at a 414 and only through at 197 across the finish line. So plenty of speed to be gained there, which of course would gain you a bit of ET at the end of the track. So nice work from the funny car of Tate.
Steve Sloan with a solo run in the deep blue Gemini. What a nice blue colour.
So no, the Gemini can definitely run as we move into Group 2 racing. So they're running on the Qdrc index, which is 0.5 of a second over the record.
Got a 135 reaction time and a 1.2 60 foot.
Using plenty of the racetrack anyway. The Gemini runs it out the back door. And how does an 849 at 147 miles an hour in the Gemini on a 905 index?
Wow.
So not only has he run under the record, but he's half a second.
Yep.
Over half a second under the index there for Qdrc Supercomp. So puts himself second in the qualifying standing. So instead of qualifying off reaction time, they're qualifying off those indexes. So 3 competitors of our 4 that have qualified under their index. So it's going to be tough come racing. Jai Schluter, of course, number 1 with an 829 earlier today in qualifying session 1. So he's 0.833 under
nearly a whole second,
index.
Wade.
Yeah, nearly a whole second. So some of them are showing us what they've got early. you got Charles Collier. He was 1.7 seconds over. So whether we can see him improve and also join the field under the respective indexes, we'll wait and see. So I think we had about 8 nominated in Supercomp. We've only had 4 complete so far. I do know that we did have Sarah Roderick nominated in Supercomp. She's moved to testing. We saw Joe Chamberi earlier in the Joe Blow Speed Shop entry. Wasn't able to complete a pass. So hopefully we can see them out this session. We haven't seen Dave Tucker or Scott Hoffman. All the others that were nominated in Supercom.
You got modified bikes and testing in the lanes. Modified bike and testing.
So some of our quickest reaction time so far today, Rudy Wyatt and Super Sam went trip zip. Just went, you know what, like I'm just going to leave exactly when I'm supposed to, not leave anything on the tree. Nathan Minter and Real Street went a 002 in our big field of Real Street, which is looking pretty spicy for racing a little bit later on.
We've also seen a 000.
We did, yeah. That was Rudy Wyatt. Pulled the trigger at exactly the right time.
Joseph Shembry with a solo pass in the rocket lane. Joe Blow Speed Shop at the FC Holden.
Yeah, so 685 was the index for the
Modified bikes, a junior bike, Real Street, and testing in the lanes, please.
So there's a whole heap of car anyway that Joey's got to get from A to B from down at Logan Village, but just looks so cool sitting down there on the start line, doesn't it? A big set of wheelie bars, big supercharger just hanging out the front of the FC body. Use more of an older term expression. It looks fat with a PH.
It does. It does. Especially like the small rear window to accommodate the wheel tubs there.
So far after the first qualifying session where he wasn't able to come back after the burnout, they've gotten further through the process than that first qualifier. So that's the first tick done in getting a pass down the track here in Qdrc Supercomp. So what does he do here? Does he just go through the motions and get a tick all the boxes?
Ooh.
Fire will go out real early in the pass before 60 foot. So I guess the decision was done for him. Didn't sound happy either when it come off and the fire went out.
A few little bits.
So we'll get that car cleared from the braking area. Move on to our next pairing. Looks like from Supercomp into Top Sportsman.
We've got Kayleen and Carl. Kayleen in the LC Tirana and Carl in Monza.
Was a Monza something you ever wanted to own back in the day, Luke? You're always a rotor guy.
Yeah. I had a HQ Monaro.
Oh, nice. Yep.
In the early days. What about yourself, Wade?
No. I don't. I'm not old enough. I'm still young. I try to tell myself that anyway, but looking at them now, I'd love to have one as a race car. Also, Kayleen launched before the tree was activated there, so unfortunately we won't get a reaction time or any timing data down the quarter mile. Carl Davies was not distracted at all. A 0.66 light finishes off an 8.16 at 164 miles per hour. So the Tirana was keen to get up and boogieing. So Top Sportsman currently with that 0.66 makes Carl Davies the number 1 qualifier. So nice work for Carl. James Moore in the rotor. Currently moving forward in our Speedflow lane is number 2 qualifier Neil Maxwell in the Pontiac, number 3, but with a red light. So 5 on the qualifying list, but definitely room for improvement with 3 in the field.
Got Sam Kyprios in the Corolla and James Moore in the RX-7. I think we've got a 3RZ in the Corolla.
Yeah, that's it. So for Sam, didn't see him out in the first qualifying session.
Get junior bikes, real street and testing into the lanes, please.
Mate, look at those 2 cars out on the start line. I feel like I need to move over and let Diggles jump in the commentary box. It's not Qdrc. This is Jamboree-esque. This is out of my league.
Yeah.
Neither are in a hurry to get going, but 330 foot's where all the fun happens, and James had a little bit of a wiggle, and that's where it all ended. So Sam was offered early, and they'll both roll through for unrepresentative quarter-mile passes. Reaction times, don't need to talk about them either, because looks like they were both building boost, and neither of them were in a hurry to get going.
One thing they do need is that boost.
Yeah, that's it. So as we did for the first qualifier, they'll see James come back around, I'm sure, for the third, and same with Sam. Been a while since we've seen Sam out on track, so good to see the starlet back out there.
I'll just repeat again, junior bikes, real street and testing to the lanes.
Well, that's it. Just the 1 pass for Top Sportsman. Oh no, we had 2 passes. Sorry, there was the first pass as well. With Kaylin and Carl. So back into all things 2 wheels. Johnny Lewis ran an 8.02 this morning. Jason Clarkin over there rattled off a low 9. So what's Johnny Lewis got for us? Can he run into the 7-second bracket? A 104 reaction time. All eyes on the quarter mile an hour time. Goes an 8:08, 164 miles an hour. And Jason Clark a 9:11 at 158 miles per hour. And that is Mod Bike at its absolute best, Terry.
How are you, Wade?
I'm well.
Lou's just taking a quick break because you know what it's like.
Yeah.
We're in the commentary box for a long time. Not a good time. But, mate, just a quick one. Just to let you know, you remember Alvin Dirks, drag racing motorbike rider? Well, he has messaged me earlier today and said that he's watching from Aruba. From Aruba, watching Overtaking Lane.
Aruba.
So I said, mate, good on you, buddy. I'll give you a shout-out during the modified bike as we see Mitchell Woodford and, of course, Mitchell Dongs on the Kawasaki head through. So Woodford goes through for a 9.54 and an 11.52 for Dongs in the on the Kawasaki.
We should do that, shouldn't we? You need people to comment where they're watching from on the YouTube, on the Overtaking Lane stream, and then either if Dave sees those comments or maybe tell them to message the Willowbank commentary page on Facebook.
So we know.
Yeah, maybe someone in Estonia has come across it and is watching in Estonia. I don't know, or
you just took it one step too far, didn't you, Wade? Really, you just did, didn't you?
So I'd just be curious to know the furthest reach that the QDRC gets. For Mitch Woodford and Mitch, Battle of the Mitches down there, Woodford and Dines. Sorry.
Luke and Chris.
Chris Collin, fresh off a PB. 009, red light, 047 for Luke Thompson. What's Chris got?
Oh, another 778. So that'll be, depending on what it is, and he said it was, that was the 778 earlier, was a PB. What was his first run? 778 with a 4, or what was it? Can you remember?
I only wrote down the 778.
Oh, 169, but he said it was a 100th off the ACB national record. Nice work there.
Tell Chris to stop talking about national records because he's running mod bike today, and he's got he's got a consistent bracket bike.
Yeah, stop talking it up. So Jason Francis and Colin Crane. So Cole heads out with a 041. Nice light this time, Craig. A 111 for Jason. But yeah, Craig, good light, mate. Do you want to hold on to that one, mate, for racing, Cole? And Cole will go through for an 11.00 with a 4, and Jason a 9.49 with a 1 at 156 miles an hour.
Alex King with the orange flares on the bike, the orange painted flares, looking
resplendent,
very nice down there. Rebecca Marsden. She says, no, don't need any colour. It doesn't matter what your bike looks like as long as it goes fast.
As long as it goes fast, really. That's a simple
0.85 light to a 0.81 in favour of Alex King there on the start line. Finishing off a 9.31 at 146 miles per hour for Alex on that Suzuki, and the Honda of Rebecca Marsden a 9.91 at 138 miles per hour. Your top 3 in qualifying for mod bike. Chris Collin with a 0.12 reaction time. Tammy Goldthorpe, number 2, with a 0.25. And Scott March, a 0.39 is what you've got to do to be in the top 3 for mod bike based on your reaction time. Of course, this year we'll be taking it across any of your 3 qualifying runs, not just qualifying session number 1. Alan Addis Jr. now on the Suzuki from Tambourine. Phil White from Ipswich on the Marty's Moto Kawasaki. 0.57 light. So the better of... Well, Alan Addis Jr. goes, hey, guess what? 0.13. Thanks for coming. I'll go to the number 1 qualifier. If that's what I need to do, Wade, ask and you shall receive.
I mean, Alan's tripped back into... racing the bike again, which is really good. But I wonder if all the other riders are thinking maybe he should have stayed back up in the mountain at Tambourine. Please, Alan, just... So, Brett McEnroe and Mark Lucky Gordon. The Lucky Moto Susie up against the Gold Coast Carpentry Suzuki. Oh, 0.52 red for Brett. 0.45 clean for Mark Gordon. Nice work. And Lucky will go through for a 9.38 at 142 and a 986 at 147 with a red for Brett for his second qualifying run. So I'm going to hand the microphone back to young Lou Rossi.
So Scott Munch and Jason White now coming forward in mod bike. So we'll see what they have to offer in their second qualifying session. As I said, I said Alan Annis Jr. went number 1, but he's actually gone to number 2 with that 013. Just 1,000th off.
Did I miss anything good?
Oh, the 013 from Alan was good.
Wow.
Yeah, it was very good. Yeah, on the
Missed
line.
it.
Chris might have equalled his PB or gone better.
Wow. 013. Scott Much and Jason White.
So see what the Suzuki's have to offer here. Pro Cycle Dyno, located down in Moss Street in Slucks Creek. For anyone interested, Jason both had a pair of reds. So now we'll turn to the ETs across the finish line. Scott will get there first at 9:01 at 150 miles per hour, 10:50 at 138 miles per hour for Jason White. So they'll get one more opportunity at the tree in qualifying session number 3 to tidy that up a notch.
Christopher Shaper and Ricky McDougall.
So this will be their third racetrack in 3 weeks for the McDougalls, for Ricky and Nevaeh. Easter they're at Roma. Last weekend they're up at Benaraby. Here they are at Willowbank. So 132 for Ricky. Red light for Chris there on the Beamer. And finished the 977 at 151 miles per hour and 872 at 149 for Ricky McDougall on the SVO Transport Suzuki.
Tammy Goldthorpe. And we got 5.
Brian Alvizio over in the Rocket Lane.
Yeah.
Had issues on the first qualifying pass. No such issues in qualifying session number 2. An 888 with a 6, 148 miles per hour. Tammy Goldthorpe goes an 894 with a 9 and 153 miles per hour. If you want to look at the last 5 years of Qdrc track championships, between those 2 races is where your 5 championships has gone. So if you want to win, they're the 2 that you've got to beat in 2026.
That's the benchmark.
That's it.
I look at these and I think, wait, I rode today here and I thought, I wouldn't mind jumping on the track with me bike. Yeah. I don't know if I'd be anywhere near there, but hey.
Well, we should have seen you last week at our street series.
Yeah. Wow.
30-something bikes, yeah.
30-something bikes.
Yeah.
Big popularity now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. And of course, we'll have our all bike day on the 26th of September.
Great to
Coming
see.
up in the second part of the year. That's not a bike. Some people probably go, no, really?
Yeah. Put one side and the other side together and you might get that.
Yeah. So we'll be moving from mod bike into our second session of testing and licensing. Sounded like the fire went off. Oh, yep. The top of the Topolino body's gone up and drivers hopping out. 406. Can get a competitor's name for that. Ben Jones. So whether something's happened there or it's just shut off through the burnout process, Ben will know.
Push it all the way back.
Yep. When you're part of a drag racing team, you never need a gym membership. We don't need to do leg day anyway. So you can see the crew having to work overtime there.
Mm.
At least the driver was nice enough to get out.
To have a look.
Could have stayed in and made it an extra kilo, a couple of kilos heavier.
Yeah.
Well, and they're not the easiest things to try and push back either. It's not like a sedan where you can just jump on the front with the bonnet and push.
What to be said about having a drag light?
Find a part of the car that's not hot or moving. Well done to you all down there on doing the hard yards.
What a great day, Wade, for this.
100%. 100%.
Nice and warm. Warm day for this time of year, isn't it?
It's been hot.
Yep.
Summer hasn't. You just think summer's going to end, and then we keep getting mid 30-degree days, and it doesn't want to cool off. The nights are starting to cool off, which is nice, but through the day it's just warm.
Good to see our crew under the TV there moving. Yeah.
It's that time lapse would be good.
Yeah.
You'll see them get bunched together,
Yeah.
security in numbers as the shadow gets smaller.
Or in the garden, one of the two.
And it is a really unique time of year too. Like
Yep.
last weekend at our street series, the sun was actually setting directly down the track.
Oh, wow.
So, given today we don't have a lot of clouds in the sky, there's going to be a point where, at least for 5 minutes, the sun's going to be in the worst possible spot.
What are you saying? Our reaction times aren't going to be there?
Yeah, there's an excuse if you're slow. Carl Pacey doesn't have to worry about that right now. It's all sunshine and daisies on the pro bike at the moment.
165 reaction.
Bit of a hop, skip and a jump as it got out towards the wall, but he keeps it in, keeps the throttle into it.
Runs over with an 836 at 164.
Happy days. That'll give him a baseline to work with now
Good run.
through licensing. Always exciting when you see someone new licensing for one of the pro categories. And
It's always a nervous time too.
So an 836 at 164 miles per hour.
Have to thank Overtaking Lane for this great footage. We can all watch it from home too.
100%, 100%. Always spoil it when they're in town giving us the wonderful pictures on the stream.
They do. I'm a big fan, big watcher.
So it looks like moving forward will be the Yuasa Batteries, sponsored at Rod Harvey. So usually running in factory extreme or the pro mod classes.
It's a scene right out of Jamboree, isn't it?
So the Toyota body, I don't think any on it is actually factory Toyota. So the first session this morning, they're over in the rocket lane. They've changed over into the speed flow lane now, closest to the grandstand and control tower. So making the most of being able to test in both lanes. First session this morning got out the 90-foot time, the 60-foot time was pretty impressive, a 9:94 for Rod. So we'll keep an eye on that 60-foot time. Didn't have any issues, but after that got out towards the wall, backed it off, and rolled through. Rolled through for 9:31. So 0.53 reaction time, slight improvement on the 60-foot, went a 9.81. So they've got consistency to 60 foot, but car shut off, and we'll roll through the beams at the quarter mile. Other than that, there's not really much you could say about it after the 60 foot. That's what it's testing. That's what testing is for, though. I know the program that they're working through and working towards, getting the data. And sometimes with those cars, it is just all about data, isn't it?
It is.
Getting the information they need. Once they get the cars through that launch process and through that first sort of 200 to 300 foot of racetrack, once they get through that, the rest of the track is really sort of.
I think it's
sailing.
what you and Terry was saying earlier. It's that white cloak. You have to have those white.
The lab coats.
That's the lab coats. Yeah.
Crunching numbers
It's
and
all the
abacuses.
yeah. Yeah.
I wonder if they're reaching into the AI basket yet and asking AI for any questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. No, we did not send 3 people around the moon. For those conspiracy theorists out there. So Dave Swan is the competitor currently on track. Spare change. I got about 60 cents in my wallet.
Better than me.
That's all I'm willing to give away anyway.
Just a reminder, a pair of glasses were found, green frames with black, look like a prescription sort of glass. They're up here.
Yeah, we've had 2 items being brought to us this morning that are in the lost and found, and we've still got both of them.
Yeah, I think Terry's trying on the other one. He's got it around his wrist. So if you see Terry with it on his wrist, he's looking for a car to hook himself up into.
It's so you're looking at using the items. I was just looking at the trade up challenge. If anyone wants to trade up for any of those items, Dave Swan though going through the process in what looks to be a modified dragster, or potentially looking to run in modified. So 8.74 on the reaction time, and then rolled through to about half track. So I was like, yeah, we'll give you like an hour to come and claim these items, or if not, they go into the...
Well, give me a bit longer than that because they're working well for me, these glasses. Good old Archie.
Like
coming up.
the Lloyd's auctions that you see, like the airport, the airport lost and found. It'll be the Willowbank lost and found. Coming up on Lloyd's auctions. Mr. Mazvix, Archie Qdrc there moving forward. Like I said, one of the small details on the roof of the car, the Southern Cross of the Aussie flag with the rotors.
Like that.
It is cool, isn't
Yeah.
it?
Did I count 5? Isn't that 3?
Yeah. So I've been campaigning the Mazda 6 body for a number of years now. So a 0.65 light, but it seemed to be creeping forwards. Went a 1.37 to the 60 foot, which was slower than the 1.2 this morning.
Well, they're picking up some
But it
bits and
was,
pieces.
but it was creeping forward. So I don't think. I think the 60 foot time probably would have been slightly quicker had it not been creeping forward.
Super sedan to the lanes. Super sedan to the lanes, please.
So it's left a little bit of residue behind as well. A little bit of rotor sweat.
Found something.
Yeah, so I could hear something supercharged. I can look at the numbers. So was Sally Watts that was firing up back there, due to come out in the speed flow lane, but from the road, just a little bit of fluid down there on the racetrack that you can see our track crew working hard to clean up down there. So Pete and Jim with the magical liquid fluid and mop. So there's a lot of doubters out there that don't think blokes know how to use a mop, but you come here to Willowbank and they do know.
They're all over it, aren't they?
They're well trained.
Yep.
Yeah, on overtake.
Like the 11 secret herbs and spices, we'd love to tell you what's in the bottle, but we can't.
Yeah, do a great job, our officials down there. Keeping everyone safe.
Yeah, they do. They do a great job, and we're all in for a long day today. So officials, they'll stay well hydrated. But if you are looking, there's always positions available in the volunteer group here at Willowbank, effectively known as the Green Army. So if you're listening online or here at the venue and you're wondering how do I become a volunteer and I can get up and close with the action and help run these meetings and events, because without the volunteers it simply doesn't happen, you're more than welcome to get in touch with the office through the week. Just send them a message and say you're interested in becoming a volunteer, and depending on your skill set, there's plenty of positions available that we can get you guys involved with. So Sally Watt's coming forward now after her first full pass in the supercharged Outlaw Dragster. Earlier this morning, ran a 7.11 with a 7 at 190 miles per hour. So you can follow the team on Facebook. It's under Guy Watts Motorsport. So if a lot of the teams have Facebook pages that you're more than welcome to jump on and follow, and they'll show you posts from their weekend and results if they're racing in a state or at other venues and you can't make it out. You want to see how they're going, post little snippets from behind the scenes in the shed at home.
Can we get Super Sedan and Junior Dragsters to the lanes, please? Super Sedan and Junior Dragsters.
So right, we're running our first full pass, a 7.11. It's like let's turn it up a notch and a little bit more and see if we can go a little bit quicker. Sneak up on it.
Might be that extra spice on the track they put down.
Double 1-2 is the reaction time, so we'll see what the quarter mile hour time is. Goes through a 7.22 with a 0, 183 miles per hour. So about a tenth slower than the first full quarter mile pass this morning. And speed was a little bit down as well, but that's all right. It is testing and licensing. So they're going through the process of completing that licensing with the full quarter mile track runs.
Not bad numbers for testing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Not bad numbers for licensing either.
That's it. The consistency's there, which is always good to see.
Yep.
Thank you, Terry. Save me having a look at that. So Tiana Ellis coming forward in the rocket lane. Sometimes it's like just having a director in the back of your ear, just giving you some inside information every now and then. Yeah. Wait, I know this is testing and licensing, but can you be a little bit more excited?
We'll call him our sensei.
This is not the modified you're looking for.
So Tiana, going through that process, she'll have the IHRA stewards down there keeping a close eye on going through the process, ticking all the boxes required, which is generally they'll go through a number of launches, then a number of a run to 330 foot, then half track, and then the quarter mile passes. And it's not just about oh yeah, you've got a road license, we'll strap you into a race car and then run it out the back door. They'll creep up on each of the increments.
Right down the pulling of the chute.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
All part of it.
And even when they do a half-track pass, you'll see them pull the chute. All about muscle memory as well.
Yep.
Yeah, runs it out the back door. 794 at 152 miles an hour. So that was quicker than the 826 this morning, which I don't think was a full pass. So improvement on the ET there. So nice work, a 794 for Tiana.
Sure, that would have ticked all those boxes for our IHRA.
So Ash Pinkstone coming forward now, licensing in Dad's dragster. So making the jump up from junior dragster. So again, she's gone through probably 10 years of junior dragster, learning the fundamentals. But then you step into a modified dragster like this and you go, whoa, I know the fundamentals, but gee, I've got to learn everything. Basically learn everything. Go through those processes, everything, and then everything's tenfold as well from the fact that you're going a lot quicker at a certain point of the track. So she'll be used to running to half track with the junior, but you're only doing sort of 85 miles per hour. So now you're getting there a lot quicker. So everything happens
A lot quicker.
a lot quicker. So everything you've got to do happens that much quicker. Had a good crack at the tree, a 004 red.
Wow.
So runs the full pass there at 993 and 141 miles per hour. It was a 647 to the 8th mile. So given she used to run 8 seconds to the 8th, she's just run 647 to where she's used to running. That would have been the furthest full pass she's run in that dragster. So at 993, 141 miles per hour. Well done, Ashley.
And you know, people say, it's only 2 seconds, but that's a lot of...
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
What happened on that part? It looked like it did this, it looked like it did that. It looked like, it wasn't this because of this, it wasn't because of that.
Yes.
Yes. What happened on that part?
So... Oh, cool. So the Fiat, no, unfortunately, same issue. It's gone through the burnout.
Same.
Shut up shop.
Fires out.
Yeah, that's it.
Exactly the same spot.
Exactly the same spot.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we won't get to see the supercharged Fiat make a complete run, unfortunately.
What's his name was out here from the States here? Commentator from
He does commentary.
Alan Reinhardt, yeah, I was talking to him. He's a collector of cars. I said, so how long are you here for, Alan? He says, I fly home tomorrow. And then there's a Serge Ostrovich, whichever Ostrovich is there, he says, I'll show you. Tell him why.
So obviously between that sort of 5 to 10 minute window, they had to try and make any changes or make adjustments to get the car to not do what it's done, which is shut up after the burnout. Did exactly the same thing. So, I mean, it is testing and licensing, so we can give them that opportunity to have another run.
Suppose we can't be doing that too many times. Your team will...
You've already given him one. I think is it Ben Jones?
Yeah.
Yeah, Ben Jones. Ben's already given him one workout.
Yeah. They got the car this time.
They've got the old Chevy pickup down there to
make it easier.
send down the racetrack. Pete Farnell's really happy about that because he ran down there. He didn't really want to push it back, but he went down to help.
Yeah.
So we're in our second testing and licensing session for the day, which will round out our qualifying session number 2 and moving into the third and final qualifiers for all of our brackets here today. Round 2 of the Mr. Wong Hydraulics and Tilt Tray Service Queensland Drag Racing Championship right here at Willowbank Raceway.
So we should have Super Sedan, Junior Drags, Junior Bike, and Real Street.
Well, there we go. We've got another adjustment over on the hill.
Oh, we do too.
Of the blanket to stay in the shade.
Yeah.
Try and be more subtle next time, guys. There should already be discussions of what's going to happen once the shade starts to disappear.
And garden's not the option.
There are some guys further down that have some gazebo space. I don't know, maybe they'll offer you some shade. For the guys in the gazebo, it's a good opportunity to maybe just say $5 per person
Yeah.
for a bit of shade.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't have any cash. That's right, I'll take card. I do hope everyone's staying nice and shady and cool out there. As we mentioned, uncharacteristically warm for this time of year. Still in the mid-30s.
Yep.
So let's see what we've got moving forward. So it looks like we will be moving into the third qualifier of junior bike. Lou, so I'm going to jump off and have a break.
Yeah.
And I'll let Terry jump on, and I'll let the two rotor heads here in the commentary box today have at it for a couple of hours.
Fantastic. I might.
As we move into our qualifier, we just had Scarlett Mansfield's French and Jaden Badcock just about to come here and run for our junior drag bike. So a big welcome to our junior drag bike riders here. The grassroots, the beginning of our sport. You can see the SFM Concrete and Kawasaki of Scarlett's there, and of course the Pro Cycle Dyno motorcycle, the Yamaha of Jaden. How are you, Lou?
Good, Terry, and how are you?
Mate, I'm absolutely fine. I'm doing what I got to do, and that's commentate and do whatever it is going on here, mate. It's like it's an exciting day.
Great
Beautiful day.
Great day.
So look, a 0.84 and a 350 for Scarlett. So Jaden gets the better of the tree. Nice work. And goes through for an 8.35 and a 9.47 for Scarlett. So Vans Pirano and Kai Badcock. The Beck's Hair Lounge R3 of Pirano and the Pro Cycle Dyno of Kai Badcock. You were saying that you wouldn't have minded getting out there and having a crack today. You could have run.
I would.
I don't know how you would have gone in mod bike, but you know, like you could have had if we had a street bike category, Lou, you would have been fine out there today.
I would have. I think I'd be fine in the street. Yeah, not the mod yet. No.
Now those guys are a little bit too serious. Yes. Those guys and girls in there. But here we go. Look, a 0.10 for Pirano, 0.46 for Badcock. Side by side as they go through half track. And an 8.81 for Badcock and a 9.18 for Pirano.
Well, I've got to say,
So what a stunning day, Lou, isn't it? I mean, really,
It's amazing.
as drag racing
Oh.
gods have looked at us and said, how about I give you a beautiful day? So
And they did.
so it looks like we might be moving into Real Street, which of course is proudly brought to us by Pool Equipment Brisbane. Big thank you and a big welcome to Pool Equipment jumping on board on what I myself class as one of the newest, coolest categories with Real Street, because you're allowed to run as quick as 900. It has to be a later model street car. It has to have a certain amount of things and criteria it needs to meet. Besides the fact that most of the guys and girls who race in it are usually menaces or trouble at some point in time anyway, but that's and I'm only purposely saying that because I know they will listen back to it and they'll say, we heard what you said, Terry. But it is a very good, they advertise well, they've built up a really good category though, Lou, and
They
it's
have.
really good to see that what they've started to achieve. But
Yep.
Nathan Minter, Brett Warren, so the Holden versus the Ford. And we get to see how these gentlemen go. As I said, big thank you again to Real Street Pool Equipment. It's Real Street, your pool equipment, doing the thing for us.
Nathan Minter with a 3.16 and Brett Warden with a 3.06. And Brett comes through with an 11.1 at 126. And Nathan with a 12.5 at 111. And you are right, Terry. I think it opens the gates for people with real street cars that say, hey, let's race in a controlled environment.
Yeah, because everybody likes to modify them these
Yeah.
days. So the cars aren't straight off the shelf. They're pretty quick. You know what I mean? Most of them running in either 10s or 11s or even 12s, even some of them into the 9s. But Ian Nielsen and Michael Crouch. So, yeah, so you kind of think about the... look, when you see a Hyundai, and the little Hyundai, it goes hard too. So watch Ian Nielsen head out with a 104 light and a 113 for Michael. So the type of car that you can run in this category, I think it's got to be quicker than 1400 or something.
Yes.
I'll be corrected, maybe even 1300. One of the boys will correct me. But 1177 for Ian and a 1335 for Michael.
Yep. And I think the more people we get into racing, the better for the whole sport.
Yeah, because a lot of people don't have the advantage of being able to come via the junior drag bike or junior dragster, way of life. They come external. But Alex Kidd and Stacey Goldie, Stacey comes around, which is a bit sad. But I'll tell you what, Alex Kidd,
Wow.
008, mate. I'll tell you, look, Wade talked about it before. I see Alex at Diesel Assault. We see him
Yes.
at the street meets. He's really just he's really starting to make a mark in the sport. So 1371 for Alex and an 1198 for Stacey. Nice work there for that GDO.
Skylar and Jamie. Skylar Wagensveld and Jamie Nelson. Jamie in the Ford.
Now, I did give these guys and girls a little bit of a hard time for a while there because you are allowed to run as quick as 900. Now, not a lot of the races have gone down that because, as you know, if you're running a car that's running, say, 11s or 10s or something, a later model car, it costs you a fair bit of money to get it to run that quick. To get it to run low 9s is going to cost you a lot more money. So we quite often, we had a guy here, I think another guy comes from Sydney, who's got like a Jeep, like a...
Wrangler.
Yeah, the Trackhawk.
Oh, yes.
And I think that thing runs into the 9s. And that's always fun because you're thinking, you know, when you can kind of look at a field and you go, I should be top qualifier if I just run. You know what I mean? Because I should be the quickest car here in the field. And you kind of got that little bit of shade you can throw about you. And you know what I mean? So I'm sure, as it's always happened with different categories we've had over the years, we did with the street meet, we used to, on the bikes, they used to run 1000. We moved it to 9.5, and now the bikes can run as quick as 900. Lou, as soon as we moved it, all the riders were running 10.0s and whatever. All of a
Yes.
sudden went down to 9.5 something.
that's
It was
right.
like straight. It was like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm up for that.
Yeah.
And then we moved to 9.00, and we've still got quite a few guys who run 9.2s and 9.1s. So it's quite intriguing how you'll be sitting back going, well, how much are you keeping in your back pocket? You know what I mean? So really good. But we're just waiting to see. We've got obviously an issue maybe down the deep end, just making sure that it's all good before we let Jamie and Skylar run. Once again, big thank you to Pool Equipment Brisbane for jumping on board and sponsoring what we call a really cool grassroots category, and really proud that you've jumped on board and making the Real Street crew. Well, I always say Real Street is like street real.
Real
really.
Street, yeah.
Look at it.
It is.
There it is. You could put. They're probably. Skylar might even have some groceries in the back of that wagon. I don't know. Maybe a baby seat or something. Probably listening in on 88 FM going, tell Terry to shut up,
Well,
seriously.
I think she just said a no.
Yeah. There a baby seat in the back, Skylar? That'll be a no.
That's a no. There you go. That's a no.
Look, Brad's got involved now, so this could be. So look, hang on, we're chatting to the racer from the commentary box via the overtaking lane cameraman. So look at Skylar there. Just look at you. Look at you, Skylar, pretending you know what you're doing. I am so proud of you right now. Well.
It's all right, Skylar. I just thumped him.
Yeah, no, Skylar's used to open air racing, like from a junior drag, so like having the open air, wind in your hair.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, she's in the cool wagon, just doing the deed with all the other mischievous real street drag races. So, no, really good. As I said, if you want to jump on board, ladies and gentlemen, really good category to get involved in. You can start it at the street series, and of course, if the car is quick enough and it ticks all the boxes, you can come and race at the Qdrc. And yeah, good thing to do. I think it's like, you know, as you and I know, Lou, it's good fun to. You don't have to have something really fast. You just got to be competitive and then just enjoy it.
And be consistent.
And it should be a rotary, but you know.
Oh, well, look.
There's no rotors in it, which is disappointing. Here we go. They head out. Look, a 273 for Skylar, a 179 for Jamie. Nice work. And goes through for a 13.10 for Jamie and a 13.69 for Skylar in the Commodore.
Speaking of Blackhawks.
Yeah, it's not a track hawk.
No?
No, the Tyner's Candy Shop's not a track hawk. I think I've talked to Craig about that. The track hawks have like something about 800 horsepower.
Wow.
So
Okay.
they kick it. I've actually been in one at a different track, and they are absolutely cook. So Paul Nielsen in the Black Panther Racing Falcon, and Craig Collis in the Tyner's Candy Shop Jeep. But I'll tell you what, 426 for Craig cubic inches. So it's not a track hawk, but I'll tell you what, it's still quick. All the way from beautiful Bongaree on Bribey Island. Runs it through for 12.62 at 109 and 11.58 at 130 for Paul. You never see Tony Rogers come to the start line without smoke following him. Like it's like he just needs almost entry music as he does the smoke. You know what I mean? Like Thunderstruck or something playing. So
AC/DC.
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's his entry music. But Tony Rogers and Jack Nielsen.
Tony with a 097 and Jack with a 242. And Tony goes over with an 11.46 at 125 and Jack with a 13.4 at 105.
Now, we discussed this earlier, Lou. We see Steve Warren and Paul Ginchel, but have a look. When was the last time you saw a late model Commodore with louvers in the rear?
Oh, yes.
That is a rare beast. I don't know.
Yeah.
I reckon they've been modified to suit, because I don't think I've ever seen them at Super Cheap.
No, I've never seen them at Super Cheap.
But they are the best.
Stephen goes with a 047 and Paul with a 111. And Stephen goes through with an 11.7 at 116 and Paul with a 12.8 at 107. I was talking to Wade about the Caprice. Wouldn't you love to go down in style like that?
Yeah, Dale does fancy himself a little. He has got the number one on the side, and deservedly so. But yeah, you're right. He's probably got it, like I said this morning, he's probably either got a blue velvet suit or a tuxedo on. And Dean Merchant sitting in the other lane going, why do I have to race this bloke? this bloke next to me in the Caprice. He's a pest. But anyway. So the eye for detail, Brisbane Ford of Dean Merchant gets out with a 011. Nice light there, Dean. Dale Samuelson, a 093. That is nothing too bad either. So 12.34 for Dale and an 11.57 for Dean. Both those races really at the cutting edge at the start of Real Street 2.
Yep.
So they've really just been bouncing, doing the thing. So good on them.
Got Peter Hoy and Shane Grattan from Ferndale. Brisbane Valley Printing.
Yeah, beautiful Fernvale down in the scenic rim.
Peter.
Oh.
Peter with a 002 and Shane with a 102. Great reaction time with that.
Yeah, there are no slouches on the tree, are they?
No, and Peter goes through with a 12.23 at 114 and a 12.46 at 114 for Shane. Yeah, that's...
I like what we're seeing. So the Mustang of Mike Goldie in the Ford Mustang GT with a Coyote engine in it. Coyote engines. They were... which category were they using them at... in the supercar category? Like a 134 for there for Mike. The car is not playing the game. Now he's got it up and running. But I'm just trying to think what the Coyotes were used in. There was a category that they were using. They're all pretty well using the Coyote engines. But anyway, so 1674 for Mike at 111. As I can see I would think we should be moving into Junior Dragster. Super Sedan, Junior Dragster, you should be there. So Super Sedan, if you'd like to make your way to the lanes as well, please. For our final qualifier. Have a little bit of information too for Super Sedan, for all the Super Sedan races. As a lot of you know, we lost one of our comrades recently. One of our regular Super Sedan races. So before round one, I will come down there and give a quick little talk about our mate Parry Georges before we go into round one. And it hits hard pretty well as well for all our Super Sedan races, and also because of the fact that he was a Rotor brother as well. So we will have a little chat before Super Sedan, before round one, and we'll have a minute's silence for our good mate, who we sadly have lost. So in the meantime, here we go. We are back into Superfloor Junior Dragster.
Tamika Carslake and Tyler Billett.
How nervous would they be going into their Q3? Like, you know, that whatever you've done in the previous two, you're hoping you've done well, hoping you've got your act together. And Tamika and Tyler are probably thinking, have I got it together? Have I got it together?
Well, this is where the pressure starts to hit. Let's have a look at these reaction times.
So what's the time now? So these, if it's getting close, it's 1:15, and Junior Dragster is due to hit round one at about 3:30 or just before 3:30. So, yeah, I don't know. That's not going to give them too much of a rest or too much to think about when they get back to their pits. Mum and Dad will make them a sandwich or something like that maybe. But look, we didn't get to see Tamika, sadly. But Tyler goes through for a 119 with a 767 at 85 mile an hour in the AA Junior Dragster. Yeah, don't know what happened to Tamika. Hopefully it's nothing. Hopefully she will be back for in for round one. I mean, you can get away with two qualifiers, but turning up late is a problem. But if you've got a couple of qualifiers in and it might be something minor with the car, but you know you can sort it, you go, well, hang on, I'll just have to work off the two.
And you can get there.
Yeah.
Can get there in the end.
So we've got Ryden King and, of course, Paige King in the Mick King Transport and of the A&B Services B Junior of Paige. It's a pretty solid field from memory in juniors. Where's that list? How many there was? I think there was quite a few. Oh, you've got it right there. So there's 26. I mean, I'm sure we might have a couple of casualties, but
That's the biggest number there in the event.
it most certainly is. But when we get to the Winter Nationals, Lou, as you did your first winners
Yes.
last year.
I did.
Yeah, so, but there's usually up to about 80.
Yeah.
Quite often it can be pretty hectic. That's a lot of junior dragsters just getting ready to do the deed. That's a lot of parents concerned. But there we go. Look, a 0.47 for Ryden and a 0.65 for Page. Page will go through for an 8.69 at 74 miles an hour, and Ryden will go through for a 13.73 at 46 in the C Junior Dragster.
And you know, there's not much in them, is there, with the junior drags?
No, it's a tough category. It really is. I don't think people realise how ultra competitive these junior dragster drivers are. So, look, Chase Carslake and Jasmine King. So they go park yourself. Scully RV Junior of Chase. From memory, Jasmine had a pretty good light earlier. Not wanting to put the mocker on Jazz, but
Wow. 111 for Chase and a 087 for Jasmine. Jasmine goes through with an 823 at 77 mile an hour, and Chase with an 837 at 74. That was nice and close there.
yeah,
Gary.
pretty good lights too there, Lou. So you know what? When you go back to the pits and you're looking at that time slip, and if you've got 3 time slips to look at, you've got a lot to dissect. And if it's all run smoothly, it's good. But if it's not run smoothly, you've got even a lot more things to think about. But so Xavier Lai and Ryder Marsden. So Xavier in the old school metal fabrication junior dragster, of course. And we are in Superfloor Junior Dragster. Qualifier number 3 before we go into the rounds of racing. Great vision from our guys from Overtaking Lane, and
Great.
a big shout out to, of course, dragphotos.com.au, who are taking all the snaps. So if you see some really cool photos of your friends racing or whatever, make sure you get on dragphotos.com.au and get some shots. Oh, sadly a red light there from Ryder, but a 0.94 for Xavier. So both C Junior Dragsters, that's a good indication. So look, a 12.12 for Ryder and a 12.21 for Xavier. Always interesting, Lou. We did have, in one of the rounds, we actually did have a AA Junior and a C Junior. So you got to see the full stretch of the distance between the youngest drivers and one of the older drivers in one of the quicker cars. So you get to realise how much quicker they are. And look, they're doing 85 mile an hour.
Yeah.
I mean, my stock RX-7, when I race it up here, only does about 92 mile an hour.
Not bad.
So
They're
you're
doing
thinking-
well.
And but they're only doing it over half track.
Yes.
Do I need to say any more?
I'm not commenting on that.
Cody Robertson and Mason King. Cody cuts a nice 138, and Cody will put the car through for a 12.23 at 54 in the C, and the other C of Mason King will be a 13.78 at 48 mile an hour. And from beautiful Jacobs as well. Nice part. It'll be nice down there fishing today down at Jacobs.
Oh, there'll be a few there today.
Be ski tubes, and jet skis, and beers and mischievousness. So, but Neil Paul and Nixon King, the Plexcon, Beer Barham Jr., Mick King. So the Mick King Transport Jr. Got the nice little turret on top there as well, Lou, isn't it?
Do like that.
That's got the wing, got the little turret on top, looks cool. The Plexcon, all bare bones, fast. Have a look at the AG. A red light there for Neela, 0.30 for Nixon. Nixon coming home strong too with an 8.05 at 80 mile an hour, and Neela an 8.12 at 78.8 miles an hour.
I know I repeat myself a few times, but with last year and the paintwork and the bodywork they do on these junior
Looks
dragsters
good,
are
doesn't it?
fantastic. Yeah, put a lot of effort into it.
It's always interesting too, Lou, when it comes to night time, we get to see
Yes.
how the different designs pop under the lights of the track.
Yep.
And then when you even see it, when you'll see it like on overtaking lane, and you'll see it on drag photos and how the livery works.
Yes.
And maybe some don't, but a lot of them really, people have looked at it and said, this will work. And yeah, well done. So Isabella Hunter and Kyle Day, the RLC Engine Reconditioning AA Junior of Kyle, and Nanny and Poppy sponsored A Junior of Isabella Hunter. So a 0.59 red for Kyle, but a 0.20 light for Isabella. So Izzy, good work with an 8.43 at 76, and Kyle a 7.76 at 83. So Izzy, good work. Got that little that light. Did the whole thing correct.
Got Dakota Bray and Carl Schultz. We got both equal, 2 double A's.
And mind you, because Carl does actually, he commentates with us now. He does the street meets, and most of the other meetings, of course, he's racing. So,
Yes.
So until he gives up, until he steps out of the Ginger Ninja yellow junior drag, so we're not getting him to commentate with us. We've actually got three. I think we've got 3 commentators who are racing today. We haven't got Manny McKnight, but not too sure whether he's crewing somewhere. Mark Allen's racing, and obviously Carl Schultz is racing. Where is their commitment, Lou?
Yeah, that's right. But Carl with a 0.62 and Dakota with a 1.10. And Carl goes through with a 7.76 at 84 mile an hour, and Dakota with a 8.26 at 77 mile an hour.
So to be honest, Lou, if I was here in a real street car or something like that, and you said, well, can you race today, or do you want to commentate, Terry? I can tell you now, I'd be down there racing.
Correct.
Correct. You and I know that.
Yeah.
Rightio, can we get the Super Comp cars, Super Sedan and Super Street to the lanes immediately, please? Qdrc Super Comp cars, Super Sedan and Super Street to the lanes now, please.
Got Lexi Lancaster and Kenny Glasson. Kits on freighters for Lexi and Lee Custom Imports.
Yeah, the Lays always running some cool cars over the years. Oh, look at the little Kenner, just the car popped out like it was going to pull the front wheels out there.
Alexi with a 0.87. And they go through. Lexi goes through with an 8.06 at 80 mile an hour. And Kenner with a 7.84 at 82 mile an hour.
Yeah, nice work there. Did the car popped off the line?
It did.
They did. They were struggling this morning, Lou, with the stickiness of the track. A lot of them were having to get a little bit of a kick and a nudge in because they could not get the cars to move off the line. So, but that's the way it goes. Mia Grace Hopkins and Lincoln Glasson, the Royal Precision Lubricants C Junior of Glasson, and of course the Bad Hip Racing of Hopkins. And you are in Superfloor Junior Dragster, round 2 of the Qdrc, proudly brought to you, as I said, by Mr. Wong's Hydraulics and Tilt Tray Services. So the A and a C, it's not a double A, but this is an A and a C, so this will give you good indication of the distances that these two over the 200 will show.
2.43 for Mia. And Mia goes through with an 8.11 at 81.3 mile an hour. And Lincoln with a 12.4 at 51.
See, there you go. There's a 30 mile an hour spread there, Lou.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, you'd know all about it if they're in racing.
Yes.
If someone's coming past you with an extra 30 mile an hour on top of you. And we know that. You and I have raced before.
Yes.
You know, and I've had cars. Most of the time, I'm usually in the slower car. And I can tell you, all of a sudden, there's a car coming past you with another 30 mile an hour on the top end. You're going, oof, that's quick. So, Nevaeh McDougall in the Oswheels A Junior up against Carlos Harvey in the A Junior. All the way from the land of the long white cloud. Love to have the Harveys here and the Yuasa battery cars. We're very privileged to have them here today. And we even get to see the big dog, the 2J. We get to see Rod's car run as well, which has been excellent. Never a bad day when you get to see get to see a 2J of that quality run.
Just the sound.
Nice light there from Carlos, a 0.38, a 1.36 for Nevaeh. As they go through together, it'll be an 8.04 for Carlos and an 8.01 for Nevaeh.
Very close. Obviously, that just shows you how close the cars are. They're both A cars, and 8.01, 8.04.
Mate, and then next time they see each other, they've got to throw in a dial in.
Yeah.
Whoever's helping them with a dial in better get it right. Don't ask me, Lou. Or maybe don't ask you. We'll wait.
Yeah, that's right.
Look at, no, not touching that with a barge pole. That's your problem. Nixon Canuli, all the way from beautiful Hope Island, up against Mia Ward in this final qualifier for Junior Dragster. The Mackay's Furniture Transport, C Junior of Mia, all the way from Newbeath. And as I said, the Hope Island car of Nixon Canuli. Mate, yeah, I know so many people who live on Hope Island who all are car people.
Yes.
They must gravitate down there to Hope Island.
I'm not far from there, and they are, yes.
Mate, I know the other racing down the road, QR, they have a ton of them, so. But here we go, look at that. 0.30 for Nixon, nice work. A 1.36 for Mia in the sea. Let's see what Nixon can run. 7.76 at a nice 84.3 miles an hour, and Mia a 12.09 at 55. Once again, it's almost like that 30 mile an hour spread. Spread low, so we're kind of looking at that.
Real good numbers from Nixon.
So Super Comp, Super Sedan and Super Street, you should be in the lanes.
Got Xavier Hulls and Jacob Schultz.
I was looking at the Xavier's in the Mad Dog Motorsport little B Junior Dragster here. I love that black with the silver flames. It does, doesn't it? It's simple, but very effective. It does look good. Oh, no.
Oh.
Actually, I think Xavier did that. Xavier did that this morning as well. The car went through the beams, just lurched forward. Now, you can do that in a qualifier, but you cannot. I can tell you, won't be next time Xavier's out there, it won't be happening.
Xavier with a 0.91 and Jacob with a 0.79. And Jacob goes through with a 7.3 at 78 mile an hour, and Xavier with a 9.9 at 64.
Yeah, so well done there to Jacob and the SCG Racing Parts car. And, of course, the other with the Mad Dog Motorsport vehicle, the B Junior for Xavier. Well done to those racers. We can't be getting far off. We should be moving into our Super Sedan. So Super Sedan, of course, proudly sponsored.
Jaden Plant and Hamish Strachan. Jaden in the Dakota with a 3.83. And Hamish with the black VK.
So a big thank you to DNF Diesel Spares, of course, sponsoring our characters in Super Sedan. And what a great bunch we have too, like all manner of vehicles. Lou, it never surprises, doesn't it? We can go from like the low slung Dakota that Jaden's in, and even in Hamish's, you know, like black Commodore just sitting there. But then you get some of the others come along and they're just like a wheels up affair, and it's old school, new school. It's really good, really good
class.
To see.
Yep.
So the EFI Logic Dakota up against the complete property VK of Hamish Strachan. Double red, so Lou. I don't know what that's going with that, but two red lights. Hamish out in front. We'll see what Hamish runs. A 9.72 at 137 and a 9.81 at 138 for Jaden.
Nice and close, those numbers, both of them. Damien Morris and Kirsten Coulston.
It's a nice blue on that board, isn't it? On that Lockyer car wash. Well, hey, it's a Lockyer car wash, so look, it's just come fresh. fresh from the car wash. It looks good. The Morris Painting HQ of Damo.
Kirsten with a 088. Damien obviously busted out.
Banged out a red. I don't know why.
Yeah.
That's a rare thing. Probably trying for the light.
There.
Damo's probably. I'm happy with everything he tested last night.
Yep.
997 at 133 for Damo, and Kirsten a 1014 at 134 in that very, very nice looking Ford Falcon.
Got Ashley Merrill and Michael Schaefer.
I love the smoke.
Yes.
Just teaming out of mixed windows, you know. And look,
Yeah.
we talked about the Mighty Mouse before. This car obviously was originally raced by Georgie Wagner. And
Yeah.
what a great car. I remember seeing this thing. I probably have got pictures, and I'm talking about pictures that you would have got developed at a chemist back in 1970 odd.
026 for Ashley. Michael close, but just busted out. And goes through with a 865 at 159 for Michael and a 1055 for 126 for Little Mighty Mouse.
Yeah, and what did we say? They're running the D. I think they said they're running the D engine combination.
327.
With a 470 with the small aluminium heads with a 180cc inlet runner today. So nice work. That car, great to see. It's just in its true original form. What a combination. Phil Yulton and Steve Swinsko. Steve Swinsko in what is technically a Lancer. And
Is
Phil
it a
in...
Galant? Is it?
I think that's, well, they call it a Plymouth Arrow, but that is a Lancer. Isn't it?
Yes, I would have thought they're the Mitsubishi Galant. And we go 152 for Stephen and a 011 for Phil.
Yeah, Phil Yulton says there you go. I can wheel stand and cut a 011 because that's how I roll. Well done, Phil. 983 with a 9 for Phil at 133, and Stephen a 1048 at 92. He's got that car sorted, not on the top end, but he's got that car sorted off the line and looking a lot better than earlier. So the Inala car 4077 represent.
Got Judy Puckis and Brendan.
Sorry, mate.
No, you're right. Brendan Shaw.
Judy Pucas, and see Harry out there lining Judy up, and the got to be tricky. Like if she's in the other lane, I know she had a little bit of trouble this morning because you have like a whole lot of action just sitting out of that bonnet, trying to look around at the lights, trying to look around where at the lights to see where you are actually put in.
And physically, there's not much movement.
No, so
You're strapped in.
and you would think that in the Coyote racing car, it would be easier to see from this side when you've got the lights straight to your right-hand side.
Yep.
But there's a whole lot of action just obscuring your view that you don't want to get rid of
That's right.
because it looks good.
And it goes fast.
Just waiting for it. There you go.
Brendan with a 045 and Judy with a 477 reaction. And Brendan with a 941 at 142 and Judy with a 981 at 115.
Here's young Connor Webb in this SFM concrete pumping VL. Really cool looking car. Rudy Wyatt with the big fat skid as he always does in the Pine Mountain Performance VS Commodore. Another one of those guys who loves having the smoke just follow him down from his burnout out of the water pad. But you can see young Connor even still got the Pro Radial sticker on the side. That's a flex. Isn't it? Yeah, that's isn't it really? But I love that. But Connor, he's having a good day. 434 cubes on board. Rudy with the 410 cuber on board. And out they go with 071 for Connor, or 017 for Rudy. Rudy got the better of the tree in this qualifier, but it won't matter because he will go through for a 909, and Connor goes through for a, well, he did not go through for a 616. It would be, we'll just have to wait and see what's gone on there with that. So Super Comp, Modified, Super Sedan, and Super Street. Well, Super Sedan, you're out there now, but we need Super Street, Modified, and Super Comp to the lanes. They might just have to check that there because we got a 6-second run from there from Connor. Look, the car's quick, but it's not that quick. Let's be serious.
Yeah.
So Mitchell Bauer in the Fernwood Landscape and Garden Supplies Ford, all the way from beautiful Lowood. It's a nice part of town out there in the
Lowood,
scenic
yes.
rim. Yeah,
Yep.
really. Lowood, Laidley, Hatvale, Mount Tarampa, all out that way. Really, really nice. Gatton.
The 037 for Mitchell.
It's almost like Mitch knows what he's doing.
Yep.
We've seen him win, David. We've seen him win so many times. It's like Mitch. But he's still yet to have any real success in the street meet, but his darling wife has. And that is the ultimate thing. I love that because it's like, you know, Christy goes, well, you know, but how good are you in a street car?
Yeah.
Not as good as me, mate. But no, but it's really good. They're a fabulous family. We think a lot of them, and they really are good to have. As we're very lucky sometimes. A lot of the families we do actually have in the drag racing community, Lou, as
good.
you know.
Yeah.
It's good, and everybody who races together. Just waiting for these guys to call them out. So we've got Top Sportsman, Super Comp, Modified Bike.
Yeah, look, Terry, at a 037, 937 quarter and a 141, I'd say he knows what he's done.
I think Mitchell knows what he's doing in that Ford very, very much. And he's a very quite unassuming sort of guy. If you ever get to meet him, yeah, it's like, yeah, he's not the bloke who would ever be, you know, like talking himself up. He's a very quiet sort of guy, really lovely natured guy. So yeah, but yeah, it's funny. It's like everybody comes with a different attitude.
do.
You know, some of the guys
They do.
love the show. Some of the
Yeah.
guys are quiet. Some of the
Yeah.
guys just, you know,
Yeah.
and sometimes you don't know what you're getting. Sometimes when you imagine, I would not like to be doing the deep end conversations quite often. Sometimes,
No.
you don't know what you're going to get from some of the guys who hop out. And look, that wasn't a very good run. How do you feel about that? With the microphone and he punches in there. But anyway, so look, we're moving on.
Rob Maddox.
We do love this thing.
Yes.
The 477 Garage Performance VH. So we are into a super comp. And as I said, Group 2 racing at its best. Each vehicle running off a category that they have nominated that their vehicle runs in, which obviously was EMSA, which Rob is running off. So he'll be off that 944. Now, a lot of these guys can go under them. A lot of the guys can go close to them, but really when it comes to racing, you've just really got to look at who you're racing, and you've got to figure out whether you need to throw the kitchen sink at it or whether you hold back.
Yep.
So, but as you can see, Rob Maddox, 096 light. Don't worry about the light, it's always about the time. There you go, a 944.
Yep.
That's smack on that. Look, he's 0.479
Wow.
under, so you know what? Rob Maddox, always good to see that thing.
Yes.
And you got to understand what category he is running in, is how good that Commodore is.
Had a good look at that too. It's nice car.
And it really does when you see that when they're running on in the comp bike, and you know that it seriously is about the size of the engine, what weight, what they're running, whether there's anything, you know, how much it weighs, what sort of tyre, everything goes into what sort of thing that they're running in that class. And it does, for an outsider, it's kind of complex to watch the Group 2 racing like that. But I tell you what, once you get to know a little bit about it, it makes it very intriguing, and it makes it, as I said, like we talked about, the scientists, they do need to be wearing lab coats. All their, they need to be wearing lab coats and not a set of race gear. So
We've got Ray Ross and Sean Taskis.
Yep, so we are moving into Super Street, proudly brought to us by Prime Signs and Speedlect. Big shout out to Cole and the family.
You'd remember those cars in your day, wouldn't you?
See those Capri? I actually I had a mate who had a V6 Capri, and I had a mate who had a Charger with a 265 in it. I had another mate who had a Chrysler with a 360 in it. So those cars were right up my alley back in the day.
Do have a soft spot for them.
Yeah, big wheel stand there.
Wow.
Nice little from Ray. A 038 for Ray. A 014 for Sean. Sean doesn't. Sean doesn't back out. He's had that number one before. So 1105 for Sean and a 10008, which is where Ray will usually run the Charger in as well.
Yeah, do have another Capri.
Yeah, how many do you need?
Oh,
Have you ever driven a Capri?
I haven't had the pleasure
It's
of
a
driving
long
one.
bonnet.
Yeah.
Look, and that's when you think you had a little V6 in it, but everyone put V8s in it because, of course.
Darren Pennington and Travis. Darren with a 102 on the reaction, and Darren's getting what have we got? 10.8 for Travis at 125, and Darren with a 11.3 at 121.
So Troy Hutton and John Riley, the Battle of the Utes.
I think Wade was saying earlier you'd put hay bales on one and maybe not the other.
Yeah, I reckon maybe we should get Troy to take the cover off of it and put a little dog in the back or something. And I'm Troy will be saying, no, Terry, that's not happening. But the Troy Hutton tiling and waterproofing, of course, and the HK and the HQ of John Riley. Both get out pretty good. A little bit of a snippy red there for John, but a 185 for Troy. But Troy will punch it through for 10.89 at 122 and an 11.88 at 111 for John Riley. So the Battle of the Utes has been won and run on the final qualifier for Prime Sign Speedalec Super Street. Are we just lining up all the Utes, the Fords, the Holdens together, are we? Is that what the plan is? Is that how the...
I think that's how they line them up. Cortina and Falcon.
And we got our seating sheets, and it's like they're all Fords and Holdens together. But Will Keogh and Barry Lode. Lode cuts a red, but a 168 for Will. And Barry will go through for an 11.48 at 119, and Will go through for a 12.11 at 109. So there you go. So Jay Allen and Nicole Goldie. Oh, there we go, Holden and Ford.
There we go.
They've messed it up. But have a look how good looking those two cars. The Total Cover Earthworks XE of Nicole's. The Tirana, that just, of Jay Allen's, that absolutely gleams. But both of those cars, look at that. You'd have to, that's worth your admission alone, just to see those two cool street cars on the start line. Nice work. And look, neither of them even cut a red light, Lou, just to make it all correct.
Look at that. On 0.38 and a 0.48. Wow. What a good race that is. 11.67 for Nicole at 117, 11.2 at 122 for Jay. That's a good race right there.
Now this young bloke, Jason Carpenter, it does feel like a nostalgia meet here, calling Jason in the 2 Easy Racing 32 Chev pickup, and of course the 62 Dodge of John Widgery, all the way from Balambal in New South Wales, and Jason from Terranora in New South Wales. The new engine combination, rebuilt it, it's all going well for Jason. Wow. Car ran has run 2 10.7s, so let's see what he runs this time. So a 0.68 light and a 182 for John. But there you go, look, a 10.70 at 100. That's three qualifiers all in the 10.7s.
Yep.
So Jason has got a lot of experience with racing, with the family obviously, racing as well. And of course he has done very well over the years in the street meets, regularly making the 8. And look, Wayne Nipperis in the custom-built kitchens Camaro and the Impact Office Supplies Ford of Christine Thompson. We have not seen Christine in this absolutely, I'm going to say it, this haul-ass Ford, because this thing has a cracker top end in it, but we haven't seen it today. It's just really not been playing the game, which has been a shame. So let's hope that Christine can get this mighty XR6 turbo down there.
Yeah, I have seen that in the past. It has got a
Big
cracker top end,
big top end.
Yep.
However they've got it set up, it is set up nicely to you'd be getting relaxed at 3/4 track, and all of a sudden this yellow Ford would come flying past. It would not be. It would be off-putting if you were there going, oh, hang on, where's that come from? So let's hope that they can sort it. But you can see that we've got a little bit of a hold-up at the moment there, ladies and gents. Not too sure what's happening here at our Mr. Wong sponsored Qdrc, whether they've just got something on the track or something like. We've got Pete's gone out there with the mop. Well done, Pete. So proud of him. So big thank you again to Overtaking Lane for all that they do, and for giving us this fabulous Prime Science Speedelec Super Street. And you can see the races just there, be sitting there. Well, I wouldn't be nervous. Both of these races, Christine and Wayne have raced for a lot of years, and Wayne has campaigned. I'd like to know, actually, both of those races. It'd be interesting to know how long Wayne and Christine have campaigned both those cars, because as long as I've been calling, and I think, so I'm in my 14th year of commentating, I don't think I've seen them in something else.
Wow.
So, you know what? But then again, in saying that, after 14 years, Lou, my memory's probably fading. Maybe not.
That's not bad, campaigning the same car for 14 years.
Well, they mightn't, but that's how long I can remember seeing them, because it's
yeah.
like, you know. Well, when you looked at the little Mighty Mouse and you look at George Wegner's little Sprinter that have been out there as well today, those cars have been here they've been since the Surfers Paradise days.
That's right.
And back in the day in Surfers Paradise, it would always be a thing where I would love to see. It would be Tony Harrington, it'd be Les Winter, and it'd be Georgie Wegner, and those guys were like the staple. It was Ross Munster. Those guys were like the staple racers who you would always know would be very competitive back. And then we eventually got our own track in Brisbane, which is right here, and you still see it, and it's beautiful. And look at how resplendent this track looks today.
Oh, amazing! Great.
So here we go. Let's see what Christine and Wayne can do in this final qualifier for Prime Science Speedelec Super Street. Cut a light, cut a number. Oh, Wayne's cut a light, all right, a 006 red, but a 187 for Christine. Let's see if this Ford's going to do as it's told.
Yep.
Oh, it does look like it is.
Yeah, she goes through with a 10.69 at 134, and Wayne with a 10.9 at 126. Looked like it did what it was supposed to do.
That's excellent. I'm sure Christine will be happy with that. Well, there we go. We were talking about the George Wegner little Sprinter.
Yeah.
And, of course, Alan Bell here in that mighty little Corolla. Up against Sam Yulton in the BL Race Engines Commodore. Sam, 2 times track champion winner in Powder Puff at the street meet. So before she moved into, obviously, the street class at the QDRC. It's a tougher category because a lot of cars will be specifically like the Wegner car, set up specifically for drag racing, whereas in a lot of ways the Holden is still just a highly modified street car.
Yep. 016 for Alan, and Samantha just broke out.
Yeah, that's a rarity for Sam. I'd say she's probably having a crack at the tree, as she does.
Yep, Alan with a 10.75 at 122, and Samantha with a 11.4 at 120. Carl Grading and Bob Connolly. Bob Connolly with a HQ and XY. Look at that.
And we know they use Steggles chickens at Big Bobby's Chicken because it's got a big Steggles sign on the side. So there you go. Makes me hungry.
Might get Wade to get us some chicken, Wade. If you're out there, get us some chicken.
So if he does come back up with a big sack of chicken, we're in trouble. We won't be able to eat it. Yeah. So Carl Grading in the XY, the Divine Massage and Herbal Spa, goes through with a 182 light. Nice work. Bob Conley is 002 red, but that's okay. So a 1071 for Carl and an 1120 for Bob.
You're probably right. He will bring up some chicken now.
And we'll be going, we can't eat it.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. You can take it all home on the bike.
No. I'll be losing wings everywhere.
You'll have birds attacking you all the way down the Pacific Motorway. So Darryl Angel and Tim Barron. Tim Barron in the SWC Automotive Tirana. The Chevelle of Darryl Angel. But how good is that little Tirana of Tim Barron's? I do love the vinyl roof on Darryl Angel's Chevelle. You cannot argue with having a beautiful looking American piece of car with a big vinyl roof. But Tim goes through for an 11.666 and Darryl an 11.34. Testing vehicles and bikes to the lanes, please. Testing vehicles and bikes to the lanes immediately, please. So Craig Miller and Steve Cowan. The HJ up against the LJ. Gets out well, does it a 1.53 for Steve, a 0.62 for Craig. But the little Tirana doesn't seem to be too happy, the little LJ.
No.
But a 10.37 at 131 for Steve. And the little Tirana just creeping away there. I did own a LC sedan back in the day when I was younger, probably in the 70s.
With a 1.8 something.
Yep. Yeah, 186. There you go. Mate, I'm not like the cool kids of today where they'll go, oh, I've got a 2J in it, or I've got a twin turbo LS, or it's like, no, I was never. No, but never mind.
Well, I did also have an LJ with a 202 in it.
Oh, big block. Big block 202.
big block.
Well, you could take them out to with a crank. You could take them out to a 232?
Yes,
I think something like that.
That's right, yeah.
You could either put triple SUs or triple Webbers on them, and that was always the go-to. You needed someone who had a degree in civil engineering to tune the Webbers back in the day.
Right.
All those RT charges.
Yeah.
Said, that RT charge is always off the road. Why is that? Because it's impossible for someone to tune those triple Webbers. But Tommy Ryan, Mark Rosso, the Camaro and the Holden Ute. Tommy and Mark. Tommy, new to the field, new to the game of drag racing, comes from good stock family of drag racing in cars and on bikes especially. Mark Rosso, he's been campaigning for a lot of years. Love that Camaro. Looks so cool.
Wow. Mark with a 022.
Yeah, look at that.
Tom Ryan with a 126.
Hold on to that, Mark. Hold on to that one for round one. You want to hold on to it, my man.
And gets through with 11.52 at 116.
Both of them. 11.52 with a 1 and 11.52 with a 1.
Wow.
You don't see that very often.
No.
Look at that. 11.52 with a 1 and an 11.52 with a 1 for Tommy and Mark.
Can't get closer.
Come on, that is good. Oh, come on. Just hold that. Will I get a photo of it? No. Yes, I did. Just.
Really good.
Showing my meeting director that. 11.52 with a 1 and 11.52 with a 1. He's not impressed.
He's not impressed.
He is
now.
He is
Big
impressed.
smile. Big
Mate,
smile.
How
there.
often do you see that? Identical times, but all the way down, not just to a couple of numbers. So there we go. Look, Liesl Gowes and Mark Allen, we are in Knife Earth Moving Margie's Modified. You can see Stefan out there just lining his sister up. As I said, we have backup girls. Do we have a BUM, a BUG? Is it a backup guy? Is it a bud? Is it a backup dude?
Dude.
Is it a bum? Is it a backup man? What do we call them?
I'd say a dude.
We need to have a think about this. But look, Mark Allen in the mighty concealed weapon. Good to see Mark back racing. We don't have to listen to him on the microphone today, so that's a big relief for Wade and I and you, Lou. But it is good to see him back racing. Really pleased to see him back racing, because you know what? That is where you probably get most happiest.
Yes. 0.56 for Mark and a 0.45 for Liesl.
Mark heads out. And he'll go 7.86 with an 8 at 169 miles an hour. And Liesl on 8.60 at 152. So, Mark, there you go. Well done, my man. Good light, good time. He's ready for round one of racing. How odd would that be if Wade or I have to give him a trophy? Well, everyone will say, you know what, that was the longest trophy presentation because the two commentators just kept chatting for half an hour. But I'd like that. So Brett Farnell and Ty Glasson, the Knife Earth Moving Dragster of Glasson, the Team Bray Racing Dragster of Brett Farnell, that tough-looking, cool-looking front-engine dragster of Farnell's. Gotta love it. Look at the
bare bones, I call it.
Even just around the front, of the scalloping on the front of on that front engine dragster as well, Lou. The pipes kicking up. It's just
so good.
It is good, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks like it could be running at Surfers Paradise.
Yes.
In 1968, and that is a cool thing.
Don't know about sitting on top of a diff like that, but
maybe we'll ask Brett about that.
0.02. Oh,
Oh, so Ty's gone red, but Brett, the FED didn't want to play, but there we go. I think you just give it a squirt down the track and say, I'll just get it down there and I know it'll be okay. It'll be something simple. So an 8:38 for Ty. And yeah, we won't worry about Brett's time for the time being. Here's the next pairing, which will be Ian Phillip and Chris Sturton. So the front engine dragster of Sturton. At some point in time, we need to get Farnells and Sturton.
I was going to say that, yeah.
So we can feel like we're
Yeah.
a true nostalgic meat, Lou.
I was going to say that would have looked great, them two together.
You and I just need to grow our mullets back.
No, Terry. No.
My wife actually said that through the 90s. I've been married twice. And she said, I remember seeing when you had your long hair in the 90s. I said, yeah, and the ponytail. She goes, yeah. She goes, you know that if you had it, I would never have married you. I said, thank you, darling. Thank you. You know I'm the same person. It didn't matter. So yes, but I did have a mullet when I was a younger fella in my Tirana and my Gemini. And that's the way it goes. And my RX3. But look, Ian Phillip heads out with a 425 at 770 for Chris. Both leaving a little bit on the tree. Look, the big dragster heading close to the centre line, but pulled it back into the groove. Runs an 865 with a 7 at 156 for Ian, and an 887 with an 8 at 148 for Chris Sturton.
Phil Ballert and Kerry Muller.
Yeah, Phil's another one. Phil has been racing for obviously a long time. He's what we call one of our patriarch races. I remember seeing Phil race at Surfers Paradise, and as he will probably tell you as well, he was a lot younger then, as I was a lot younger then, just sitting up there on the grassy area and at Surfers Paradise Raceway, absolutely enjoying watching these guys race. But how tough, I talk about the little Maruka Roadster of Kerry Muller's, how tough is that thing? It's just got this aggressive wing out the back, like using large gauge steel, probably from BHP, you know what I mean? But look at it, the zoomy pipes, it is a tough looking gear, but Phil, he's all business-like, no wing, nothing. I'm just here to win this competition, Terry. That's the way it is.
Here we go, 098 for Kerry and a 016 for Phil. Phil's out there.
Phil says, look at that time.
Yeah, 778 at 170 for Phil and an 823 at 162 for Kerry.
Deceptively fast, that rear engine dragster of Phil's.
Yeah.
I need to have a chat to him about the when he used to race modified or whatever they called it. Might have been a big ass or something back then at Surfers Paradise, and see what times he was running in it back then. Testing vehicles again. Testing vehicles. You are required in the lanes immediately. You've had your call. You've had a call a couple of times now. Now, I did find out with this Joey Wyndham and Ashley Dawson. Ashley in the Nitro Garage Dragster. But the Mad Dog Motorsport Altered, that is a supercharged V6. So one of the little Commodore engines.
Yeah, a little, yeah.
You don't see too many of them around these days. Well, we've got a couple that race here. I know that Lucas Holtz has got one, had one as well. So the little supercharged V6.
042 for Jai and 095 for Ashley. Ashley goes through with a 789 at 168 and 102 at 125 for Jai.
So Jai got the better of the tree as well. So the little supercharged car gets out and boogies.
Does, yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see. You and I know there's always the two schools of thought whether you'd like to be the chaser or the chasee when it comes to racing, Lou. So and you know, like really comes down to how the conditions pan out, how the racing, who you're racing, and you can really be the person that heads off first and just can really stamp your authority and give the quicker car a lot to think about. You know, and you've probably got a worse chance of breaking out if you think you're off your time. So Ash Carslake and Lucas Holtz. We talked about Lucas before. He's in the V8 Mad Dog Motorsport Altered today, and the Walker's Turf Supply Altered of Ash Carslake. Gets out nicely too with a 005, Ashley.
Yeah.
Geez, Ashley, I can't knock you for that, my man. And a 0.45 for Lucas is not too shabby either, but that's a good run there from Carslake with an 8.003 at 163, and Lucas with a 9.31 at 144. But seriously, 0.05, 0.45, these modified races are here to run.
Good times there by
Oh, here we go. Look, another. How many front engine dragsters have we
another
got?
one. I think if we had 4, it'd be great, wouldn't it?
We could just pair them all up and we'll just
Yeah.
have their own category.
Yes.
And we'll just go into nostalgia drag commentary. I don't know how that works, but it's... So Abby McDonald. Abby McDonald, did you call Abby earlier in the modified? Was she in the second round? I know she wasn't in the first, so maybe she's been late to the party today.
Yes. Yes.
Another one of these cars. This with the Mick Newport contracting front engine drags. A big 556 cubes, a big block on board this thing of Abby's. It does cook. It is a genuine 7-second car, and never bored seeing this thing run. Actually saw her at the Growl Expo at the exhibition grounds, and she had this on display, and it was so funny. The car looks so cool, and she was sitting on it, and I'm going, get off the car. But how good does it look?
Does.
How good.
Wow. 190. Abby goes through with a 7.65 at 173.
So the car's definitely got some punch. And Abby likes to use every little bit of it. So well done to her. So testing, you need to be in the lanes. Modified bike, you need to be in the lanes. Top sportsman, you need to be in the lanes. So that means we are moving into that. We should theoretically be moving into top sportsman.
Yep.
Top sportsman. It's quite often over the years, top sportsman can be a thin field, but it's never, ever, ever easy. Some of the races you have in the top sportsman category. Now we don't have. There's a few missing, of course, because Dave Goldie's given it away. We don't have Simon Isherwood. We don't have Mr. Morris there either today.
Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah.
We don't have. Who was missing? And there's a couple we're missing out on that sportsman. We've got Neil Maxwell here. So this will be an interesting. That probably I wouldn't say an opportunity for others because that just sounds unfair to them, but we could have something really unique and different tonight because with Davies, Kiprios, Moore, Maxwell, Gurley, and Lloyd in the mix. You've got a few different engine combinations there as well, not just V8s dominating. But this bloke on the other side there, Maxwell, this thing's tidy. This Pontiac, and Kayleen Gurley, classic supercharged looking Tirana.
0-1-0 for Neil.
Neil's going to be hard to beat if
Yeah.
he's on the strong song because look, 7.39 at 185. Kayleen with an 8.24 at 165. That's right on the money for Kayleen. That's a good run. 8.24 for the mighty Repco West Ipswich Tirana.
She's been running that Tirana for a while.
Yeah, she has. Her and it's a good car. I never
It
get
is.
bored of calling it.
Yep.
You know, it just sounds cool. If you ever, when you see it, it just lopes
Yes.
up to the line on the cam. It's cool. So Carl Davies, the Chambers Flat Monza. I remember back in the day, all the Americans, they were like the race car of choice,
Yes,
the Monza.
the Monza.
There was a million of them, wasn't there?
There was.
Everybody,
There was.
Who's got a Monza? Everybody's got a Monza.
Yes.
But how slippery do they look?
They do.
They do look like they were built to be fast through the air.
0.82 reaction. Carl comes through with a 8.17 at 169. They do look slippery, don't they?
They do. Looks like it should be raced.
Yes.
When you see them in their normal format, they're not
Yeah.
as exciting.
No. I think that what you called the Lancer, it's got the similar sort of lines. or
Yeah, it
they
does. It
call
has that
arrow.
kind of the short back.
Yes, yeah.
Short back, long front. Not real like the Capri long
that's
bonnet,
right.
just a shortish bonnet, but still, that sort of style. So, it looks like we are moving into
Bikes.
modified bike. That was a short final qualifier for our sportsman races. So Q3 for modified bike.
Johnny Lewis and Mitchell Dongs. One's both on Kawasaki's.
Let's see what Johnny... Will Johnny be able to dip his toe into the 7 seconds? Mitchell says, I don't care, I'm just here. I'm going to race my quack, but I'm going to go as fast as I can. I'm going to give my beard some air.
Here we go with a 0.63 for Johnny and a 1.61 for Mitchell. And Johnny goes through with a 8.12 at 1.64, close to that 7. And Mitchell with a 11.41 at 1.26. Nearly dipped into that 7 second there.
Yeah, getting closer. He has done it, but it's just a matter of whether... How often can you do it, though, you know?
Well.
So Cole Crang and Alex King. Alex in the creative new cabinet Suzuki GSXR 1000. The Suzuki, of course, of Cole Crang. Cole on another red light, but a 0.93 for Alex. Get them out of the way, Cole, and you can get some clean greens when it comes to racing. So a 9.30 for Alex and a 10.86 at 127 for Cole.
Got Mark Gordon and Alan Ennis.
Yeah, Alan Ennis Jr. Like I said, Alan stepped away for a little bit from bike riding, but back here again. Good to see Alan back here again because he's a good rider, a good racer. And the Lucky Moto Suzuki, of course, of Mark Lucky Gordon. Once again, we talk about Mark from down Jacobs Wellway. Both got out quick too. A 0.24 for Gordon, 0.37 for Alan Annis. Goes through for an 8.81 at 150 for Al and a 9.40 at 143 for Mark.
It's a good race there.
That is. So just a reminder to everybody who is on the grassy area, if you are keen, we do have the merchandise shop is open. So if you want to head down to the merchandise shop, which is on the other side of the track. But we are moving in to see Chris Collin and Mitchell Woodford. Let's see Chris Collin. Modified bike. Rattled off what he said was a PB. So let's see what Chris can do this time.
He's out there. Yeah.
0.86 light. Chris Collin goes through for a 7.77 with a 9 at 170. They'll be happy at the Rascal Race Engine Camp. And the Custom Motorcycle Addiction Hayabusa of Woodford goes 9.74 at 151. But Chris Collin, 7.77 with a 9 at 170.56 mile an hour and a tidy 0.86 light.
That was a great run.
That was good. They'll be happy.
They'll be very happy with that. Jason Clarkin and Phil White both out. 108 for Jason and a 141 with the light for Phil. And Jason runs over with a 918 at 158 and Phil with a 995 at 137.
So as I said, if you're over on the grassy area, don't forget our merchandise shop is open behind the grandstand. So if you want to go get yourself one of the new Street Series T-shirts, shirts, get some cool merch. Look like the cool kid when it comes to winter. Get a long sleevey. So Luke Thompson, Jason Francis.
Jason just busts out, but Luke with a 107 on the reaction.
Probably a little bit of nerves for some of the riders, maybe. But a 9.31 for Luke Thompson and a 9.29 for Jason Francis. So both pretty well spot on their time, almost a heads-up race. But the red light, you want to keep that and push it away before you go into the main round.
Brett McEnroe and Scott Much. Both on the two Suzukis. Oh, Scott with a 0.66 and Brett with a 1.83. Brett seems to, Scott seems to be having a bit of trouble. And Brett goes through with a 10.05 at 147. Yeah, Scott had a bit of trouble there mid-track.
Don't know what happened, but Scott, he's got it going again. So he's headed off. But yeah, the bike must have just leaned out at three-quarter track and it wasn't happy. Then we get to see Rebecca Marsden up against Chris Shapper. Chris, of course, hasn't raced here for quite some time, he was telling me, in the mixed towing service BMW on the bike. Always good to see Always good to see young Chris on the bike. I think if he sticks with it, I think he could be a very successful rider, I think. So Rebecca Marsden, we know how Rebecca is. She is very good on the Honda. But I think Chris, after racing street cars, racing the Chevy, and then turning up on 2 wheels, I mean, what, is there something he can't do? He probably can't cook. I don't know. You're going to have to ask him.
He hasn't got time for that.
Oh, look,
Christopher with a 081. He's got no time to cook. He's too busy racing. And Chris goes over with a 972 at 152, and Rebecca with a 1099 at 127.
Yeah. As I said, Lou, the problem is with the overtaking lane, as much as it's a fabulous thing to have, it's left there on the ether forever, and people go, I remember what that idiot said. So Jason White and Ricky McDougall, the SVO Transport Suzuki, the Bundamba bike of Jason White. You can just see Ricky leaning down there, just adjusting.
Ricky with a 034, Jason with a 068. Ricky gets over there at 870 or 950, and Jason with a 1045 at 140. Yes, it does stay, and he probably will say that, but he'll say, that other idiot covered me.
Yeah, that'll be it. So here we go. Brian Alvizio, as he said, he was here testing last night. First run off the trailer wasn't that great, but it didn't matter because we know what Brian's like. He is the prime professional when it comes to bike riding. Really knows his stuff. So I think he said it's a longer swing arm on this bike now for a change compared to what he had normally on this bike. So Bobby Nicole Schluter, of course, in the LVS Light Vehicle Solution Kawasaki, and Brian on the DeWalt Kawasaki. So a multi-winning rider up against one of our newbies to the pack, Bobby. So Brian always a good rider. Look, a 015 and a 099 for Bobby Nicole, but Brian always supporting the bike riders here at Willowbank to no end, and does a lot of hard work behind the scenes. So an 887 at 149 for Alvizio. Well done, Brian. That looked like a good run. 099 for Schluter with an 1110 at 69. She got off the pedal. But it did look good, Bobby, and I'm pretty sure you'll be pleased with that. So that, well, judging by there's only one pairing, and it is the fabulous Tammy Goldthorpe, I would think that might be the final modified bike qualifier. What this lady hasn't won on 2 wheels isn't worth talking about, Lou. She's just very good.
A good reaction time too, 071, and goes through with 898 at 153.
Said to Dennis, who was pushing her just there, pushing Tammy back there, and I've called them so many times in finals of street meets and stuff like that, and I always ask Dennis, I said, how do you go, like, racing against your partner, Tammy? How do you go? And he goes, Terry, she's just too good. Very honest, but if you know Dennis, he's just a very honest sort of guy. He's like, yeah, no, she's just too good. And it's like, he's not saying it because he's just saying, but it's true. It's like, she is very good. And no, good to see Tammy and Den there, out there. So that means we are going into a little bit of testing, because I can see Ben Bray there, and he's probably waiting for maybe the Iwasa car. Not too sure, but we have got... Oh, we got a phone.
Yeah, we found a phone.
Oh, this keeps spinning. The phone was dropped when somebody lost their glasses and their wrists. That phone looks like it's had a hard life.
Yeah, the phone looks like it's been run up. Well, it's got a bit of damage. I
reckon it might have come off the back of one of the crews.
Yeah. It's an orange phone. Someone's lost an orange phone with a completely shattered screen. Got it up here. It's got a black...
It's a quad lock.
Quad lock.
I don't know how you're going to go with that. That does look like it's been run over.
Yeah, yep, definitely. fallen out of somebody's back pocket.
And probably been on the maybe on the return road or somewhere, and it's been run over a few times. But here we go. We are in a little bit of testing, and we get to see the chemical clown.
Well, he's had a few. Last two, he got half track and something went wrong, but obviously he's got back this time, so probably see a full run.
Being as though it's testing it, I
Yeah.
don't know whether it's a licensing as well. We're not too sure, but car look is just
Oh,
car
amazing.
is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Luke?
Yep. Amazing. Sounds good too.
And I still keep thinking about what Fiat would have thought when they brought out the little Topolino back in the day, and they went, "Look at this! Look,
Yeah.
what do people need and want from this body?" Gets out with the red, but it doesn't matter. It's all about the time. Have a look at this thing.
Wow.
Gets off the pedal, but still runs a 7:38 at 153. Half track a 4:63 at 156 miles an hour. A 1:08.
Wow.
A 1:08 to the 30. Nice work for the mighty Topolino. That was definitely not boring.
Good to see they sorted that out.
So we have got a couple more to come before we go into our testing, before we go into our first round. So we got the Qdrc Outlaws. You are required in the lanes for your first round of racing. That's hard to believe, isn't it? All of a sudden we're going into bang into racing.
Yeah.
So as I said, ladies and gents, I'm not too sure what the turnaround will be, but if you are over on the grassy area, probably a good idea to go and get yourself something from the merchandise room over the other side behind the grandstand. Go and have a chat to them all over there, to our crew over there. Get yourself a Street Series shirt. Maybe get yourself some maybe some of last year's Willowbank Winter National shirts. There's always some stuff on special. Probably a good idea to grab something. Get yourself some rotor shirts. Is there rotor shirts there, Dave?
I'm going to have a look.
No, there's not. Dave just said there's not.
No.
But don't forget dragphotos.com.au. But have a look at this. Do I say it? Do I dare say it? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Jamboree. In case you're wondering, I commentated once Jamboree with Pierre Umpe from Puerto Rico. And he goes, Terry, there's lots of pretty ladies here at Willowbank. I said, yes, thank you, Pierre. But Jamboree, he called it, and I still, to this day, cannot get it out of my head all those years. But great to see the mighty Yuasa Batteries Toyota here. 2J on board, Toyota, 6-cylinder, turbocharged, in the top 10 in the world.
With an angry attitude.
Yeah, I love it. Now, we know that, I don't know what Rod's plan is for today. As I said, we can't ask too much of all of our testing and licensing guys, because really the licensing guys are under strict rules of what they've got to do. The testing guys are thinking, well, I've got the winter nats, I've got this coming up, I've got a few things coming up. I'm just going to test the half track. You know how it is. So what
Yep.
do? You
Test the half track.
you don't want to come out here and run a number and you go, well, why?
Yep. No reason.
Yeah, old mate's just running a testing. Why?
Yep.
But then again, sometimes with Rod, you never know what he does, because you know what? He just sometimes just throw it all in there.
And obviously all the combinations probably running different. Here we go. Ooh.
Got it skittish, but got it
Wow.
back in. I was wondering whether Rod was going to try and drive out of that when he got it back into the groove.
Yeah.
But he said, nah, Terry, no. But a 977 to the 60. How's your father? Do we get a thumbs up for that? Do we get a thumbs up from the crew for at least that 60-foot time?
Yeah. Maybe not.
No, look, no. Ben and Pete don't care.
No. It's all business.
Ben, was a 977 nice for the 60, Ben? Was that 977 nice?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Here we go.
Thinking you
We've got
can't
to
complain
smile.
about it. I think you can't complain about that. A 977 to the 60-foot. Car is just angry.
It's it's got some attitude.
And I can tell you now, already in Puerto Rico, they will know what he's run.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be listening going, yeah, but whatever. Yeah, but whatever. They'll be listening in and they'll be saying, yeah, look, they always love to keep an eye on what's going on around the world.
They do.
Because they just throw everything at.
They do.
They're all running up to 100-pound boosts these days. It's just insane.
Especially
So,
in the rotary side as well and all that. But,
Mate,
you know,
they don't
we'd
care,
have
do
a few watching, I think, right now.
Actually, yeah, we should actually have. I should have actually asked
Yeah.
Dave from Overtaking Lane, who's actually watching in from what country. We did have Alvin Dirks, of course, who was watching from. Where did he say he was watching from? Anyway, but he was watching from overseas, so it's really good to see different people tuning in and having a little look-see of what's going on in Australian drag racing here at in what is called one of our regular Queensland drag racing championships round.
Yep.
And proudly brought to you by Mr. Wong Hydraulics and Tilt Tray Service, of course. But good to see people just tuning in, Lou, and having a little look. I mean, you and I mean, you're going to have to head out, but Wade and I are going to be calling some very, very close racing.
I know. I'm a little bit upset that I'm not here for that because it's a beautiful day, beautiful cars. It's just a great, and the track looks amazing too. So,
Mate, and I've got to tell you though, when I texted you during the week and said, mate, can you make it? And you said you could for at least today.
Yep.
Mate, it was really good because it's always good to have you back on the mic, my man. I know a lot of us are busy. As I said, 3 of the guys today, like we've got Carl and Mark, and of course I think, not too sure what Matty's up to today, but whether he's crewing or whether he's had something else on. But it's busy times,
It is.
and it's sometimes as a commentator, it's very hard to commit to like a 12-hour or a however many day I don't even want to think about it. Because we start at 8:30 and finish at probably 10 or 11, and like, and you're thinking, yep.
but it goes
we
so
don't
quick.
do it. We don't do it for the money. I
No.
can tell you that now.
No.
Because it's not about the money for
No.
that. But it's good to. You get to see everybody go through their qualifying and stretch it into what we've got.
Somebody's ringing the phone.
Somebody's ringing the phone. Good luck answering that.
Good luck. The orange phone was just ringing. So whoever tried to ring that phone, tell that person his phone's in the commentator's box.
Well, here we go. How would you like a little bit of naturally aspirated nitro?
Yeah.
It really, in the uncontrolled insanity, when you look at this car and you think, where is the supercharger? It's not there, but it sounds like it's supercharged.
Yes.
That's because it's got some nitro. It's got some pop in the tank. And I've seen. Have you seen this thing run before?
No.
Did they not run earlier?
No, I don't think it did.
This thing goes. This thing hooks. I love it.
Yeah.
But you have a look. If you've not seen this, it is a tidy bit of gear, and we love seeing it run.
It's definitely not a sound I heard.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't sit right when you see it. You think, hang on, is it? So when Stewie does bring the car up to the start line, and he cranks it up, you think, that's where is the big black belt on it? Well, it doesn't have one. It's just using the natural power adder of nitro. So let's see what it runs. If it hooks up today, it absolutely lit it up off the line. And
something.
What is that that's dropped off?
Looks like foam. Some paneling, maybe.
Can we get a? Well, not too sure what that even is.
Looks like foam.
Where did that foam come from? That is intriguing.
Yeah.
I didn't even see a surfboard on the roof of that car. Where was that from? I have no idea. Our IHRA official look and say, yeah, that's a regulation foam surfboard they had tucked underneath the car or something. I've got no idea where that come from. Obviously some paneling they obviously used, maybe whatever, but you can see the guys heading off.
Would have been some panel or some insulation of some description.
Quite possibly, but it just both dropped out, didn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it shook loose with that big charge off the line.
Shook me.
I need my fillings done. Need my fillings redone, Luke.
Yeah.
So as I said, not too far off. Qdrc Outlaws, you were called up to the lanes, I do believe, because you will be expected out there for round one. And once again, as I said, anybody who's in the grandstand and anybody who's here today, who was here with the crew and everybody, don't forget, look, the shop is open today. You can go get yourself some merch, get yourself a cool T-shirt. They've probably got some down on special as well. But if not, if you don't go home with a new long sleeve Street Series shirt, I'll be disappointed.
Get the long sleeve one ready for the Winter Nationals.
I just like the fact that, Lou, when you're out there at a shopping centre somewhere and somebody's wearing one and you go, I always look at them and I go, cool shirt.
Yeah.
And they always go, oh, okay. All right, that guy know where I've been.
Do they go, oh, that's Terry?
They never say that. Nobody ever says that. Not even my wife says that. You underestimate how underwhelming I am. So we are into some more, it does look like some more testing. So maybe some sportsman licensing. So this will be Dave Swan. See Kenny Lowe out the front there, giving him some guidance and helping him along. And we'll rattle it through for a 1030. But a nice 774 light. Getting used to the modified thing would not be easy.
I'd say it was a licensing. A few of the
Yes,
stewards
on it.
there were on
Yes,
him.
definitely sportsman licensing. So, and it seems like so many of them are actually in modified vehicles as well. So that augurs well for the future of our sport, but not so much if you're already in the mix and you're thinking, oh, come on. There's already enough of us I've got to try and beat, let alone add some more into the mix. And we did have Tiana Ellis in there as well. It's like you go, come on, guys, calm it down. How many more do we need? Ashley Pinkstone's on board as well. There's too many new races coming on that are going to be good, he says. So as we wait for our next licensing, which will be competitor 6756, will be of who we just spoke about, which will be Ashley Pinkstone. And as I said, Ashley, a long career in junior dragster, and see Mum there lining her back. But it is one of those things, I suppose, Lou, is it the natural progression to go from junior dragster to a modified car? Because that's not always the way it works.
No.
Quite often they'll go into a to a super street or super sedan or even on a bike. Or, you know, like some of them will even just step out of it and go, no, look, I've had enough of sitting in an open air car. I want to do something totally different.
But they're already used to that. They're already used to the engine in the back. And all those little things probably work in their favour too, coming from junior drag straight into there. So.
When you talk to a front engine dragster, they will tell you, look, if you can't see the action happening in front of you, are you even trying? So all the guys in their front engine dragsters give the rear engine dragsters a hard time. It's almost like the big block versus small block.
Yeah.
Small block argument. But let's see what Ashley can run. As I said, the IHRA officials. Look, she's got more people behind her than it's at a no prep event. What's going on, Ashley? You got fans? Oh, look at them all. Nice 0.26, but it'll be a full run, I would say, with a soft launch.
Yep.
Yeah, 992 at 142 mile an hour.
0.26. I think that's the junior drag racing days.
Yeah, I wouldn't. To be honest, a lot of the races you see over the years, you think when somebody comes in and you think, oh, they might struggle with a quicker car, but Ashley, I would not be concerned about. She's always been a pretty solid racer. So as we come to our next
Testing?
which will be
Licensing?
4084, which will be Sally Watts. So if you are in Qdrc Outlaws, you are required in the lanes for your first round. And just a note to the super sedan races. That when you are on, which will be probably around just before 4 o'clock, we will. I will come down and we'll have a quick chat about our super sedan brother we lost recently, Parry Georges. We'll have a quick minute's silence for Parry, and I'll say some kind words about the gentleman that was Parry. So just a reminder to the super sedan races, and we have got some very cool, very cool stickers for to give out to everybody for our good mate. Anyway, we move on to Sally Watts. Let's see how Sally goes on this run. Has run a 711 and a 722 at 190 miles an hour. So, you know what? That's some cracker top end, isn't it?
That's some big top end. Yes.
It's like, oh, here I am doing my testing. How fast did you go? 190.
190.
190 what? K's? No. 190 miles.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Really? Yes. So we're just waiting, not too sure what's going on. As I said, our vision can be obscured a little bit from where we are, up in the tower. But with our rain gauge, which is out the front here,
Yeah.
the awning's our rain gauge.
Yeah,
With
that's
that one
right.
You get to see if there's a couple of drops.
Yep. And how quick they dry.
Yeah, and how quick they dry. But a big shout out to everybody who is at home watching on the overtaking lane. I hope you are enjoying it. It's been a great coverage as it always has. I reckon that might be Tiana Ellis.
Mm-hmm.
Big rev. Well done. Yes, so Sally didn't appear, and we got Tiana Ellis, of course. As I said, how many new modified races do you need in one licensing and testing session? I'm not saying it because it's a negative. I'm just saying it because it would be the other races in that category.
Yes.
We go, oh, come on.
Yep.
So Tiana, 794 at 152 and an 826 in her previous licensing. It'll all be dependent on what the IHRA official decides that they need to do on this run before they feel comfortable and safe enough, I guess, Lou,
Yep.
for them to do a full run.
Yep. For everyone's safety, as well as the team and the driver.
So when are you due back on the track?
Hopefully the Winter Nationals.
Oof, good work. There's another commentator we can't have.
Definitely the Jamboree, but hopefully the Winter Nationals.
If you're here for the if you're here for the Winter Nationals, mate, that'd be great to call you. That would be awesome. And it'll be if you go well.
Yeah.
We'll say
No.
Well, we'll say that's excellent. If you don't, we'll go. Well, you should have commentated this meeting.
That's right. Exactly.
Because you know that's how it works.
Yeah,
Or we one or the other.
definitely.
Tiana Ellis heads out with a 227. Will it be a full run for testing, for licensing? She kept the boot into it.
Wow.
776 at 168 mile an hour. Well
Wow.
done, Tiana. That looks
Well
safe.
done.
That looks solid. That looked nice, and that was good work. Oh, look at that. We got Mark Allen, ex-commentator, now professional modified racer. Mark just agrees with it. Goes, yep, that's exactly what I am. So, no, good to see Mark. We've got a good run in the last meeting too, in the last one as well, Mark. How did it feel?
Yeah, car was good.
Car went good.
Issues with the trans brake, but
That was on the first run, trans brake, yeah. And we wondered what it was. We were curious as to what happened, but mate, you felt good. How do you feel about all these people licensing in modified? What is that go? Is there not another category they can all go to?
only go find another category.
Yeah. They're coming from a modified racer, tell them to go find another category.
Kids go somewhere else.
Yeah. See, Mark wants the competitive. No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
He's saying
that's
go
right.
somewhere else. We don't want you here anymore. That is hilarious. Good
It
work,
was good
Mark.
to see, Mark.
Yes, and I do hope that Mark goes well today because it really is good to see him.
Yeah.
We talk about your happy place.
Yeah.
And look, we always have Mark and I and Wade, we always have lots of laughs on the microphone
Yep.
and have a good time. But really your happy place is behind the wheel of your race
Oh,
car,
100%.
isn't it, really?
It is. Oh, but this
So-
is a good. I had I think my last one was with Mark, and we had a great time. So
Yeah, it is good. He's look, to be honest, and this is not me just because, and he's not even in the box with us, so it doesn't matter. But as a pro category Group 1 commentator, Mark, you know, we talk about all the other commentators we have kicking around the country, but I do believe Mark is right up there with the best of them. His knowledge, the way he
Yes.
presents
yep.
the pro categories, I think he's really, really good, and he should be very proud of himself, how good he is at doing that job. And we're very lucky to have him, and we're very lucky to have him at, just QDRC meets, even, even on the occasional even street meets and whatever. And that's where Mark and I both started. He'd been doing it for probably maybe a year or two before me, and I started calling the street meets with Mark and him and I. It's good. He's good. As Kerry Digney used to always say, you don't really train someone to be a commentator.
No.
You let them do their own thing, but you've got certain rules you need to adhere to. And Mark and I have always had a lot of fun on the microphone, and I never tire of it. We always, we can dig down deep. Him being a racer on a microphone is really good because sometimes they will give a better insight as a racer than a commentator can just do. And I love that. We're very privileged to have a lot of our guys we do have here on the commentary box. So...
And the beauty is, if you're not racing, you're commentating, so you're still in there.
Yeah, you still get to see all the action.
to see all the action.
You get to see all the action, and you get to see sometimes you get to see how good people are and how bad people are. And you go, oh no.
Well, you look at your future competition, you go,
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
I might go back to commentating.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's right. I'm looking at the where we are sitting here in the commentary box. We can look across to the go-kart track at Willowbank as well. I'm thinking maybe I should go race go-karts. Surely that can't be competitive.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is very competitive.
very.
It's probably worse.
I was going to say, no, I would probably say it's worse.
Well, don't most Formula One drivers come from usually from
Go-karts?
karting? Mate, I'm too old and too slow to be doing that.
Oh,
now.
yeah. No.
And you can see them scooting over
I
there
know.
while we're singing, and they're all fast. So
They're no slouch.
So a big shout out to our look at Brad down there. Look at him working hard on
He does.
on the camera. He is just like a machine.
He is.
Mate, I'm sorry if the commentary jokes aren't as good as what they normally are, but we try to be something for everyone. But I thought I wasn't going to be allowed back in the box after my dad joke earlier today, but apparently I was. But how good is it to see everybody here today? Big shout again. Look at the guys over there where the sign is, where our big screen is. You guys have finally moved around to the side of the container. Look at you guys. I really would love to have that on slow motion from where you started earlier this morning to all the way around, and then once the sun goes down later on, you guys will be back out in front of it. So, but a big shout out to everybody who's over there on the grassy area. I hope you are enjoying the racing today. You should be, because it is just about to get very, very quick. Grandstand, give us a wave. Come on, give us a wave.
Yeah.
Look at them all. They're loving it, and it is. Look, we're going to see some really quick, we're going to see very close racing this afternoon, as we always do. We do go through the round robin, so it'll be 3 rounds, then we go into the finals, and we will have some really tough cars. Look, you've come here, you've seen some Jamboree style cars, you've seen some Nitro, you've really seen some interesting stuff already, let alone seeing the Outlaw cars with the turbo and supercharged cars, which are just about to hit very shortly. And you can see Kelly parked up there in the twin turbo V8 rear engine car. And as I said, I just remember, look, big wave giving us a wave. Look, they can hear us out there.
They can hear us.
Really good to see that car. Hope whatever they had, the issues earlier on when it did bite and it bit, I hope that's all sorted, because look, that car is just something to behold. I remember when Kelly first got the got the first 2 turbochargers on it, and she said, Terry, the car just pulls different compared to just the V8. And now that's got these twin snails on it. It's like a whole different world of fun for everyone. So, but no, it's good to see. So we get to see that car coming out very shortly. and let's see what it can do. And we get to see some very tough, very cool supercharged cars as well, Lou.
Yeah, Terry. Just want to remind all our spectators and viewers that the 58th Winter Nationals, we've got our RCE Corporate Club.
Oof.
Yeah, which you have options of 1, 2 and 3 day options that you can be undercover seating. We've got VIP parking for that, and the bar. Obviously, closed circuit TV for viewing. So if you're a really hardcore spectator or viewer,
Don't want to miss
this. So if you give Willowbank a call, they'll give you the pricing options as well.
I don't know about you, but when was the last time you actually came to a drag racing event and you got to have a few beers? Yeah, look, you said it all with a breathe out. You went, no, Terry,
right.
I have no idea. I think the last time I actually I think had a few too many beers here was probably in 1988 or 89.
That far back?
Yeah, on the where the grandstand is.
Oh,
It would have been
yes.
on a grassy area, sitting there watching all my rotor mates running grudge runs. And I remember Dennis Sirimus come up to me one day and said, I was like, we all right up here? He goes, yeah, you guys are all fine. He said, you're behaving yourselves. Here she comes. Oh,
The official paperwork.
Sue's given us the seedings and the round ones.
Oh, wow.
Look at this. This I feel a little bit special getting this.
So then you can do your own results, see?
We can do the.
Oh.
Thank you so
Look
much.
at that.
I feel
Thanks,
like.
Sue. Makes it nice and easy.
Well, I don't know if it makes it easy, but it's very
Easier.
cool. Yeah, it's easier, that's for sure. There you go. Look at the seating sheet. So we'll have Atkinson versus Tate, Fletcher versus Cameron, Kidd versus Howard. So we've got it all. We've got it all on here. We can give them a tick and a whatever. And we can. There'll be no excuse for us not to know who won, unless there's a disagreement or an argument. Then we just hand it to the room next door.
That's
As you know, you're not even going to be here for this fun.
I
We're going to be here for
know.
some of it. We're gonna be here for some of it. So
I'm going to try to stretch it out, Terry. I'm on my bike, so I shouldn't get any traffic going home. So,
How did you like? How was the trip up?
oh, it was beautiful.
Yeah?
Beautiful. I was all excited. I've missed a few because I've had to work, and just. So when you said that Monday, I thought, I've got nothing on till the afternoon. I'm here. So, and then the day was perfect too. So the ride was fantastic.
I love that. So, mate, well, I'm glad that we've made your day. That's excellent that
You
we've
have.
made your life happy.
Yes.
As I said, and look, we got the shop open. So just remember, the shop won't be open for the whole time. So if you are keen and you're over on the grassy area, don't forget to scoot across. We have got the merchandise room open, so if you want to go get yourself a nice long sleeve, get ready for winter, get ready for the Winter Nationals, probably got some stuff on special, got some new gear of course, so you can go get yourself the new Street Series shirts. I'm not too sure whether they've got diesel assault shirts or any Qdrc shirts. We'll have to go and have a look, I guess, but we'll find out, no doubt. But good idea to head down there and get yourself something, take something home for one of the family members who didn't come along today. Don't be mean. Just go and get yourself something. So, but as we are waiting for our pairings to come round before we go into racing proper, it will be interesting. As I said, our first round in the Outlaws will be Shane Atkinson versus Carl Tate. It'll be Josh Fletcher versus Jason Cameron, Kelly Kidd versus Mr. Howard. So it's all good. There'll be some good pairings there, and we will find out who, after 3 rounds, will go into that final. Mate, it's tough, isn't it?
It is.
Super Sedan looks tough.
That does.
And as I said, look, we will before round 1 of Super Sedan, which the way we are running it will go from the Outlaws to Super Comp to Junior Drag Bike to Real Street to Junior Dragster, Super Street, Super Sedan, Top Sportsman, Modified Bike, then Modified, then back into some testing. So when we go to Super Sedan, which is round 1, which will probably be maybe in around an hour or so's time for those guys, I will scoot down onto the start line, and I will say a few kind words about our Super Sedan mate that we lost recently this year, Parry Georges. We'll come down and have a quick chat, and I'll just give you a little bit of an insight into the man that was Parry, and I'll have a quick chat. We'll have a minute's silence, and I've got some really cool stickers with Parry on them. So if you want one, you'll be more than welcome. I'll give them out when we're down there And you're more than welcome to put one on your car or keep it home. Keep it as a nice memory. And anybody who's seen the Gemini back in the day run of Parry's, if you look at Parry Georges on, probably just Google it, there's a couple of photos where he's got the Gemini on the rear bumper, just absolutely. And look, 13B turbo, you know, and he used to have the little Gemini wagon, and but the little red sedan, and he was almost going to give it away. He was thinking about maybe, he's thinking, no, Terry said, I said, mate, please don't. Come on. I said, I love calling you at the Qdrc. I love calling you at Rotary Revival. I love that, you know, you're part of the scene. And he was never keen on any other sort of racing as well. And never like, you know, do you want to go, you know, do the other off street or roll? No, mate, no. You know what I like? He loved the fact that that we have the regimentation of drag racing. You got to dial in, you got to qualify. It's a proper racing category. That's what he loved. And you know what? What do you bring to Super Sedan? Do you bring a V8? No, you bring a 13V turbo, because with all its problems and look, you and I both own Rotaries. For all its problems to get him to run consistent, Parry still managed to get him to run consistent, and definitely made it. It was always exciting to watch. Front wheels up, exciting, and we will miss him. So I will have a little quick chat, and it won't be long, folks, and a little bit later at Super Sedan. And as I said, I've got some cool stickers to give out to everybody as well. But our Super Sedan category, we're going to miss him very much.
I did have the pleasure of running with him twice, so...
Excellent. That is awesome. Junior drag bike and Super Comp to the lanes as well, please. So Super Comp and Junior drag bike to the lanes, please. We are in to round 1 of Outlaws. Oh, the turbo car, big burnout. So Michael Howard brings that angry altered back. The twin turbo V8 of Kelly Kidd. 690 dial in to a 705 of Howard. You would think, with all that loud aggression out of that altered, that it would be chasing. No, the turbo car is chasing. How many turbos do you need, Lou? 2. 2 is how many you need. How many superchargers do you need? Just one.
Just
big
the big one.
So the 705, Michael will head off. Kelly with a 690 will chase. This is first round. Kidd and Howard. Qualifier 3 versus qualifier 6, and we are good to go. Kelly will get the win. She will see the win like she will treat it like a race and see what she can get out of it. And there it is, a 6. I'll tell you what, she knew she could test the power of that turbo car. Runs a 674 at 200 to go well under her 690, because she would have seen the win light of Michael Howard come up, who ran a 717 on a 705 with a 027 red. But Kelly says, I'm going to test this little baby out and test it. 200 mile an hour with a 6.7. She most certainly did.
She most certainly did.
How was that?
Yeah, wow. Yeah. Yeah, she wasn't going to back off on that one.
Impressive. Very impressive. We watched how that car just wasn't lining up, was not hooking up. It was shaking, it was shuddering, it was teetering on its rear wheels, Lou. Then all of a sudden, how about a 674 at 200 mile an hour?
At 200 even, yeah. Yeah.
Kelly Kidd, take a bow. So Gary Cameron and Josh Fletcher. We talk about competitors that are good. This young man needs no introduction. Josh Fletcher, Mr. Styromax. How good is he? Multi-winning in all sorts of vehicles, whether it be in the rear-engine dragster or Gary Cameron in the mighty little Garbutt Property Management 23 altered.
It's a tough-looking altered, that one.
Oh, it most certainly is, isn't it? Gary's going, I don't need no wing.
Yeah.
I don't need no wing. I'm just bare bones. I'm just going to run this thing down there. Dialing in at a 685 to Josh Fletcher's 728. So Josh will head off. I'll tell you what, there's something you don't want to be doing is chasing Josh Fletcher, because he will cut a light. And you know what? You need to be good at that tree to beat a Fletcher.
Yep.
That's not me just saying it. I'm sure if
No.
I lean back and look at Wade, he'd say, that is just a fact, isn't it, Wade? It is just a fact. You need to cut a light to beat a Fletcher. That is simple as that.
Especially that 728 and 685.
So watch for the light from Josh, then watch for Gary to head off after him. For Fletcher, 0.39 for Cameron. Cameron's got everything to do.
He does.
Is he too quick?
Yes.
No, he's done it.
He's done
a
it.
688 on a 685.
Wow.
729 on a 728. Josh, can you believe it? As I said, the only way you can beat a Fletcher is if you beat him on the tree, and Gary has managed to do that. 688 at 190 mile an hour. Josh, 729 at 179. That was a great drag race.
That was
well
a
done,
brilliant
gentlemen.
drag race.
Well done.
Junior drags, junior bike, real street to the lines. Yeah, wow. You said it, you were
That was
talking about
tough.
cutting a light. There you go.
Seriously, if
He made it.
he would not have got him.
No.
Gary would not have got him if he hadn't cut a better light. No way. So here we go. Tate and Atkinson. We got the battle of the funny car and the Tirana. So a 600 for Khan Tate and a 739 for Shane Atkinson. So we've seen the winds come from both lanes. Have you raced? No,
Not yet.
it's beautifully out flat. Both lanes, beautiful flat. I know it sounds silly saying it's flat, but it is. It's beautiful flat. No bumps, no nothing. It's just a great surface to race on.
You had your car down on here?
Yeah, plenty of times. Yeah. I love it. It's really good. My car's not fast, so I get to have a real advantage.
But you know the bumps.
It only runs, well, there's no bumps. So it just runs low 15, so it's just nice and easy drive down the track. But Tate and Atkinson. Tate to chase by a big margin. 1.39. Shane in that tough Tirana, so Tate's going to have to do some work, because if Shane gets out,
This will come down to reaction as well.
that big bad wing on that Tirana too. Blue.
Yeah.
It's industrial. Shane Atkinson will get the win. So the 628 on a 600 with a red for Tate. A 737 on a
Wow.
739 with a 180 light for Shane Atkinson. I'm sure his crew will have a little look at that. He's gone at 185 mile an hour. Get this, Tate's top end, 220.
220.
220 mile an hour with a 12 at the end of that.
Wow.
Well done to Khan. That was some tidy top end out of the custom air funny car. But the LJ Tirana goes under the dial in. Pretty sure Shane would have said, no, boot into it, because I can see that yellow light up.
Yep.
And I got the win, and
Why not?
got to test it, don't you?
Why not?
Just, you know.
Why not?
We saw that with Kelly as well, and she went well and truly under it. So it'll be interesting to see what Kidd and Atkinson do on their next dial-ins.
Well, want to pump that dial up a bit.
Well, maybe they might. Maybe that was part of the plan. I don't know. But we should have Qdrc Super Comp and Junior Drag Bike. You should be out there. And Real Street, please, for your first round as well.
suppose now with the air possibly starting to cool down a little bit too, we should see a little bit more.
Yes, but these guys, like we were saying before, who are running off the off these records, always makes it interesting.
Mm.
So I'm actually going to. Oh, there's your super comp. There they are, right there. Qdrc super comp. Let's see. We'll have Schluter versus Shembri, and we'll have Sloan versus Maddox. There's obviously been some. We've only got the 4 in the mix. But it's what they'll be running off will be intriguing. So we know that Maddox was in the mix, and we know that Schluter's in the mix. So, and even Sloan, of course. So it'll be how they go. We haven't seen Shembri run right, but it'll be interesting to see what they bring, because they've all already given the those records a nudge. Give them a bit of more than a bit of a touch up even.
I'm going to go.
So Lou's going to take a quick break. He'll be back in a moment. We've got the phone that's destroyed still sitting in the... We haven't had the wristband, all the prescription glasses, all the phone that's been run over by 28 vehicles. We haven't found an owner for any of these yet, Wade. Real Street, junior bike. Real Street, junior bike. To the lanes immediately, please. Real Street and junior bike to the lanes, please. It is. Have a look at that phone. It's been run over about 28 times. I'm trying to figure out what it's been run over. It looks like a modified races backup car.
There's a junior dent there.
Junior dent, yeah. It's like it's all different.
If it was a Nokia, it'd still be in one piece. The car would have been destroyed. To run over it.
What was the Nokia 1320 or whatever? Yeah. One of the old ones with the buttons.
And even the case has taken a battering, hasn't it?
It has. That's a tough case.
Yeah. Yep.
No, it's been run over properly, hasn't it?
It's.
It did ring before.
I did? You couldn't answer it, though.
How do you answer that?
Voice control, I don't know.
Oh, no. So if you've lost a phone and you rang earlier, someone's rang and said, look, hey, Tomo, what's going on, mate?
If you can identify the condition of the phone.
So we are going into our round 1. Wade, of Qdrc Super Comp. So we've only got the 2 pairings.
Yeah, the field's been a little bit decimated in Super Comp, hasn't it? So a couple of the races, unfortunately, unable to make it to round 1. And it was it was a bit like that in Outlaws as well. A couple of competitors, unfortunately, having their issues along the qualifying way.
So we did see Atkinson and Kidd go under their dial-ins once they saw the wind light come up. So they've kept a little bit of... but Kelly just absolutely blew it out of the water with a 6.7. So Junior Dragster. Junior Dragster, that is your call to the lanes, please. Junior Dragster. Junior bike, drag bike, you should be on your way all round there. And Real Street... I don't see any Real Streeters. Can you see any Real Streeters in the lanes?
I can just see the first one rolling through the back of the lanes now.
Let's have a look at our pairings in Real Street, maybe. Look at this. We got all this. There's Super Sedan. Look at that. We got. we've got all the sheets. These are absolutely phenomenal. Look at this Real Street. Here we go. There you go. There is the Chicago Shootout.
We almost have to tidy our act up, don't we?
Because we need to look
Are
professional.
you passing it to me to do the paperwork?
I most certainly am. Because at some point in time, I'm going to have to go down there with a handheld microphone and talk Super Sedan about Parry. So
yes, yep. That won't be too far
I'm not
away.
trying to dodge work,
No.
I'm not trying to dodge work. But yeah, so we've just seen Qdrc Outlaws go through. We're waiting for our first round of Qdrc Super Comp, which will be 2 pairings of Schluter, Shembri, Sloan and Maddox.
think Meatloaf famously once sung, "You took the words right out of my mouth."
Is that right?
Our first round isn't going to run. They're going to run later.
Oh, they're going to run later, so we won't see Super Comp round 1 because, of course, there's only couples. That means, are we going into junior drag bike?
Maybe that's why we're waiting for them.
Ah.
Well, that's all quite. I can't even keep track of where we are on the schedule, Terry, and you're giving me the
There it is.
paperwork for.
There it is. That's what we're up to.
Outlaws.
Here we go. Here's your seating sheets for the junior drag bike.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So
They've all got to buy in the first round. Oh, no. There we go.
no, Pirano, Badcock, Fulton, and McDougall. The other Badcock and Mansfield French. That will be our three races first up. And mate, I wasn't too sure how because you're a meeting director in training. I am not. I'm just merely a humble commentator. I don't know whether you're supposed to tick them or whatever here in this.
We've got the sheet. No, we've got a sheet behind. We've got a sheet that keeps track of who won against who.
Oh, that looks hard because I can just do that.
You could. But then when I ask you, how many wins has Jonathan Fulton had? And you're going to
There'll
go,
be a tick.
and you're going to go,
There'll be two
he's
ticks
got
there.
one there, and
No,
he's
no.
got, and I can just go, oh, he's got
No,
two.
no, it'll be a 2 ticks there.
Two ticks.
Because if you get across,
Well, first pairing,
Oh.
you've got not Kante. It'll be Jonathan Fulton, 216 lighter, 141 for Nevaeh McDougall across the finish line. And Jonathan will break out a 950 with a 4 on that 970 dial in for Nevaeh. She will take a round 1 win, a 936 on a 920. So second pairing for our first round of junior bike. Will be the first of the Badcock, dry Badcock, up against Scarlett Mansfield French. Just what you want as a racer. You're in the mindset of going through the motions, going through your routine and your procedure, and
And
roll
then-
up to the beams, and then they go, whoa, hang on a minute.
it's not playing the game.
We'll hold you up for a moment.
You're thinking, no.
You just
don't.
get your heart rate down to 110 beats a minute. So, Jaden Badcock, Scarlett Mansfield French.
Mate, I don't think any of them have 110 heart rate. They'd all be like 88. They'd be low. They'd be cool as cucumbers, wouldn't they?
An 832 for Jaden will be chased down by Scarlett, who will leave first, and the checkered pink leathers. Oh, look at the light just cut. 005.
Oh.
Thanks for coming. A 285 for Jaden, who's got work to do in the chase. Scarlett does well, doesn't break out, goes to 914 on that 905. Jaden left himself too much work to do with the slow reaction time, an 831 on an 832. We'll see Scarlett with the win in round 1.
So Real Street, you should be in the lanes. Super Street and Junior Dragster, you should be around in the lanes, please. Super Street and Junior Dragster. So Kai Badcock and Vans Pirano. The Beck's Hair Lounge R3 of Pirano. The Pro Cycle Dyno of Kai Badcock. An 871 to chase down a 914 of Pirano.
All business like for Kai, wasn't it? He was looking
Yeah.
over at Vans. As soon as Vans started coming forward, it was visor down, eyes firmly on the tree.
Gets out with a 145. A 0.32 for Badcock. And the win will go to Vans with a 9.21 on a 70 with 73 mile an hour on that 914, an 8.97 and an 8.71 with a 0.32 was nice, but it won't be the win. Vans Pirano will get the win. So these races, you need to be round here. Real Street, Junior Dragster, Super Street, please. Immediately to the lanes. Real Street, Junior Dragster and Super Street, immediately to the lanes, please. I can see, look, some junior dragsters piggybacking around. That saves time. That's better than removing the roof racks and pumping the tyres up, because everybody here at the drags lets their tyres down. I hope that our anybody from our constabulary doesn't give us in trouble for letting our tyres down at the drag strip.
Mate,
we're doing it all wrong.
Careful, mate. You know,
these guys have all got roof racks on their Altereds.
They've got defect stations down the road, and soon they'll have defect stations if you've got roof racks on.
On the return road.
I'm telling you, people, it's good for your fuel economy.
On the return road. On the return road. Pump those tyres up and remove that rear wing. We could be in trouble at a drag racing event. It does look like we are moving into Real Street. Proudly brought to you by Pull Equipment Brisbane. Big thank you for them jumping on board and sponsoring what is a great grassroots category, Wade.
Yeah, 100%.
Have you got the Real Street?
I do, yeah.
You've got them all, mate. Well done.
Did you want that one? We can have one each
We
if
can
you need.
one each. Yeah, we can actually. So you're doing the trophy presentation then?
Stacey Goldie and Alex Kidd coming forward. I'm just going to glaze over that.
Yeah. So Alex Kidd, 13.69 to be chased down by an 11.98 by Stacey Goldie. The quick 60 badass race cars. Oh, Alex gets out with a 0.37. Oh, red light from Stacey, so it's all superfluous round one. Goldie, red lit. And Alex.
Are we calling reaction times or not?
That's a really good question,
Alex-
mate.
Alex-
I don't know if we do or not. but
Alex
anyway,
will be loud and obnoxious from the exhaust as he takes the win in the Falcon.
Skylar Wagonsfeld, Craig Collis, 12.66 for Craig. 13.75 for Skylar. Gets out with a 0.80, a 0.37 for Craig. Craig gets the better of the tree. Let's see if he can make the most of it. Looks like he's trying hard to clamber back that wagon. Will he be able
He's
to
on
do
the
it?
anchors.
Oh,
He was-
because Skylar's gone well and truly under a dial in, and Craig has gone 12.666 on a 12.66 on the picks to take the win over Wagonsfeld, who ran a 13.67 on a 13.75. Craig's probably thinking, this seems fast.
Yeah,
Actually, this is fast.
He'll be thankful that he was on the anchors as early as he was.
That was wild.
Nice work, Craig. So Dale Samuelson and Peter Hoy. Oh, Dale, you've cut a red. So you've given the win to Pete straight away off the start line. And Peter will go, well, sometimes it doesn't matter how you win. It's just that you've got a win light, because my light was a 187. And he goes a 12.24 with a 9 on a 12.14. Dale finishes off a 12.38 on that 12.31. So it was closer to his dial-in, but the red light cost him the victory.
Riddle me this, was he changing the radio station to 4BH or something in the Caprice? I don't know what he was up to, but it didn't seem right. So Paul Gingell and Paul Nielsen, the battle of the Pauls. 11.58 for Nielsen to chase down a 12.89 of Gingell in the BNZ Racing Calais. Oh, I don't know, a red light there for Paul, so I know that Nielsen will see that and go, well, I can take the win. Will I test my dial-in? And he does. He goes under his dial-in with an 11.52 on an 11.58. So Paul Nielsen will get the win, courtesy of Gingel's red light.
So from one Nielsen to another, it'll be that of Ian Nielsen coming forward against Tony Rogers. So a couple of the early stalwarts of the real street category here in at Willowbank. Well, they've both cut red lights, but Ian was leaving first, so he'll hand the victory over to Tony Rogers. Tony, experienced racer, will probably look down and he'll see that win light. He'll go, thank you very much, and I'll take every bit of that with an 11.39 on 11.37. Ian will finish runner-up, and he's wasted an 11.74 on an 11.74.
Is that everyone in the Speedflow lane has won? Is that a pattern? Am I allowed to be a conspiracy theorist at the drags? I don't know. So Jack Nielsen, Shane Grattan. Grattan with a 12.50 to chase down a 13.32 of Jack Nielsen. Will Shane Grattan buck the trend? Oh no, he's in the other lane. Oh, gets out with a red light, does Shane. Jack Nielsen won't mind at all. A 1.92 will get the win. How close will he go to that 13.32? A 13.45 on a 13.32, 12.60 on a 12.50, but a red light for Shane Grattan will hurt. That'll hurt.
It will hurt.
Here we go, Dean Merchant and Michael Crouch. The lone Hyundai in the pack. We love it. But Dean Merchant says, Terry, stop talking up the Hyundai. You know me. I'm here to win. Let's see. So at 11.50 for Dean, a 13.35 for Michael. Oh, Dean Merchant, how do you red light, young man? So the Hyundai, the mighty Hyundai gets the win. So we've got one more pairing. Then I'm going to jump off the mic and let Lou jump back on. We've got the... I'm going to have the two pairings, I do apologise. Yep, so we've got... it does look like Mike Gouldy and Jamie Nielsen. Nielsen in the Black Panther racing forward. 13.10 to be chased down by a 12.71 from Gouldy in the Coyote packed Mustang. But have a look at this. Nielsen gets out with a 1.16, 2.71 for Goldie. Jamie Nielsen just needs to do everything right here and go close to that dial-in, and he should win. And most certainly does. A 13.14 on a 13.10, and Nielsen will get the win. And this will be our final pairing in...
Yeah, there's a buy run as well, Terry, up the top there.
Pool Equipment, Brisbane Real Street. So Steve Warren, Brett Warren. Oh, there's some bragging rights going on here, seriously. 0.27 for Steve, a 1.21 for Brett. But Steve, unless he gets it wrong here, he should get the win. And he most certainly will with an 11.80 and 11.72 for Steve Warren.
So Nathan Minter will come forward in the Commodore. So number one qualifier in the odd field will get the bye. And he gets that by running, he ran a 002 light to claim that number one position in quali. So Nathan gets the track all to himself. Light was ordinary. But lucky he doesn't have everyone in the lane alongside him, so he'll be right. And he tested the dial-in as well. So 12.44 was the dial-in. Goes to 12.42 with a 6 at 113 miles an hour. But the win light was going from the get-go, courtesy of having the bye. So nice work there for Nathan Minter. Makes the most of having that bye opportunity.
Good to see you, Wade.
Lou, welcome back, mates.
Saw you wandering around there, looking at all the cars and gas bagging.
Yeah, that was it, mate.
We were
Yeah.
waiting for the chicken. But that didn't happen.
I did see a Steggles truck in the car park, so I didn't get close enough to see whose it was, but it might be the opposition. But anyway, yeah, I couldn't pass up the opportunity to go down to the start line when there was a nitro-injected dragster down there. So
Yeah.
it was you had the nitro sort of sensation without the burn of
Yes.
the full experience. So it was quite pleasant, actually. And if I could bottle that up into a perfume, I probably would.
So we throwing down to you for Super Sedan, are we, Terry? Sorry? We throwing down to you for Super Sedan?
Yes, please. Yeah, okay. Check the microphone works. Yep.
Yep. No, take it. Super Sedan to the lanes and Super Street to the lanes, please. Super Sedan and Super Street. Right, we got Kenna Glasson and Carl Schultz, now junior dragsters.
We do. So first pairing up in round one of Junior Dragster. So current reigning track champion, two-time track champion, and Carl Schultz. Kenna Glasson was #1 qualifier at our final event last year. And then sported this absolutely fantastic looking super bad livery at our Nitro event here in January.
Lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. So dialed in a 784 will leave first. Carl to do the chasing with a 767. But there's not much between them.
044 for Kenna and a 124 for Carl. And Kenna goes through with a 7801 with an 83 mile an hour, and Carl with a 76 at 85.
Yeah, double break out there. So unfortunately, Kenna with the worst of the two. The 780 on that 784 will finish runner in that first pairing.
Just had that phone in the tower call again. If anyone owns that phone,
If you're trying to find out where your phone is and you keep ringing it, well, unfortunately, we can't answer it because the screen's not working.
it's had a lot of hits.
It's had a tough day at the office, but Dakota Bray and Neil Paul, they've got a tough task racing alongside each other here in the second pair of round number one. An 822 for Dakota Bray for Smith Transport. Plexicon on board for Neil Paul. Both fantastic looking cars, both fantastic drivers. One will get a win. We'll go to Dakota Bray. Red light for Neil Paul, so the victory will go to Dakota. Contest the 822 dial in, has gone quicker than that today and goes quicker again, an 819 and an 822. We'll get the win courtesy of the red light from Neil Paul, who breaks out as well by nearly a tenth of a second, a 796 on an 805.
Yeah. We've got Tyler Alert and Kyle Day. Tyler's dialed in a 769 and Kyle with a 770. Tyler, we do just a little bit of chase. Nothing in it.
No, it's virtually going to be heads up, isn't
Yeah.
it? So it'll come down to reaction time. They'll know where each other are in the racetrack based off the start.
Takes the win. Kyler broke out. Kyle with a 7.71 at 84 mile an hour. Unfortunately, a 7.666.
Well, it's the second of those times we've seen this this session as well after Carl ran an identical ET. So a few breakouts starting to creep in with our races. So dial-ins, ever more important to get right into your first round of racing.
It's Chase Carslake and Xavier Lai. Xavier with a 12.1 dial-in and Chase with an 8.26 dial-in.
Xavier's cut a pretty good light there. He's in deep stage of 0.61, so he's got the advantage off the tree. So Chase will have to do exactly that hard to catch Xavier across the finish line. And it will be enough because Xavier's broken out an 11.96 on a 12.17 for Chase. Broke out as well, Lou.
Yeah,
an 8.23 on an 8.26. So again, we see two breakouts.
Yeah.
Lesser of the two getting the W. Jacob Schultz now coming forward to 7.94 in the A Junior for SCG Racing Parts from Corona Downs.
No.
West of the city in Brisbane. Lincoln Glasson, newly licensed today in the Junior. Cut a 0.10 light this morning. So he's been sharp on the tree. This is his first race in competition, so we'll see how he can go. Jacob's a tough competitor, so it'll be tough to get past, but what's his reaction time? A 3.60.
3.60.
So leaves the door open for Jacob, who's cut a 0.79, experienced racer. Will be chasing hard. To the stars line for Lincoln, not quite. He's got a 12.19 and a 12.35, so we'll have to wait a little bit longer for his first taste of victory in competition. For Jacob, he chased extremely hard because he's broken out as well. A 7.93 with a 3 on a 7.94.
Yeah. Got Mia Ward and Carlos Harvey. Carlos with 8.02 dial in and Mia with a 12.07 dial in. Yeah, Super Street and Super Sedan at the lanes, please. We're not already there, get there. One 1.20 for Mia and a 0.39 for Carlos. Carlos got a good reaction time doing the chasing and takes the win. 7.98 at 81. And Mia broke out with an 11.999.
Yeah, it was the case of a double breakout again, both sides of the racetrack. It's just a matter of who's done the less job. Yeah, it just seems to be the way that this round of juniors is unfolding. Neither of them want to give an inch, Lou. They're just full throttle.
Mm-hmm. And I suppose it's hard to back off their weight.
Just want to go fast.
Yeah. Got Mason King and Jasmine Kidd. Mason with a 8.70 and Jasmine with a 8.16. Jasmine just red lit there, and Mason with a 0.56. That's not a bad reaction time by Mason. And the win goes to Mason with a 13.41 at 50 mile an hour, and Jasmine with an 815.
So
79.
basically, in this round of juniors, and I'm pretty sure they've all got helmets on, so they're not going to be able to hear me anyway. But if you don't break out and you don't cut a red light, you should get a win.
You are pretty good for a win. Yeah. Yep. We've got Cody Robertson and Ryder Marsden. Ryder's got a 12-1. They're both on 12-1 dial-ins. So
That's it.
this will be a tree race.
That's it, mate. Heads up. Let's leave it to the drivers to decide. They've got the same dial-in, so the trees will activate at exactly the same time. All comes down to driver's reaction time, and of course, then who can be closest to that dial-in.
And not break out.
Correct. So basically, from the hit of the throttle, you know where you are in the race. If you cut a better light than your opponent, you're going to be in front.
Yep.
But then, of course, that means you're going to get to the line first. And, I mean, do you lift a slight bit so that you don't break out?
Yes.
But then what if your opponent drives past you? Well, for Ryder, he's made it really hard for Cody because he's cut a 001 line.
One.
So he knows that he's in front at this point.